Chapter 1682, High Demon. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Inside the quiet canyon, when Shafone got within 1,000 yards of the next map, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure washing over him. The pressure he felt now was completely different from what he experienced from the monsters he encountered before. In other words, there was a qualitative change to the pressure he felt currently. Shafone had already reached Tier 2, yet the pressure still made him extremely uncomfortable. His body felt as if it was fully submerged in a pool of water. The pressure is so strong despite the 1,000 yards separating us. Shafone stared at the massive figure displayed on his detection crystal ball in disbelief. The crystal ball showed a humanoid figure with the head of a goat sprawled across the ground before the canyon's exit. The figure also had a massive serpent for a tail and the bat-like wings commonly seen on demons. As the figure exhaled, flames surged out of its nostrils and scorched the ground before it. What? A high demon? Shafone was dumbfounded as he looked at this figure. There were many demonic creatures in God's domain. Aside from having a difference in strength, these demonic creatures were also distinguished by lineage. In fact, the hierarchy among demons was largely determined based on lineage. Demons with noble lineages ruled over demons with ordinary lineages. Naturally, the nobler the lineage a demon possessed, the greater their potential for growth. In God's domain, most demons at the Demon King standard were high demons. It was very difficult for a demon with an ordinary lineage to grow into a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 6 demon god. Demons with noble lineages were known as high demons. In terms of life rating, they were superior to even archaic species. At the same tier, only dragons or ferocious beasts would be capable of suppressing high demons. Needless to say, the ordinary demons Shafone summoned were no match for high demons. Nevertheless, the guardian boss stationed at the entrance to the next map was actually a high demon. Due to the extreme distance, the detection crystal ball couldn't detect the statistics of the high demon. However, when Shafone arrived within 600 yards of the high demon, its statistics entered his eyes. Baphomet, High Demon, Grand Lord. Level 73. HP 120 000 120 000. A level 73 Grand Lord? Shafone fell into deep thought as he looked at Baphomet's statistics. Compared to an archaic species of the same level, a high demon had much less HP. Even so, 120 million HP was still a horrifying amount for him to deal with. Just Baphomet's battle recovery alone allowed it to recover 1,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If his DPS was lower than 240,000, Baphomet would be an invincible existence to him. The only stroke of luck was that Baphomet was a demon. So long as his opponent was a demon, the Bible of Darkness would be able to suppress it. Although he couldn't use the Bible of Darkness to turn Baphomet into his subordinate, he could greatly suppress the high demon's basic attributes. Moreover, this suppression was absolute. Its effects would not weaken in the slightest, unlike how magic arrays and the like did when the target monster was too strong. All the same, a high demon was still a high demon. Baphomet wasn't just strong in terms of basic attributes. The skills, spells, and combat standard it possessed were beyond those of an ordinary demon. I can only give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shafone took out another primordial scroll from his bag and summoned a third primordial heroic spirit. Although Zero Wing City's defenses were far superior to an ordinary guild city's, the current situation was unlike before. The quantity and quality of the evil beasts and evil demons surging into Starmoon Kingdom were extraordinary. If the monsters broke through the defensive network of the kingdom's army and reached Zero Wing City, Shafone was unsure whether Zero Wing City could hold its ground against them. If he could secure the Lost Town before this happened, the numerous mana weapons stored inside the Lost Town would undoubtedly raise Zero Wing's strength by a significant margin. At that time, the chances of defending Zero Wing City would also improve significantly. Looking at Baphomet, Shafone did not hurry to have his 3 demons charge at the high demon. Instead, he waited out the cooldown of Anna's skills. Afterward, he had the 3 heroic spirits cast one buff after another on everyone in the group, causing their basic attributes to skyrocket, particularly those of the level 80 Golden Giant, which already possessed immense strength. After being buffed up by the 3 heroic spirits, its strength was already close to rivaling a Grand Lord's of the same level, following which, Shafone gave the command to attack. Taking the lead, the Golden Giant and 3 Tier 3 demons charged forward, the 10 Rock Guardians following closely after them. If a player were to witness this scene, they would definitely turn around and flee. However, Baphomet simply yawned, paying no heed whatsoever to the approaching enemies. Only when the Golden Giant and 3 demons arrived within 200 yards of Baphomet did the High Demon look at the Golden Giant. Suddenly, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp, the Golden Giant, demons, and Rock Guardians' speed decreased abruptly. Moreover, their movement speed wasn't the only thing reduced, even their reaction speeds turned sluggish, following which, Baphomet stomped on the ground and disappeared from where it stood. When Baphomet reappeared, it had moved over 50 yards from its original position. The High Demon was practically faster than even an ordinary mythic monster. Before the Golden Giant could react, Baphomet already stood before it, the High Demon looking no different from a child compared to the Golden Giant. After appearing before the Golden Giant, Baphomet waved its hand lightly as if it was sweeping away dust. In the next moment, the Golden Giant and the demons and Rock Guardians standing beside and behind the Golden Giant were all sent flying over 20 yards back, damages appearing above the summoned creatures' heads. Among the group, the Golden Giant, which possessed the highest defense, lost over 700,000 HP, whereas the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 1 million HP each. Sure enough, it's very strong. Shifeng was deeply shocked by the strength Baphomet displayed. Baphomet was much more powerful than any of the Grand Lord-ranked archaic species he had gone up against before. Moreover, based on the performance Baphomet just displayed, Shifeng could tell that the High Demon's combat standard should be at the 6th floor trial tower standard. With the High Demon's mythical speed, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts would be like fish on a chopping board if it went up against Baphomet. Afterward, a series of exchanges took place between both sides. Unfortunately, although the Golden Giant and 3 demons retaliated, they only managed to land a few spells on Baphomet. Relying on its mythical speed, the High Demon easily dodged every normal attack sent at it. In contrast, despite being healed by Tier 3 heroic spirits, the Golden Giant and demons still continually lost HP. Although the Golden Giant and demons tried blocking and dodging Baphomet's attacks, their weakened reaction speeds prevented them from doing so. However, as Baphomet paid attention only to the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons, Shifeng was able to get within 100 yards of the High Demon unnoticed and immediately activated Demon Ruler. Suddenly, a ripple of power left the Bible of Darkness Shifeng held. Baphomet's basic attributes promptly plummeted by 30%. The effect of Demon Ruler was remarkable. However, this was still not the end. Anna, who had long since completed her own preparations, had the Rock Giants form a magic array and suppressed Baphomet even more. However, the magic array was evidently inferior to Demon Ruler. In the end, Baphomet retained 60% of its original basic attributes, and it still suppressed the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons. But instead of dodging all of the Golden Giant and demons' attacks, the High Demon was now forced to parry and block instead. Nevertheless, the Golden Giant failed to inflict any significant damage on Baphomet. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to spend 5,000 magic crystals and activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection descended on Baphomet, the High Demon's speed decreased once more. However, even after World Projection's suppression took effect, Baphomet still retained 50% of its basic attributes and still overwhelmed the Golden Giant. How is it so powerful? Shifeng was next to speechless as he stared at Baphomet. If not for the Bible of Darkness's suppression, he would have long since turned around and fled by now. After thinking up to this point, he turned to look at Anna, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "It seems we can't hold back anything at all." Following which, he commanded Anna to use her other over-tier spell, which was also the strongest spell Anna currently possessed, Tier 3 Curse, Yin-Yang Judgment. Yin-Yang Judgment's cooldown was 1 natural day. Unless absolutely necessary, Shifeng did not wish to use the curse at all. However, if he did not use it now, it was only a matter of time before Baphomet defeated his team. After all, World Projection had a short duration of only 10 minutes, each use costing him 5,000 magic crystals. He did not have enough magic crystals to fight a protracted battle with the High Demon. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. After Anna completed the final verse of her incantation, 2 magic arrays, one glowing white and the other, black, appeared above Baphomet. The mana surrounding the magic array then grew restless, blurring space around the High Demon. Such a huge disturbance attracted Baphomet's attention, and the High Demon's immediate reaction was to turn and flee, but Anna didn't give Baphomet the chance to escape. Waving her staff, she activated the magic array looming above Baphomet. Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden, holy spear descended from the sky. The instant the spear fell, space around the magic array and Baphomet froze, drastically decreasing the High Demon's movement speed. Before Baphomet could attempt to defend itself, the holy spear collided with the monster boom. As a result, a towering, black-white light pillar rose into the air. When the pillar had manifested, the world around Baphomet shook violently, and resulting shockwave pushed the Golden Giant and the Tier 3 demons under Shifeng's control back by over 20 yards. After the light pillar had disappeared, it revealed a massive crater where Baphomet had stood, with the High Lord lying at the body. Scorching flames burned the High Demon, decorating it and the crater with scorch marks. Dark blue blood seeped from the numerous wounds covering Baphomet's body. However, compared to Baphomet's miserable appearance, the damage it had taken was truly terrifying. 175. A damage of over 4 million appeared above Baphomet's head. To Baphomet, who only had a maximum HP of 60 million after multiple means of suppression, this move had taken nearly 1/13 of its total HP. The might of yin-yang judgment completely exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Moreover, Baphomet had been heavily injured when the Tier 3 curse had struck, significantly decreasing its combat power. With no intentions of letting Baphomet recover, Shifeng ordered all of the summoned creatures to use their strongest moves, holding nothing back, following which, Tier 2 and Tier 3 skills and spells bombarded the High Demon, one after another. The injured Baphomet wasn't able to dodge any of the incoming attacks, and every skill and spell that had been sent slammed into the High Demon. Each attack dealt a minimum of -500,000 damage, depleting Baphomet's HP by a significant chunk. 80%. 75%. 70%. Although Baphomet eventually recovered from its mental shock and resumed its retaliation, the Golden Giant was more than enough to keep the High Demon busy with its weakened combat power. This prevented Baphomet from blocking Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and heroic spirits attacks. Of course, Shifeng didn't hold back, either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, followed by Phantom Kill, he charged forward 9 Dragons Slash, Shadow Blade, Lightning Flash, Purgatory Pentaslash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst. Thanks to Killing Ray, every one of Shifeng's skills dealt double damage to Baphomet, and damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the boss's head. Although his damage was no match for the Tier 3 demons, who weren't suppressed by the Darkness World, it was still considerable. 50%. 40%. 30%. As time passed and Baphomet's HP continuously decreased, it continued to recover. Gradually, its reaction speed recovered, and eventually, the level 80 Golden Giant wasn't able to keep up with its attacks. This forced the heroic spirits at the rear line to shift their focus from offense to healing. Once Baphomet's HP fell to 20%, the High Demon revealed a sinister grin. It began to swipe its claws at the air around it, sending powerful gales at Shifeng and his team. Before Shifeng and the others could launch another assault, Baphomet had finished chanting an incantation. The ground before the High Demon then cracked and shattered as towering, pitch-black flames spewed from the cracks. When the flames had dissipated, a crimson longsword engraved with pitch-black runes had taken their place. The moment the longsword appeared, Shifeng felt the surrounding power of darkness surge towards the weapon. The concentrated power of darkness became a black mist that circulated the crimson blade. Releasing the one-handed sword in its right hand, Baphomet grabbed the crimson longsword. The moment the High Demon touched the weapon, black flames danced along the sword's blade. Soulfire? Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the flames. The punishment for challenging it is actually this severe. Although he had known that a High Demon would have powerful attack methods, he hadn't expected Baphomet to use Soulfire in battle. This was a player's nightmare. Soulfire was capable of burning souls, and not even players' immortal souls were immune to its effects. If players were killed by Soulfire, not only would their death penalty increase, but they would also be prevented from logging into God's domain for multiple days. Of course, this mechanic had likely been created to prevent players from challenging the Guardian boss a second time within a short period. However, Shifeng didn't want to waste too much time in the Darkness World. If he suddenly couldn't log into the game for several days, Zero Wing would be finished without waiting for Shifeng to respond. Baphomet stomped its hoofs on the ground and vanished. It then reappeared before the Golden Giant, cutting down at the Great Lord with its flaming longsword. Failing to react in time, the Golden Giant succumbed to Baphomet's attack, a damage over -1,300,000 appearing above its head. Pitch-black flames licked at the wood the longsword had created. Seeing this, the heroic spirits immediately cast their healing spells on the Golden Giant. However, when the healing spells touched the Great Lord, their effects seemed to have changed. Not only did the Golden Giant still sport the wound, but the pitch-black flames also burned with their original vigor. In fact, the Golden Giant had only received 30% of the spell's normal healing. When he saw this, Shifeng's expression darkened. Further reduced healing effects was still acceptable, but the fact that the wounds Baphomet had inflicted couldn't be healed complicated the situation. As the Golden Giant accumulated more injuries, it would suffer a heavily injured state sooner or later. If that happened, its combat power would fall, and it would be helpless against the High Demon. If the Golden Giant couldn't deal sufficient damage, it would lose Baphomet's aggro. The High Demon would then be free to target someone else. Quick. Attack it with everything you've got, Shifeng commanded Anna. At the same time, he took 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag and activated them, one after another. Holding nothing back, Anna activated Yin-Yang power, her mana overflowing from her body. 1 Tier 3 spell after another bombarded Baphomet. However, even after noticing the incoming spells, Baphomet simply revealed a sneer as it lightly swung its crimson long sword, sending a wave of black fire to devour the approaching spells. The pitch-black flames corroded the Tier 3 spell's power relentlessly. By the time the spells actually reached Baphomet, they were weaker than Tier 2 spells. Baphomet then swung its long sword again and easily crushed the incoming attacks. Fortunately, although Baphomet had superior strength, it couldn't completely dodge the Tier 3 demon's attacks. Although its HP fell much slower than before, it still decreased at a steady rate. After using the 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls, Shifeng proceeded to activate Blade Liberation. Currently, both Baphomet's defense and reaction speed were recovering, and as a result, it continued to take less damage. Despite bombarding Baphomet with a series of powerful attacks, they had only reduced Baphomet's HP to 12%. In contrast, the Golden Giant had become heavily injured after receiving 10 hits from the High Demon's Crimson Longsword, and it could no longer serve as a proper MT. Baphomet then turned its attention to the Tier 3 demons. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. After activating Blade Liberation, Shifeng's attributes skyrocketed yet again, and his basic attributes now surpassed the level 80 Golden Giants. Following which, Shifeng activated Instant Strike and appeared before Baphomet's sword's orbit. Dang! 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 Unfortunately, Baphomet managed to block the majority of Shifeng's slashes. Only the occasional slash slipped past the High Demon's guard and dealt a little over -100,000 damage. With how much HP Baphomet had remaining, the High Demon wasn't particularly concerned with this amount of damage. Even after Shifeng fought for several seconds and launched dozens of slashes, the High Demon still had 5% of its HP remaining. Meanwhile, once Shifeng had lost Instant Strike's buff, Baphomet gained the upper hand. In fact, due to Shifeng's weakened state, he lacked any ability to retaliate. He could only defend himself. Fortunately, Anna finally finished her incantation angel summoning. Suddenly, a Tier 4 Valkyrie dropped onto the battlefield. Taking a step forward, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before Baphomet and swung her holy spear. Despite being a High Demon, the impact still sent Baphomet flying back over 20 yards, robbing it of its defensive stance. Immediately, the Valkyrie threw her holy spear, which easily pierced through the defenseless High Demon and dealt over -4 million damage. In the blink of an eye, Baphomet's HP fell below 1,000,000. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and pointed Killing Ray at Baphomet. Flame Domain. Lightning Edge. Under Shifeng's command, a raging inferno and countless sword lights devoured Baphomet. Damages of over -200,000 appeared above Baphomet's head, one after another, tearing what little remained of the High Demon's HP away. Baphomet then died and collapsed to the ground, following which, Shifeng watched his experience bar increase rapidly. At the same time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: Congratulations! You have obtained the first kill on Baphomet, the guardian boss of Dark Sin Canyon. Rewards doubled. Acquired High Demon's Soul. Chapter 1684, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1684, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. After watching Baphomet die, Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Despite the fact that the Darkness world reduced Shifeng's EXP gain, his experience bar had risen by 7%, pushing him to 62% of level 65. If not for the 95% reduction in EXP gain, he definitely would have climbed to level 66 with the High Demon's death. Loot rained down from above, creating a dazzling sight to behold. If the various superpowers learned of this, they'd die from envy. The Darkness world's monsters already dropped excellent loot, and as a map's guardian boss, Baphomet's loot was far better than the map's other monsters. Including the first kill bonus, one could just imagine how bountiful the High Demon's loot was. Giving the loot a rough glance, Shifeng estimated that there should be over 100 items. As items rained from the sky, a crystal, radiating a golden glow, landed before Shifeng. His curiosity piqued. Shifeng promptly picked up the crystal and inspected it. High Demon's Soul, Epic Rank Consumable. Sacrifice magic crystals to create a new body for High Demon Baphomet. Spend 2,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 3 body that is 10 levels higher than the user, 5,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 4 body that is 15 levels higher than the user. Can be used 3 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Current usage count, 0. What a powerful epic consumable. Shifeng was stunned as he read the crystal's introductory text. Epic consumables were incredibly rare in God's domain, and each one was incomparably powerful. Take the Demon King's Horn, for example. It had enabled Shifeng to destroy a city's defensive magic array instantly. Meanwhile, the High Demon's Soul was similarly extraordinary at this stage of the game. A Tier 4 High Demon was practically invincible to players. Moreover, Shifeng could use the item 3 times. Also, the High Demon's Soul was different from the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. In the latter's case, if the magic array's operation were interrupted, the summoned Divine Beast would disappear. In the case of the High Demon's Soul, the summoned High Demon would only be cancelled if the owner were killed. It was a perfect tool of war. Shifeng then stored the High Demon's Soul and collected the loot scattered across the ground. In total, Baphomet had dropped 154 items, including 45 epic materials and 31 magic scrolls. Among the magic scrolls, 6 were Tier 3 magic scrolls, 2 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, 1 summoning scroll, 2 defensive magic scrolls, and 1 single-target attack magic scroll. There was also 1 Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. The Guardian boss had dropped 1 Grandmaster and 33 Master-ranked potions, as well. The Grandmaster potion was a growth potion that, when consumed, would temporarily increase the user's potential and forcefully elevate them by a single tier. This potion wasn't particularly useful to Tier 1 players, but to Tier 2 players and above, this potion's effects were even stronger than a Berserk skill. A Berserk skill only granted players additional basic attributes. However, this growth potion elevated players by a single tier. Not only would this increase grant players a boost to their basic attributes, but players' physique would also improve. This potion would be miraculously effective in dungeons. As for the remaining 44 items, there were 10 designs and recipes of various kinds among them. There was even a Master-ranked potion recipe and a Master-ranked engineering design. The Master-ranked potion in question was the Life Potion. Not only would this potion heal players for 70% of their maximum HP instantly when consumed, but it would also grant an hot buff that recovered 2% of the user's HP every second for 10 seconds. In addition, it healed any heavy injuries and replenished 10% of the player's stamina and concentration. Unfortunately, the potion had a 5-minute cooldown, so it could only be used once or twice in most battles. Even so, it was much stronger than any advanced ranked recovery potion available on the market currently. Aside from the HP regeneration it provided, the fact that it could heal heavy injuries and replenish stamina and concentration made it extremely valuable. The potion would be particularly effective when players fought intense battles and when their stamina and concentration were nearly exhausted. The potion would also be very useful against bosses that increased stamina and concentration consumption. Although the Life Potion only recovered 10% of the player's stamina and concentration, It could save the player's life or help the team defeat a powerful boss if used during a critical moment. When the life potion had been introduced to the market in Shifeng's previous life, each bottle had easily sold for 5 gold. However, the life potion recipe was extremely rare, and even the various superpowers had only acquired a few copies after going to great lengths. Each copy of the recipe could easily sell for an exorbitant 8,000 gold if put up for auction. As for the master-ranked engineering design Baphomet had dropped, it was the hang glider design. Like its real-world counterpart, the hang glider allowed players to glide through the air. Moreover, the hang glider was much faster than any mount. The master-ranked hang glider provided a 350% movement speed increase. Since there weren't usually obstacles in the air, players could also traverse longer distances in a straight line. However, the hang glider had 3 flaws. The first was that players needed to take off from a sufficiently high location. The second was that the environment would affect the hang glider. If players tried to glide through a storm, the consequences would be severe. They might even be blown out of the sky and fall to their deaths. The third flaw was that hang gliders were consumables and could not be repaired. They would disappear once their durability had been exhausted. Meanwhile, even a common hang glider cost around 18 gold to produce. They weren't much cheaper than common mounts, which players could use indefinitely. However, to players who valued time and speed, these flaws did very little to stop them from using the hang gliders in the past. Many experts had opted to use hang gliders whenever they could to save on travel time. They paid no attention to the cost as Shifeng gazed at the hang glider design. His eyes sparkled with joy. Since mounts weren't yet popular in God's domain, players' demand for hang gliders would be intense if he sold them. At this point, the various large guilds were starting to shift the focus of their development to neutral maps between kingdoms and empires. After all, in a situation where no one had obtained a town building order or town migration order, players were forced to walk to these neutral maps. In addition, neutral maps themselves were very large. Even with a mount, players would need a considerable amount of time to explore the map fully. However, players could save a lot of time if they had a hang glider. If the Candlelight trading firm introduced the hang glider to the market now, it would definitely be well received. In addition, since Candlelight would have the monopoly over the hang gliders, it would make a fortune off of the transportation tool. The extra funds would help Zero Wing City's development tremendously. Meanwhile, among the other 8 recipes and designs Baphomet had dropped, there was also an advanced hang glider design. Although the advanced hang glider was inferior to the master hang glider, it still increased players' movement speed by 300%. It seems I'll have to find some time to grind hang glider recipes, Shifeng thought to himself. Although the master hang glider was super rare, the advanced version wasn't. Level 70 plus Grand Lords and above all had a chance of dropping the recipe. The field bosses of a few particular maps even higher drop rates. In the past, the various large guilds had generally opted to grind those field bosses to obtain more advanced hang glider recipe. Zero Wing's main force was already considerably strong. With the help of his Bible of Darkness, they could definitely grind for more advanced hang glider recipes. After storing the master hang glider design, Shifeng shifted his sight to a tattered page in his bag. The words on the page had long since become indiscernible. However, the page still radiated a faint trace of divine might. Moreover, the surrounding power of darkness gathered around the page when he pulled it from his bag. When Shifeng inspected this page, he became indescribably excited. This was because this page was actually part of the Bible of Darkness. Despite repairing the Bible of Darkness's core, it wasn't complete. The book was still missing pages. The page before him was none other than one of those missing pages. System, you have discovered a page of the Bible of Darkness. Do you wish to spend 500 magic crystals to assimilate this page with the Bible of Darkness and repair it? Repair. Shifeng chose to repair the Bible of Darkness without hesitation. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. When Shifeng agreed to repair the Bible of Darkness, the book flew out of his bag space and hovered before him. The book then opened to reveal the missing page's location. At the same time, the missing page transformed into a black mist that melded with the Bible of Darkness. 3 seconds later, the page had joined the book as seamlessly as if it had never left in the first place. After the Bible of Darkness had recovered one of its missing pages, the power of darkness that gathered around the book became denser, And now a black mist settled over the book. The Bible of Darkness has improved by so much. After repairing the Bible of Darkness, its appearance indicated that it had become far more powerful. Although the book's aura wasn't much stronger than before, its control of power of darkness had improved. In fact, the Bible of Darkness's control over the power of darkness had improved so much that Shafong could feel the darkness world's suppression weaken slightly. Originally, this world had suppressed his basic attributes by 30%, but now, it had dropped to 25%. The suppression on his senses had also decreased from 50% to 40%. Unfortunately, his EXP gain was still reduced by 95% immediately. Shafong inspected the repaired Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. The core magic array has since been repaired using the source of spacetime thus far. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Den. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 30 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,500 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 120%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 5. Demon Ruler. Passive effect, increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 35%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demonic creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30%. Active effect. When activated, there is a 12% chance to control a demonic creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 6. Dark Armament. By sacrificing sources of darkness, transform the Bible of Darkness into a weapon suitable for the user. Duration is equal to number of source of darkness *3 seconds. During this period, the Bible of Darkness's other skills cannot be used. Cooldown, 6 hours. Dark Armament. The appearance of a new skill had surprised Shafong. Is this what the missing page contained? He had only expected to find some minor improvements to the Bible of Darkness's skills after incorporating the missing page. He had never thought that the page would add a new skill. Weapons were the foundation of a player's combat power. Players could only wield high attack power with a powerful weapon. At the end of the day, berserk skills were unreliable. On the other hand, a powerful weapon could permanently increase a player's combat power. Although the Bible of Darkness's weapon wouldn't last forever, it could still last up to 75 minutes, which was much longer than any berserk skill. It was enough time for players to end a large-scale battle. After examining the Bible of Darkness for a few more minutes, Shafong stored it and began to appraise the other items Baphomet had dropped. Of the remaining 34 items, there was 1 darkness stone and 6 darkness stone fragments. The rest of the items were weapons and equipment, the most valuable of which was a pair of epic ranked boots called the Trickster's Legs. When equipped, the Trickster's Legs would offer a significant boost to the wearer's movement speed and reaction speed. It was an excellent pair of boots that only level 50 players and above could equip. There were also 5 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 12 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, and 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment. Among the level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces happened to be the hat and gloves for the fantasy demon set, which Shafong still needed. He had also completed 2 Dark Devourer sets after killing Baphomet. Once Shifeng had organized the loot, he didn't bother to sit and rest. Instead, he drank a drop of life essence and continued towards the next map. After riding the demonic flame tiger for around 10 minutes through the canyon, Shifeng reached a new map. Unlike the barren Dark Sin Canyon he had previously occupied, a tranquil forest dominated this map. Visibility here was also much better than in the Dark Sin Canyon. Even without using his summoned demons, he could see up to 50 yards away. Why are the monsters here so low-leveled? When Shifeng had inspected his surroundings with the detection crystal ball, the highest level monsters he had found nearby were only level 60. These monsters were clearly lower leveled than in the Dark Sin Canyon. Did I take the wrong path? The Dark Sin Canyon only had 2 exits. One of them had been completely blocked off, and a guardian boss defended the other. Since he couldn't pass through the sealed exit, he had chosen to kill Baphomet, yet that path had led him to a lower level map. Forget it. This will do. In any case, I am only trying to grind darkness stones. It'll be easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords. Although Shifeng hadn't expected to reach a lower level map, he welcomed this outcome. It was undoubtedly easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords than it was to kill their level 80 cousins. Furthermore, he wasn't able to do much fighting since he was in a weakened state due to activating his twofold berserk during the fight with Baphomet. For a short period, he wouldn't be able to add adequate combat power to his team. Shifeng then proceeded to lead Anna towards one of the Grand Lords he had discovered with the detection crystal ball with 3 level 80, tier 3 demons and 1 level 80 golden giant, whose strength rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level. Defeating a level 60 Grand Lord would be a piece of cake. With Anna and the 3 heroic spirits' assistance, the fight against the Grand Lord ended quickly. Shifeng hadn't even needed to do anything throughout the fight. Time passed quickly, and before Shifeng had realized it, he had grinded in the tranquil forest for over a day and wiped out all of its Grand Lords. Now, he had 93 darkness stones and 847 darkness stone fragments. With the Philosopher's Stone's 100% synthesis success rate, he would have no problems collecting 100 darkness stones. The full day of grinding had also pushed Shifeng to 84% of level 65. If not for the reduced EXP gain, he would have long since reached level 66. Even so, his leveling speed was incredibly efficient, but compared to his leveling speed, the loot he had acquired from the bosses he had killed was truly amazing. Although he had not obtained any epic items, he had collected 17 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, 52 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, and 276 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. The number of weapons and equipment he amassed by himself in a single day could almost rival a first-rate guild's acquisition. Of course, a large part of the reason for his success was the help of Icarus's heart, the monstrous Anna, and the Bible of Darkness. Without them, he never would have collected so many top-tier weapons and equipment in the darkness world so easily. Now that I've collected the darkness stones I need, it's about time I return. Shifeng smiled at the darkness stones in his bag. With this, he had completed his quest to obtain the lost town. Following which, Shifeng took out a White River City return scroll and activated it. After 20 seconds, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light and departed from the darkness world. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountains Sealed. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountains Sealed. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he immediately noticed far fewer players on the street than before. Moreover, when players noticed the zero-wing emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak, they gave him unusual looks. When independent players on the streets had noticed Zero-Wing's emblem previously, they had gazed at the player wearing it with envy and admiration, but now, they looked at Shifeng with sympathy in their eyes. Shifeng was confused. He had only been away from White River City for a few days, yet the city had changed so massively. What happened here? Shifeng began to pay closer attention to the players walking down the street. He soon discovered that independent players weren't the only ones behaving oddly. When players from small guilds noticed him, they revealed ridiculing expressions. This confused Shifeng even further. No matter what was said or done, Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Even if the Zero Wing's development had suffered lately due to the war with Heaven's Burial, the guild hadn't fallen so far that even small guilds member would look down on it. Shofeng had even dealt Heaven's Burial a severe blow recently. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost its income from ancient Rock City, the guild's development potential had plummeted. It could no longer compete with Zero Wing's growth. Look, that guy's wearing Zero Wing's bronze emblem. He should be one of Zero Wing's experts, yet he still has time to wander aimlessly. I bet he ran back here once he realized that victory isn't possible. Heaven's Burial's latest strategy is too ruthless. Zero Wing is almost guaranteed to lose Stone Forest Town, and all of the various large guilds are fending for themselves. Heaven's Burial even declared that any guild that offers Zero Wing assistances will join its hit list, and any of Zero Wing's members that withdraw will be spared its wrath. That's right. Who would have imagined that Heaven's Burial would close off the Stoneclaw Mountains map with such a powerful barrier? Not only has all communication been cut off, but they've also disabled return scrolls. Moreover, the barrier only has one exit. Based on what I've heard, a large army of evil demons and evil beasts guard that exit, and Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map, keeping players from notifying the kingdom's armies. Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map to notify the kingdom's armies. The Stoneclaw Mountains map has been locked down for nearly 7 hours now. With Heaven's Burial's strength, it should have already captured Stone Forest Town. I'm not sure. Based on the information Stone Forest Town's players are sharing via offline communication, the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial has become intense, with both sides constantly losing players. But Zero Wing's players haven't been able to break through to the barrier's exit. In contrast, more players from Heaven's Burial are gathering in the Stoneclaw Mountains by the minute. The same is true for the evil beasts and evil demons. Heaven's Burial is amazingly capable. With their almost complete control of all information relating to the siege, Zero Wing can't reach the kingdom's armies to ask for help. Meanwhile, trying to get into the barrier is a suicide mission. If Heaven's Burial wishes it, it could kill the players trapped inside as many times as it wants, and those players will have no hope of escape. Logging off inside the barrier will also incur a severe penalty. Besides, if Zero Wing's members log out of the game, Stone Forest Town will be as good as lost. As the players who rested in the bars and restaurants along the street watched Shofeng, they began to discuss the recent events in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They all admired Heaven's Burial's prowess. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful, Heaven's Burial was a step ahead of its rival. The Stoneclaw Mountains have been sealed. Shofeng could not help his surprise. He had seen guilds seal off maps before, but those seals had only blocked communication and disabled return scrolls. Based on what he had just heard, the seal on the Stoneclaw Mountains even prevented players from leaving on foot. This was an extremely difficult feat. Not even he could accomplish the same effect in the past. Only the various superpowers had used such seals when targeting certain apex experts or trying to capture enemy guild cities. Shofeng immediately turned back towards the teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City. He then hurried towards Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the normally blue sky over the Stoneclaw Mountains had dulled to a dismal grey. A barrier of evil energy had enveloped the entire map, and while inside this barrier, players' stamina and concentration would be sapped away, even if they did nothing but stand in place. Their minds also felt foggy due to the barrier's power. In contrast, the evil demons inside the barrier were in their element. Both their movement and intellect had improved, as had their basic attributes. Standing on one of Stone Forest Town's walls, Aqua Rose watched the swarm of monsters and players gather some distance away with a somber expression. Suddenly, a level 50 ranger clad in blue walked up to Aqua Rose and reported, "Vice Guild Leader Aqua, based on our scouts' observations, another player army has entered the barrier. By the looks of it, they seem to be from Blackwater. There are roughly 20,000 players, over 6,000 of which are level 49 or above. Moreover, they have brought 8 catapults with them. 6,000 experts and 8 catapults." Aqua Rose's expression darkened further after hearing this. Currently, Zero Wing only had around 100,000 members protecting Stone Forest Town, and a large majority of them were players she had gathered and led to the town to reinforce its defenses. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial had gathered over 300,000 members before Stone Forest Town. Although only around 170,000 of them were elite members, and the rest were normal members, the normal members were not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them was level 45. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial had the support of a large force of evil demons. Rough estimates counted over 100,000 of these monsters. Moreover, more monsters joined the force as time passed. Although most of the evil demons were relatively weak, with only level 45 elites, they continued to devour monsters around the Stoneclaw Mountains, growing stronger. In fact, Heaven's Burial had yet to besiege Stone Forest Town because it concentrated on accumulating more strength during this period. Aqua Rose and Zero Wings experts had made multiple attempts to assault the barrier's exit and send information out of the map to notify the kingdom's armies, hoping that the NPCs would show up to exterminate the evil demon army. However, the evil demons and Heaven's Burial's members guarding the exits had foiled every attempt. The evil demons guarding the exit were simply too powerful. There was even a mythic ranked evil demon among them. Even Fire Dance, who had the greatest chances of escaping the barrier, had been defeated and killed in just a few moves. She hadn't even had the power to resist the mythic ranked evil demon. Now that Blackwater had dispatched 6,000 experts and 8 catapults as reinforcements, Heaven's Burial's strength in this siege had increased further. Although Aqua Rose wanted nothing more than to charge out there and destroy the 8 catapults Blackwater had sent, the evil demon army would undoubtedly assault any force she led out of Stone Forest Town. By leaving the town, they'd simply nourish the evil demons, ultimately helping Heaven's Burial capture Stone Forest Town. Ha ha ha. Vice Guild Leader Aqua, I suggest that you give up this struggle. Stone Forest Town will be mine. In fact, I won't just settle for Stone Forest Town. I'll take Zero Wing City as well. Listen up, Zero Wing members. You do well to abandon any hope of winning this war and withdraw from your guild now. Staying will only spell your doom once my monster army charges into Stone Forest Town. We've already sealed off the Stoneclaw Mountains, so even in death, none of you will leave this place alive. You'll only die, again and again. So, withdraw from your guild while you still have the chance. Singular Burial announced with a voice amplification device as he watched Aqua Rose on the town's ramparts. You should also know that currently, Blackwater's army and another army of evil demons are on their way. Once they arrive, not even heaven will be able to save you. The players in Stone Forest Town fell silent after listening to Singular Burial's declaration with solemn expressions. Are we going to fall, just like this? Everything Singular Burial had said seemed true. All they could do now was wait for death to reach them. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the town before a deep voice echoed throughout the area, reaching Stone Forest Town and Heaven's Burial's army and ingraining its question into everyone's minds. Is that so? Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. As the deep voice from above reached the players, everyone turned towards it. Black Flame, the Sword King. Everyone quickly discovered a cloaked man hovering in the air. The man carried 2 long swords at his waist and radiated a majestic aura. Upon recognizing this man's appearance, many players gasped in surprise. This man had been responsible for so many miracles already, from killing an enemy commander whilst surrounded by an army of thousands to deterring an army of tens of thousands single-handedly. This man had defied common sense. He had even slain one well-known expert after another and wounded multiple superpowers. Just recently, he had charged into Ancient Rock City alone and destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. To top it all off, he had left that city with his life. The man was definitely Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert guild leader. The guild leader's back. He's really here. Many of Zero Wing's members on Stone Forest Town's walls were ecstatic when they saw Shafong's figure in the distant sky, and the depressing atmosphere that had surrounded them lifted instantly as fighting spirit overwhelmed these players. As they gazed up at Shafong, a hint of fanaticism even flashed in their eyes. The guild leader? Has he already completed his quest? Although Aqua Rose was similarly excited to see Shafong, a seed of guilt sprouted in her heart. Shafong had entrusted her with Zero Wing's management before he had left. Heaven's Burial had cornered the guild. Novel full. Guild leader, you're finally back. When Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, and Zero Wing's other core members saw Shafong, they seemed to have grown an extra backbone as they brimmed with confidence. Is Black Flame finally getting involved? Notify the higher-ups immediately. Tell them that Black Flame has arrived. The various superpowers spies stationed in Stone Forest Town exploded into action when they saw Shafeng above the town. Some of these spied immediately logged out of the game to report the situation to their superiors. Although logging off would incur penalties, this information was worth the price after all. Shafeng's appearance alone had changed the situation. Zero Wings members had already lost their fighting spirit after seeing the countless enemies around them. However, every one of these players reacted as if they were on some kind of high when they saw their guild leader, madness burning in their eyes. Very quickly, the major powers who watched this war received news of Shafeng's arrival in Stone Forest Town. So, Black Flame has finally made an appearance. And here I thought that he had given up on Stone Forest Town. It seems he still intends to fight this out until the very end. When Galaxy Past, who rested the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, received the latest report from his subordinate, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Heaven's Burial had thrown everything it had into this last assault. The guild had clearly stopped holding back. Even if Stone Forest Town's defenses were very powerful, the evil demon army was no laughing matter. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons were intelligent. They also had faster reaction speeds. They wouldn't succumb to the town's static defenses as easily as the evil beasts. Moreover, based on the information they had collected thus far, any player killed an evil demon killed inside the barrier would become a sacrifice, turning into a new evil demon for Heaven's Burial very quickly. Just thinking about it made Galaxy Past shudder with fear. One could not forget the reinforcements Blackwater had sent, either. 8 catapults could inflict devastating damage to Stone Forest Town. Not only did they deal high damage, but they also had an extremely long attack range. Even Zero Wings movement-type defensive magic array would only last a few hits from these weapons of war. Meanwhile, in a high-class restaurant in the Black Dragon Empire. Interesting. Black Flame really is a suicidal bastard. Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled into a smile when he saw the video his subordinate had sent him. Zero Wing is truly finished now. I can't wait to see what Phoenix Rain plans to use to compete against me for Thunder Island in the next contest. In contrast to Nine Dragons Emperor's reaction, when Phoenix Rain read the latest report on the war between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing from her position on Thunder Island, her expression darkened. Why is he such a fool? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. Heaven's Burial had obviously sealed Stone Forest Town to massacre Zero Wing's members. It was bad enough that Zero Wing had sent most of its main force members and expert players to the town to defend it, but now, even Shafeng, Zero Wing's guild leader, had fallen into this trap. The wisest decision would be to abandon Stone Forest Town and conserve as much of the guild's strength as possible to protect Zero Wing City. The city had already become the guild's core, but if its guild leader were killed while protecting Stone Forest Town, it would deal a massive mental blow to the guild. With both its military prowess and morale wounded, how was Zero Wing supposed to defend Zero Wing City later? Novel full. Standing amidst Heaven's Burial's army, which waited outside of Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial had his sight locked onto Shafeng, glaring at the man with a chilling gaze. Due to Black Flame, the foundation he had built for the future Heaven's Burial Empire had been utterly destroyed. If Black Flame hadn't destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers wouldn't have sieged the city, forcing him to sacrifice his city to the evil god's branch temple. However, it was his turn to share the feeling of destruction with Zero Wing. Black Flame, your words sure are bold. What can you possibly do by yourself? You dared to destroy my city's defensive magic arrays, and today, I will take Stone Forest Town from you as compensation. Singular Burial sneered at Shafeng. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, the evil demon army behind Heaven's Burial's army loosed an earth-shattering roar. The roars of over 100,000 evil demons echoed throughout the Stoneclaw Mountains, and the pressure the monsters released made everyone in Stone Forest Town shudder. Some players' legs even lost their strength. The players in Stone Forest Town were reminded of the evil demon army's strength once more. If the pressure the evil demon army radiated were already so powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable if the monster army took action. Although Shafeng was powerful, what could one person possibly do against so many formidable monsters? There were also Heaven's Burial's players to contend with. In the end, Shafeng had only come to die alongside Zero Wing's members by coming to Stone Forest Town. Since you people from Heaven's Burial like Stone Forest Town so much, then you can stay here forever. Shifeng immediately retrieved a pitch-black energy bead from his bag. The instant he took out this bead, Heaven's Burial's members below him felt their souls shudder. This bead's power had even affected their consciousness. This energy bead was none other than the destruction crystal Shifeng had obtained from recasting the disintegration armor. Before anyone could react, Shifeng loosened his grip on the destruction crystal. The pitch-black energy bead then landed among Heaven's Burial's army boom. The moment the destruction crystal touched the ground, it exploded with a silver radiance. Instantly, the ground beneath the destruction crystal sank as the power of destruction spread across the land. Neither living beings nor inanimate objects were spared. Anything and anyone the power of destruction came in contact with vanished, leaving nothing behind. Not even the weapons and equipment players had dropped as they had died had survived the blast. Everything had happened so quickly that before Heaven's Burial's members could even react, an empty plot of land had been created amidst their massive army. For a time, silence descended on Heaven's Burial's forces as if time itself had frozen. Zero Wing's members, who stood on Stone Forest Town's walls, were just as stupefied by the scene that had just occurred. They hadn't expected Shifeng to make such a sudden move, not even giving Heaven's Burial's members a second to react. And the results of his attack were even so horrific. Chapter 1688, Strength of One Person. Chapter 1688, Strength of One Person. The destruction crystal had a 1,000-yard radius. The AoE could rival a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell. However, unlike Tier 5 large-scale destruction spells, the destruction crystal destroyed everything it touched on a fundamental level. It did not rely on great power to destroy its targets, and even a small fraction of the power of destruction would destroy any player's body it encountered. It would even damage their immortal souls and corrode them to a certain extent. Unfortunately, the power of destruction would weaken at the edges as it spread. Most of the players 500 yards or more from the explosion's epicenter were still alive, some of them were even still standing. Only, they had all been contaminated to varying degrees from their contact with the power of destruction. This contamination had significantly decreased their basic attributes, and their HPs slowly depleted over time. As for their stamina and concentration, they steadily lost both. Although these players were technically still alive, they could no longer add to the force's combat power. In addition, every player within the radius had lost a drastic amount of their weapons and equipment's durability. All mysterious iron weapons and equipment had turned into dust the moment the power of destruction had touched it, regardless of how little or how much power of destruction they had come into contact with. Not even secret silver equipment would survive within 300 yards of the epicenter. Only fine gold equipment had any hope of surviving the contamination within this range. Only dark gold equipment or better would have survived the contamination within 100 yards of the epicenter. Even so, dark gold weapons and equipment within this radius had still lost over 1/3 of their durability. All of this had happened in a mere instant, and Heaven's Burial hadn't had any time to react. The sudden development hadn't only stunned Heaven's Burial's members, but players within Stone Forest Town also gaped at the result. Heaven's Burial's members were all level 45 and above. If they died and lost a level, they'd have a challenging time recovering their losses. However, players that had been caught in the blast hadn't only lost levels, but their equipment and weapons had been destroyed as well. This loss was far more severe than losing a single level. When Heaven's Burial's surviving members saw their weapons and equipment, they nearly fainted. Zero Wing is really doomed now. The spectating players in Stone Forest Town could not help but gasp. Shifeng's attack had certainly been extraordinary. With just one attack, he had dealt a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial, killing over 5,000 players and 3,000 evil demons. However, the fact remained that Zero Wing had no escape. Shifeng had only dumped oil on the raging flame of Heaven's Burial's hatred. Singular Burial, who stood among his army, glared at Shifeng, radiating killing intent. Even the temperature of the air around him had fallen by a few degrees. Black Flame. "You asked for this." Singular Burial then commanded, "Activate the magic gnome cannons and shoot him out of the sky." "Guild leader, are we really going to waste the cannons on him? Weren't we saving them to deal with Stone Forest Town's defensive magic array?" Daybreak Fog jumped in, trying to dissuade Singular Burial after hearing his latest order. The magic gnome cannons were war weapons they had acquired after capturing Ancient Rock City. Each of the cannon's shots could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. It also dealt increased damage to defensive magic arrays and fortifications. It was a specialized weapon for siege warfare. However, the magic gnome cannons had limited ammunition, and Heaven's Burial had spent most of that ammunition while defending ancient Rock City. Now, they could only fire 12 rounds. Using that ammo on a single target, a player at that, was unwise. He is the one asking for it. Singular Burial growled madly, adamant that his command be carried out. Hearing Singular Burial's decisive tone, his guild member realized how furious the man was. The players manning the magic gnome cannons at the rear of Heaven's Burial's forces then aimed the weapons at Shifeng and fired boo. As the first cannon went off, a beam of dark blue light flew towards Shifeng, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. The energy beam contained so much power that even the space around it trembled. Crap. Singular Burial has lost his mind. He's actually using a war weapon to deal with a single player. Black Flame is dead for sure this time. That attack should have a 100-yard radius at the very minimum. No player can dodge that. The players watching from within Stone Forest Town were stupefied. War weapons generally had very long cooldowns, and the stronger the weapon was, the longer its cooldown would be. Hence, for efficiency, such weapons were generally used against dense crowds. It was a luxury to fire a war weapon at a single player. Just as the dark blue energy beam was about to smash into Shifeng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 500%, defense by 300%, strength by 150%, and agility by 60%. The intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketed, and it felt as if some primordial beast had just woken from a long sleep. Following which, Shifeng swung Killing Ray towards the incoming energy beam. Lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning flew from Shifeng's blade, forming a long, blue river that collided with the incoming energy beam. When the attacks collided, a brilliant radiance illuminated the battlefield. While everyone was momentarily blinded, a strong gust of wind pushed at them. Heaven's Burial's members standing near the collision were even forced to retreat several yards. After the two attacks fought for supremacy, the magic gnome cannon's energy beam devoured the river of lightning and proceeded to devour Shifeng. However, before Singular Burial could cry out in joyous victory, the smoke in the sky scattered and revealed Shifeng's still living figure. Shifeng was actually alive and still hovering in the air. In fact, he was nowhere near dead. He had only lost around 1/8 of his HP. Didn't die? How is that possible? Seeing Shifeng alive and kicking, the players watching from Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. The eyes of Heaven's Burial's members nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the result of the attacks. How is this possible? Did he use some invulnerability skill? No, that can't be right. He has lost HP. But, if he didn't use an invulnerability skill, why did he only lose a little HP? For a moment, Singular Burial failed to comprehend what had just happened. He had considered the possibility that Shifeng may have a few methods to dodge the magic gnome cannon's attack. For example, the enemy swordsman could use an invulnerability skill or a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll to block the energy beam. He could also use the teleportation skill he had used many times in the past. However, of all the possibilities he had considered, none of them included Shifeng receiving the attack head-on. Continue firing. I refuse to believe he can endure. Singular Burial gave out the command to attack again, gritting his teeth. The magic gnome cannon had a 45-second cooldown, but Heaven's Burial had secured 3 magic gnome cannons from ancient Rock City. They still had 2 more they could rely on. Suddenly, another magic gnome cannon fired at Shifeng. Boom. Once more, a dark blue energy beam threatened to devour the hovering swordsman. This time, however, Shifeng did not use an AoE skill. Instead, he activated Flame Burst and used Killing Ray to block the energy beam. Once the energy beam had passed, Shifeng had slid back nearly 20 yards before he stabilized his position in the air. He also lost close to 1/6 of his maximum HP. Although he had fared worse than before, he was still alive and well. Attack. Continue attacking him. Singular Burial commanded, madness flashing in his eyes. The third magic gnome cannon fired immediately. Seeing another dark blue energy beam approach, Shifeng moved forward to meet it. Boom. As the smoke scattered, Shifeng remained in the air. He also still had more than 50% of his HP. Is that it? Shifeng asked as he leisurely dusted himself off. Glancing at Singular Burial, he chuckled and wondered aloud, "Are you telling me that this is all Heaven's Burial is capable of?" Silence fell on the battlefield as everyone watched Shafong. Chapter 1689, Summoning a High Demon. Chapter 1689, Summoning a High Demon. How is this possible? Horror filled Singular Burial's eyes as he stared at Shafong. He was very familiar with the magic gnome cannon's power, and he simply couldn't accept the fact that Shafong had just taken 3 hits head-on and survived, much less held on to more than 50% of his HP. Even a Tier 2 metric tons would be vaporized, even after activating a life-saving skill, if they were struck by the magic gnome cannons. Yet 3 of these powerful weapons attacks had failed to kill Shafong. Is he some NPC or a humanoid monster? As Heaven's Burial's members looked up at Shafong's proud, hovering figure, they were overwhelmed with horror and confusion. The strength Shafong had just displayed was beyond players' abilities. This kind of power lingered in the realms of NPCs and monsters. When they thought about how they were supposed to fight such a monster, a chill crawled down their spines. If not even attacks that could rival Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could deal significant damage to this swordsman, their attacks would be raindrops pelting his skin. Shafong's combat standard was also exceedingly high. He wouldn't simply let them attack him like a common monster. If Shafong charged into their army's ranks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town had become eerily silent after its players had witnessed the failed bombardment. So, this is the strength of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Although they knew that Shafong was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert and that they were definitely no match for the Sword King, they had never dreamed that the man was this powerful. Being able to face weapons of war was a feat beyond players. Shafong, without a doubt, was a bona fide monster. After witnessing this, the experts that had planned to challenge Shafong and claim the title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert smiled in self-ridicule as they realized how comical their idea was. When Shafong swept his gaze over Heaven's Burial's members below him, noticing their shocked expressions, his lips curled into a smile. Although sufficient strength was important in a guild war, a guild's morale was just as important. Players plagued by fear and worry wouldn't be able to fight to their full potential, and they'd make senseless mistakes. In contrast, if a guild's morale were high, its players would exhibit their full potential and perform better than normal. Trying to defeat an enemy while outnumbered wouldn't be entirely impossible. It seems that it was quite effective. Shafong was very satisfied with his performance when he saw his enemies' overwhelmed expressions. While war weapons were indeed powerful, they were not unstoppable. Current players were simply too weak to take a hit from such weapons. Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells could certainly kill Tier 1 players, and not even Tier 2 players could normally survive such an attack. But what about Tier 3 and Tier 4 players? Once players reached Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells would only pose a threat, they wouldn't be unstoppable. After reaching Tier 4, players could even shatter a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The reason Shafong had dared to face the magic gnome cannon's attacks was due to his sufficiently high basic attributes and magic resistance. In addition, Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP and defense by a significant margin. Most importantly, the Disintegration Armor's disintegration field could weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 60%. With all of these factors in play, he had chosen to receive the magic gnome cannon's energy beams head-on. Even so, he had still received a considerable amount of damage. However, if anyone else stood in his place, even with the help of the disintegration field, they'd either die or barely cling to life after a single attack. Although it appeared that he had only lost a small fraction of his HP, he had boosted his HP by 500% with one of his skills. Losing 1/6 of that HP was the equivalent to losing as much HP as he normally possessed. Moreover, receiving Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells head-on was a considerable burden on his equipment's durability. After 3 shots from the gnome cannons, his dark gold equipment's durability had fallen by nearly 1/4. If he received another dozen or so energy beams, all of his items would be destroyed, aside from his epic and fragmented legendary items. Seeing that Heaven's Burial's members panic, Shafong promptly took the Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, which he had obtained after killing Baphomet, from his bag and activated Tier 4 spell, Dark Prison. Before Heaven's Burial's members could recover from their shock, a pitch-black ball appeared among the army. This pitch-black ball then expanded, quickly and silently enveloping a 500-yard radius. After remaining motionless for 2 seconds, the black ball burst, and a towering pillar of black light took its place instantly, All players who had failed to activate invulnerability skills died as they were caught within the light pillar with this single attack. Heaven's Burial had lost an additional 6,000 plus members. Zero Wing, heed my command. Leave town and wipe out Heaven's Burial. Leave none of them alive. Bring the miniature ballistas and movement-type defensive magic array. Shifeng shouted from his position in the air, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, Zero Wing's members' blood boiled as they roared with power. Under Aqua Rose and the other core members' command, everyone charged out of Stone Forest Town and dashed toward Heaven's Burial's 300,000-strong army. Hundreds of miniature ballistas and the movement-type defensive magic array followed closely behind. Damn it. How does Black Flame wield this kind of power? We can't win. Black Flame is a monster. I don't want to die. Compared to the physical destruction from Shifeng's Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, the mental blow had been crippling. After seeing so many more of their companions instantly die, many of Heaven's Burial members turned and fled. Shifeng had just used 2 large-scale destruction spells with such horrific power in a row. Who knew if he had more in store? Moreover, seeing how miserably their guild members had died had truly terrified them. This was especially true for the first group of players that had fallen to the destruction crystal. The attack had even obliterated most of those players' equipment. Shifeng was basically immortal in their eyes. They couldn't bear to remain in this nightmare for a moment longer. Black Flame. Singular Burial frowned as he watched his army descend into chaos. Hurriedly, he commanded through the team chat, "Send in the evil demon army, now." Guild leader, are we really going to attack now? Blackwater's reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If we start now, I'm afraid that Daybreak Fog knew the kind of strength the evil demon army possessed. The majority were newly spawned evil demons. While these evil demons might be able to slaughter players, they would be mostly useless against the NPC soldiers in Stone Forest Town. They'd struggle to break through the town's defenses with these monsters. It doesn't matter. Singular Burial understood the potential consequences of attack too early as well. However, if they did nothing to recover from the mental blow Zero Wing had just dealt, facing the enemy guild would become even more difficult. However, very quickly, Singular Burial revealed a sneer as he said, "Zero Wing's members have taken the initiative to leave the town. This is the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. Notify Flame Blood to send in the mythic ranked evil demons and beast." Understood. Daybreak Fog recognized Singular Burial's reasoning. Immediately, she contacted Flame Blood and ordered him to take action immediately. A commotion occurred within the nearby forest. Within seconds, 1 level 80 mythic ranked evil demon and 4 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts emerged. As they appeared, their deafening roars reached the battlefield. The pressure they exuded even stole the breath from the nearby Heaven's Burial members. The sudden inclusion of these mythic-ranked evil beasts and demon discouraged Zero Wing's members. In contrast, some of Heaven's Burial's morale returned. Black Flame, it's time to pay for your arrogance. Singular Burial smirked when he saw that Zero Wing's army had already moved a considerable distance away from Stone Forest Town. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the mythic-ranked evil beasts and evil demon to charge into Zero Wing's ranks. Shifeng then returned to the ground. Once he landed, he pulled a crystal ball with a golden glow from his bag. "Come, Baphomet!" Shifeng shouted. At the same time, 5,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag space. Chapter 1690, Mythic Showdown. Chapter 1690, Mythic Showdown. After sacrificing 5,000 magic crystals to activate the High Demon's soul, a gigantic magic array formed before Shifeng. However, unlike other magic arrays, this one did not absorb mana from its environment. Rather, power of darkness gushed from the array and flooded its surroundings as if it were a portal to the darkness world. The dense power of darkness quickly formed a layer of dark mist around the magic array. It was so dense that it even dispersed the ambient evil energy. After 3 seconds of this process, the black mist concentrated into a colossal form. The moment the mist began to coalesce into this gigantic form, it radiated an overwhelming aura that spread into its surroundings. Moreover, as the body took shape, its aura became stronger. After another 5 seconds, Baphomet's 30-meter-tall frame arrived on the battlefield. However, unlike the Baphomet Shifeng had killed, this Baphomet was multitudes stronger. The previous Baphomet had merely been a level 73 Grand Lord, But the monster before Shafong was level 80 Mythic ranked High Demon. Moreover, due to the Bible of Darkness's Demon Ruler skill, Baphomet's basic attributes increased by another 35%. Baphomet, High Demon, Mythic. Level 80. HP 324 000 324 000. When the evil demon army was within 100 yards of Zero Wing's army, Baphomet stopped the ground lightly and disappeared. The High Demon instantly reappeared before the evil demons before swiping one of its clawed hands at the monster army boom. Suddenly, all evil demons within 20 yards of Baphomet flew backward. All elite and special elite ranked evil demons within Baphomet's attack range were instantly obliterated. Even the chieftain ranked evil demons clung onto life with a small strand of HP. So strong. Zero Wing's members, who were charging into battle, could not help but gasp when they saw this. It was obvious that the swipe had been one of Baphomet's normal attacks. The High Demon hadn't used an AoE skill, yet it had instantly destroyed several dozen evil demons. The resulting impact had even flattened the previously uneven ground before the High Demon. Naturally, Baphomet didn't give its enemies the time to react as it swung its other clawed handboom. Once more, dozens of evil demons died. Several Lord-ranked evil demons flew through the air as they sustained heavy injuries. For a time, Baphomet continued on an unstoppable rampage. The High Demon massacred the evil demons as if it were squashing on ants. Although the nearby evil demons had tried to retaliate, Baphomet had barely taken damage. The chieftain-ranked evil demons only dealt around -300 damage to the High Demon, whereas the Lord-ranked evil demons dealt around -1000 damage. These attacks weren't even a scratch to Baphomet. With its battle recovery, Baphomet regained 3,240,000 HP every 5 seconds. Furthermore, the evil demons didn't have long-ranged attacks. At most, they could launch a few mid-ranged attacks. Although Baphomet was massive, only 200 or so evil demons could attack it at one time. Even if Baphomet stood there and did nothing, the evil demons couldn't kill it. In the few seconds since Baphomet had joined the battlefield, the High Demon had killed hundreds of evil demons. Among them, over 24 had been chieftains, and one had been a lord. Although the loss was insignificant compared to Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong force of evil demons, Singular Burial's expression twisted as he watched the High Demon's slaughter. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a trump card like this. He had assumed that Zero Wing would summon divine dragons as it had during their previous war. If that were the case, he intended to sneak the mythic-ranked evil demons past Zero Wing's defenses to target the magic array that summoned the dragons directly. However, it was a different story if Shafong summoned a mythic monster with an item. Dealing with Baphomet wouldn't be easy. Send 2 mythic evil beasts to hold that demon back. The mythic evil demon will go after Black Flame. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to defeat us. Singular Burial commanded evil demons were best against players. Although Shafong was not an easy target, he was a small pest, slightly larger than his companions. Before a mythic-ranked evil demon, 2 of the 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts turned toward Baphomet, whereas the mythic-ranked evil demon charged at Shafong. However, before the evil demon could reach Shafong, a gigantic figure intercepted it. This figure belonged to none other than Baphomet. Baphomet was 30 meters tall. And the mythic-ranked evil demon was only 5 meters tall. The High Demon loomed over the evil demon like a building. Do you think you can stop it? Singular Burial sneered. A mythic-ranked evil demon's combat standards were even superior to ordinary experts, and its strength was higher than a mythic-ranked evil beast's. Its only weakness was its low, 150 million HP. Against players, however, this much HP was more than enough. Without hesitation, the mythic-ranked evil demon brandished one of its claws at Baphomet. As its claw moved, grey mist rapidly enveloped it. Space tore as the claws passed Tier 3 skill, Dark Annihilation Claw. Although the attack was only a Tier 3 skill, the evil demon's overwhelming strength and speed improved it. Seeing the approaching attack, Baphomet swung one of its own clawed hands to meet the attack, rather than try to dodge. Boom. When the 2 claws collided, space around them shattered. The ground below the collision sank, while nearby evil demons were thrown through the air. Evil demons below chieftain rank and within 20 yards of the impact died instantly from the resulting shockwaves. After the two demons pushed against each other for a few seconds, the Dark Annihilation Claw's effects vanished, and the Mythic-ranked evil demon was forced back by 5 steps before it stabilized itself. The difference between the two monsters' strength was obvious at a glance. The Heaven's Burial members that had brimmed with fighting spirit were stupefied, especially Singular Burial. How is any of this possible? How can that thing stop the evil demon's Tier 3 skill with a normal attack? Singular Burial simply could not understand how a demon could possess such horrific strength that not even a mythic-ranked evil demon could compete with it. However, Singular Burial quickly recovered his senses. Baphomet was only one creature, and he had a total of 5 mythic monsters under his command. Even if Baphomet were more powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters at once. As long as they killed Shafong, Baphomet would vanish. Singular Burial immediately contacted Flame Blood, who controlled the mythic monsters in secret, and instructed him to send all 5 to kill Shafong. He also told Flame Blood to keep the other evil demons away from Baphomet as much as possible, focusing on Zero Wings members. As Singular Burial had expected, although Baphomet was powerful, it couldn't stop 5 mythic monsters of the same level. It took everything the High Demon had to pin down 1 evil demon and 2 evil beasts. However, Zero Wings' army had arrived on the battlefield, and the movement-type defensive magic array enveloped Shafong in its protection. Meanwhile, several hundred ballistas launched their payload simultaneously. The scene of hundreds of exploding arrows flying towards their targets was spectacular. The explosion 7 halted the mythic-ranked evil beast's advance for a moment. The weaker evil demons began to die in droves. A single volley of arrows had claimed several hundred evil demons' lives. However, the evil demon army launched its own assault against the movement-type magic array. From time to time, the 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts, which had avoided Baphomet's care, snuck past the High Demon to land 1 or 2 attacks on the magic array. Heaven's Burial also continued to bombard the array with the magic gnome cannons. With so many attacks against it, cracks began to surface on the magic array's barrier. Fortunately, the array quickly repaired itself, and after this continued for several minutes, Zero Wing had no choice but to replenish the movement-type defensive magic array's energy reserves. It's still standing? Envy flashed in Singular Burial's gaze as he watched the movement-type defensive magic array. Although it wasn't as strong as the barrier around a city, it could be reactivated the moment after it shattered. So what if you can withstand the evil demon army for now? How many magic crystals can you afford to spend? Heaven's Burial, charge! Zero Wing won't last much longer. Singular Burial shouted. Heaven's Burial's members could also see that, although Black Flame's previous performance had been stunning, Zero Wing couldn't avoid annihilation. When Zero Wing's members heard Singular Burial's shout, their expressions darkened. The evil demon was already a formidable force. If Heaven's Burial's players joined the fray. Sure enough, I'm pushing my luck by relying on one Baphomet. The battle's current state didn't particularly surprise Shafong. Fortunately, Zero Wing City had accumulated quite a number of magic crystals lately. Following which, he retrieved the High Demon's soul from his bag and sacrificed another 5,000 magic crystals to it. Another gigantic magic array joined the battlefield, and after a few seconds, a new Baphomet manifested within the movement-type defensive magic array. Black Flame can summon another one? This is some trick, right? As Heaven's Burial's members began their charge, they slid to a halt as they gaped at the new Baphomet in utter shock. Chapter 1691, Chaotic Battlefield. Chapter 1691, Chaotic Battlefield. Baphomet's 30-meter-tall figure was eye-catching inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The players standing around it looked like ants, and the High Demon was difficult to miss. Both this new Baphomet's aura and basic attributes were identical to the first Baphomet Shafong had summoned. He can actually summon 2 such powerful monsters. Singular Burial and Heaven's Burial's upper echelons looked on in abject horror. They had already witnessed Baphomet's power. Not only did the High Demon have more strength than both the mythic-ranked evil demon and the evil beasts, but it could also tank 1 mythic evil demon and 2 mythic evil beasts by itself. Even the other 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts struggled to find opportunities to sneak past the first Baphomet to attack Zero Wing. To put it simply, Baphomet's basic attributes and combat standard were already horrific, yet another monster of its caliber had joined the battle. This raised Zero Wing's combat potential to the next level. When the second Baphomet had manifested, some of Zero Wing's members, who had begun to despair, cheered. The two mythic ranked evil beasts were the biggest problem they faced, but now that a second Baphomet had joined them, they wouldn't need to worry about any of the mythic monsters. With all 5 of Heaven's Burial's mythic monsters at bay, they could rely on their defensive magic array and miniature ballistas to give Heaven's Burial's demon army the fight of its lifetime. Novel full. Suddenly, the second Baphomet vanished and reappeared before one of the 2 unhindered mythic-ranked evil beasts. Baphomet then swung its clawed hand at the evil beast's boom. The impact forced the level 80 mythic evil beast to retreat several steps. Noticing the new, powerful foe, the other mythic evil beast turned and headbutted Baphomet. Rather than dodge the incoming attack, Baphomet stomped the ground and swung its other claw, easily stopping the evil beast's all-out attack. The resulting impact pushed the evil beast back by several steps. The difference in strength between both sides was obvious at a glance. For a time, the 2 Baphomets pinned down Heaven's Burial's 5 mythic monsters, giving the monsters no opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array. As a result, Heaven's Burial's damage against the array drastically decreased. Even with the rest of the evil demon army attacking desperately, the depletion of the magic array's energy reserves slowed. Now, it would take far more time to drain the defensive magic array's energy. Furthermore, Zero Wing's members could replenish the reserves at any given moment. This allowed the miniature ballistas and ranged players in the defensive magic array to attack without restraint. Each volley from the miniature ballistas contained several hundred exploding arrows. Although a single volley was not enough to kill the chieftain rank and above evil demons, the weaker demons turned to ash instantly. Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation? Even if the guild didn't have those 2 mythic monsters, Heaven's Burial would still find its members difficult to annihilate. The spectating players inside Stone Forest Town were stunned by the spectacular sight of several hundred miniature ballistas launching simultaneous attacks. Meanwhile, Singular Burial, who commanded the battle from afar, glared at Shifeng. He felt as if someone thrust a blade into his heart with each exploding arrow volley from the miniature ballistas. He had sacrificed 400,000 players to obtain these evil demons, and to convince his players to offer a portion of their immortal souls willingly. Heaven's Burial had offered them significant compensation, yet, in the few short minutes since the battle had begun, over 20,000 evil demons had fallen. In contrast, Zero Wing had yet to suffer a single casualty as the impenetrable defensive magic array protected its members. After a short moment, Zero Wing had regained the advantage. Guild leader, we are dealing too little damage to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. At this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our forces before we can even deplete the magic array's energy reserves, Daybreak Fog said, frowning as she watched volley after volley of exploding arrows rain down on Heaven's Burial's armies. Aside from the 2 Baphomets, the several hundred miniature ballistas were plenty of trouble. Their combined attacks could rival a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell in both power and range. Even though evil demons were stronger than players, they couldn't survive a bombardment of multiple Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Novelful, haven't Blackwater's reinforcements arrived yet? Singular Burial could practically feel his heart bleed. The losses the evil demon army was suffering were severe, but his player army's losses were worse. Players didn't have as much HP as the evil demons, and every attack from the 2 Baphomets and the miniature ballistas could one-hit his players. Thus far, Heaven's Burial had lost over 30,000 players. Many of them were the guild's elite members. Meanwhile, the Mythic Evil Demon and Mythic Evil Beast's performance wasn't nearly as powerful as he had expected. On the contrary, the 2 Baphomets had them thoroughly suppressed, and they steadily lost HP. Singular Burial regretted his decision to begin the battle against Zero Wing so soon. Had he known that Shifeng could summon 2 Baphomets, he definitely would have waited until Blackwater's reinforcements had arrived. With Blackwater's catapults, destroying Zero Wing's defensive magic array would be much easier. Once they depleted the magic crystals Zero Wing had on hand, the guild's members would be fish on a chopping board. They're almost here. They'll arrive in 6 or 7 minutes, Daybreak Fog reported after contacting one of Blackwater's representatives. 6 or 7 minutes. Singular Burial made some quick calculations in his head. At the rate the battle was developing, Heaven's Burial should have no problems lasting for another half an hour or so. Alright, but tell them to hurry. Tell them that Zero Wing is much stronger than we had anticipated. Daybreak Fog immediately relayed Singular Burial's message to Blackwater's army. Zero Wing can actually dominate the evil demon army? It's no wonder why such an insignificant guild dares to provoke Blackwater Falling Fire, who wore a set of crimson mage robes, was surprised after he learned of Heaven's Burial's current predicament. However, that was all he felt. He wasn't worried in the slightest that they would fail to capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial had stated that his forces could hold out for another 30 or so minutes, and his group would arrive in around 7. Meanwhile, standing at the forefront of Zero Wing's army, Shifeng spent another 5,000 magic crystals to summon a third Baphomet once the High Demon's soul's cooldown ended. The instant the third Baphomet manifested, the battlefield fell silent. It was as if time had frozen before Heaven's Burial's members could react to the new Baphomet. Shifeng had the freshly summoned High Demon charge into enemy ranks, executing one skill after another. A Tier 4 High Demon possessed many skills and spells, and all of them were capable of killing dozens, even hundreds, of players. Damn it. How is this possible? Shock and confusion overwhelmed Singular Burial as he stared at the third Baphomet. He could not figure out how Shifeng had summoned such powerful monsters, one after another. However, Singular Burial quickly calmed himself and pushed this thought out of his mind as he turned to Daybreak Fog and commanded, "Fog, contact Falling Fire and tell his group to hurry. Tell him to bring the 1 mythic evil demons and the 2 mythic evil beasts guarding the exit." Daybreak Fog knew how precarious their situation was now, as well. She notified Falling Fire, telling him to increase his force's speed and transfer more monsters to the battlefield. However, shortly after Daybreak Fog ended the call, Shifeng pulled a Summon Guard scroll from his bag and activated it suddenly. A lithe, captivating figure appeared before Shifeng naturally. This figure belonged to Anna. Following Anna's arrival, a level 80 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant and 10 level 80 Lord ranked Rock Guardians joined the battlefield. This instantly elevated Zero Wing's destructive power to a whole other level. Anna, in particular, performed as well as the Baphomets. She controlled numerous holy spears to attack the enemy players, each wave killing dozens or even over 100 players. Any Tier 1 player these spears struck died instantly. After summoning Anna, Shifeng had the 3 Baphomets use their strongest skill. Each of the Baphomets then summoned their crimson longswords enveloped in pitch-black fire. Not only did the crimson longswords significantly increase the Baphomet's attack range, but those who fell to these weapons would also find their souls burning in the soul fire in 1 minute. Heaven's Burial's 300,000-strong player army was reduced to just 200,000. Meanwhile, there were less than 50,000 surviving evil demons. This instilled a deep fear in Heaven's Burial's members. Even Singular Burial began to panic. He contacted Falling Fire personally and demanded, "Falling Fire, where are you? We're almost there. We'll arrive in another 4 or 5 minutes. Falling Fire said 4 or 5 minutes. That long? Singular Burial paled as he gazed at the scorched, corpse-laden battlefield before him. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Chapter 1692, Army Shattered. Long. Falling Fire was confused by Singular Burial's comment. This was the time they had previously agreed upon. His arrival hadn't been delayed in the slightest. In fact, he had even increased his army's pace while disregarding their stamina consumption. Moreover, a battle of hundreds of thousands couldn't end in 4 or 5 minutes. These battles normally drug on for several hours before reaching a conclusion. The battle is intense. I can buy at most 5 more minutes. In any case, you need to hurry over here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the battle's outcome won't be certain, Singular Burial said, gritting his teeth. In reality, he wanted to tell the man that if his group didn't arrive in the next 5 minutes, their siege on Stone Forest Town would likely fail. Zero Wing is actually that strong? Singular Burial's response confused Falling Fire further. Although Heaven's Burial had incurred heavy losses while defending ancient Rock City, its remaining combat power could not be underestimated. Heaven's Burial also had command of over 100,000 evil demons. However, Falling Fire did not bother to ruminate over the matter as he nodded and said, "All right, I'll increase my force's speed to its maximum. We'll arrive in 4 minutes at most." 4 minutes. Singular Burial breathed a sigh of relief. If he organized his current forces, they should still have enough strength to defeat Zero Wing's army and capture Stone Forest Town. Singular Burial immediately disconnected the call and commanded his armies to retreat from the battlefield slowly. At the same time, He ordered some of his players to use magic arrays to buy time. He even used the 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls and a large number of Tier 3 control magic scrolls. Heaven's Burial had gone to great lengths to collect to stop the 3 Baphomet's rampant slaughter. Although Tier 3 control magic scrolls could not stop Tier 4 mythic monsters completely, Singular Burial could use them to limit the monster's mobility. As the Tier 3 control magic scrolls activated, one after another, magic arrays began to appear above and below the 3 high demons. Barriers, vines, and chains then emerged and restricted the Baphomet's strength and mobility. Black Flame, I'll admit that you are amazing to have forced me to use all of Heaven's Burial's trump cards, but in another 4 minutes, Zero Wing will meet its doom. Singular Burial shot Shifeng a cold glare as he watched Zero Wing's army push forward. The strength Zero Wing had displayed in this battle had greatly exceeded his expectations. Had he known that Zero Wing could summon monsters of Baphomet's strength, he would have had Flame Blood mobilize every mythic monster under his command. If the remaining mythic monsters, which currently guarded the barrier's exit, were here, Heaven's Burial's armies wouldn't have been forced to retreat after suffering such severe losses. However, with things as they are now, he had no choice but to push his armies to resist. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost Ancient Rock City, it must capture both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City if the guild wanted any hope of becoming a superpower in God's domain again. Otherwise, rising would become extremely difficult for Heaven's Burial. Although Blackwater hadn't dispatched a lot of players to help capture Stone Forest Town, many of them were experts. Blackwater's army was even armed with powerful weapons of war. As long as they destroyed Zero Wing's defensive magic array and regrouped with the remaining mythic monsters, they could wipe out Zero Wing's forces and capture Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the battle between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing had thoroughly astounded the bystanders in Stone Forest Town. Too strong. This battle was no longer a simple guild war. It looked like a war between kingdoms. All sorts of mythic monsters had been dispatched to add to the army's combat power. Each side used Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls one after another. The experts that ordinary players like them normally looked up to were insignificant here. All of these players finally understood what a real guild war looked like. The guild wars they had witnessed previously were child's play compared to this. The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was no longer a simple competition between players. It had become a war in which both guilds used everything they had to finish each other off. Both guilds had staked their continued existence on this war. No one had expected the battle to reach these heights initially. Everyone had assumed that Heaven's Burial's victory would be overwhelming due to the assistance of the evil demon army. However, not only had Zero Wing shattered both Heaven's Burial's players and its monster army, but it had also done so without losing a single player. This outcome was too frightening. The various large guild's members, who had planned to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament to rob the guild, abandoned that plan out of fear. Fortunately, they had not taken action alongside Heaven's Burial. The consequences for doing so would have been unimaginably dire, following which, due to Heaven's Burial's sudden retaliation, the battle fell into a stalemate. Guild leader, I just received a report that Blackwater's forces are nearly here. Moreover, the evil demon army guarding the barrier's exit are rushing towards our location, Aqua Rose hurriedly reported after hearing from one of the frontline scouts. Although the battle seemed like it was in Zero Wing's favor now, Aqua Rose knew that her guild couldn't continue at this pace much longer. Since the battle had begun, Zero Wing had spent over 80,000 magic crystals, and they had only started with a stock of 140,000. If Blackwater and the other evil demon army reinforced Heaven's Burial's forces, Zero Wing would be in danger. How long until they arrive? Shifeng asked. Blackwater's forces should arrive first. It'll take them roughly 4 or 5 minutes, Aqua Rose said. She then suggested, why don't we retreat to Stone Forest Town for now? If they retreated into Stone Forest Town, they could rely on the town's magic towers and defense turrets, which would give them an easier time against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army. The town's NPC soldiers could also participate in the fight 4 or 5 minutes. Shifeng smiled. That was more than enough time for them to deal with Heaven's Burial. Immediately, he commanded, relay my commands. Have everyone attack with everything they've got. Hold nothing back. Previously, he had let Zero Wing attack to prevent Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces from combining. Naturally, he couldn't let Zero Wing's members hide behind Stone Forest Town's walls and focus on defense. Heaven's Burial had already used everything it had. Its players' morale was at an all-time low. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Receiving Shifeng's command, Zero Wing's morale increased again. Zero Wing's members retrieved the precious treasures they had gained during their usual grinds or raids and used them against Heaven's Burial's members, and the evil demon Sana, who stood beside Shifeng, also activated her berserk skill, yin-yang power, the intensity of her aura soaring. For a moment, even the Zero Wing members near her felt stifled. Before anyone could react, Anna used her over-tier spell. Chains of Light. Chains of Light was already a tier 3 spell, but due to yin-yang power, its power climbed to tier 4. Suddenly, countless chains exploded from the ground and bound the mythic ranked evil demon, drastically decreasing the evil demon's strength and mobility. Now, the evil demon could not even compare to an ordinary mythic monster. By the time Chains of Light had bound the mythic evil demon, Anna had finished casting the tier 3 curse, Yin-Yang Judgment, which she had double-cast alongside Chains of Light. Anna then pointed her staff at the distant mythic evil demon, and two magic arrays, one glowing white and the other black, appeared in the sky above her target. Under her command, a holy spear dropped from above, sliding through the defenseless mythic evil demon's body. Boom. The world shook as a brilliant, black-white pillar devoured the evil demon. 7-451-374. In one hit, the mythic evil demon had lost a significant chunk of its HP and was covered in wounds and scorch marks. The evil demon looked miserable. At the same time, it fell into a heavily injured state, reducing its combat power and defense. Now, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord. The scene stunned every player on the battlefield. With one strike, the mythic evil demon had lost more than 5% of its HP. At this point, Shifeng commanded the two Baphomets that fought near the mythic evil demon to use the tier 4 skill, Dimensional/2 streaks of blacklight, then cut down the heavily injured mythic evil demon. 9-6-13-474. -9,576,174. Two frightening damages appeared above the mythic evil demon's head simultaneously, instantly lowering the evil demon's HP to under the 60% threshold. Damn it. Heal it, quickly. Do not let the mythic evil demon die. Singular Burial paled when he saw the mythic ranked evil demon's HP plummet. He had never thought that Zero Wing would still have such a hand to play. Regardless of how much Singular Burial shouted at his team, the mythic evil demon's HP continued to decrease. Heavily injured, the evil demon even struggled to block Anna and the two Baphomet's attacks. Meanwhile, each Baphomet easily dealt over 1 million damage with their normal attacks, and if the high demons used tier 3 or tier 4 skills, they'd deal several millions of damage. Heaven's Burial's healers simply couldn't keep up. Nearly 30 seconds later, the mythic evil demon fell to Anna's holy light spear and dropped over a dozen items. When they saw the items, many players wanted to charge in and claim the loot for themselves, but with the two Baphomets standing guard, they quickly dismissed the thought. Using this opportunity, Shifeng quickly made his way to the loot and collected the dropped items without sparing them a second glance. Once the mythic evil demon was dead, the battle turned for the worst for Heaven's Burial. Without the mythic evil demon, Anna and the three Baphomets overwhelmed the remaining 4 mythic evil beasts. They also had cover fire from the miniature ballistas. Despite Singular Burial's command for the mythic evil beasts to retreat from the battlefield, one of the monsters fell less than a minute after the evil demon had died. Seeing this, Singular Burial was unable to utter a single word for some time. Falling Fire, where are your forces? Daybreak Fog asked desperately after contacting Falling Fire. We're almost there. We'll reach the battlefield in another minute, Falling Fire replied. 1 minute? That long? Daybreak Fog could not help but sigh when she heard Falling Fire's reply. Glancing around at the remaining mythic ranked evil beasts, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. You are better off not coming. The battle here is over. We'll regroup at the barrier's exit." The battle's over. What is the meaning of this? Falling Fire demanded, shocked. We lost. Daybreak Fog answered after mustering her final strand of willpower. She then disconnected the call. Chapter 1693, Stay Here. Chapter 1693, Stay Here. Heaven's Burial lost. How did it happen so quickly? Falling Fire was stupefied when he heard Daybreak Fog's final sentence. He simply could not fathom how such an outcome had occurred. Heaven's Burial had sent over 300,000 players and 100,000 evil demons to siege Stone Forest Town. The army had even included 5 mythic-ranked monsters. With such a force, even capturing a guild city should be a problem, much less a guild town. Furthermore, the battle at Stone Forest Town had begun and ended in less than half an hour. Even killing 400,000 common monsters would take more time than that, yet he had just learned that Heaven's Burial had lost in such a short time. No matter how he thought about it, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe Daybreak Fog's claim. Moreover, Singular Burial had confidently assured him that they could last another 5 minutes, but only 3 minutes had passed since that conversation, and the battle was over. For a moment, he even wondered if Singular Burial was toying with him. However, with how much Heaven's Burial had riding on this battle, Falling Fire doubted that Singular Burial would make such a joke. If Singular Burial were really joking, only Heaven's Burial would suffer for it. Should we retreat? Chin Muyun, the woman beside Falling Fire, asked. She wore a suit of silver plate armor and carried a buckler engraved with divine runes. No. How can we possibly just leave after spending all of that time and effort to get this far? Even if Heaven's Burial is heavily wounded, Zero Wing shouldn't fare much better. Let's go and take a look. If there is a chance of victory, we can use the opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town, Falling Fire said, shaking his head. Moreover, we have the advanced magic array, Magic Dragon's Descent. Mythic evil demons and beasts can't compare to the magic dragon. Not even a city's defensive magic array can last more than a few hits against it. Capturing Stone Forest Town will be child's play. Chin Muyun nodded her agreement. This time, their superiors had instructed them to show Zero Wing and everyone else in God's domain the consequences for provoking Blackwater. Although Heaven's Burial's swift defeat had been a surprise, it was not exactly impossible. The majority of Heaven's Burial's evil demon army consisted of recently spawned demons, which still sorely lacked strength. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's player army only had around 170,000 elite members, while the rest were normal guild members. As for the guild's experts, Heaven's Burial had only dispatched around 5,000 due to the losses the guild suffered in Ancient Rock City. On the other hand, Blackwater had dispatched over 6,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. In addition, the army had 5 Tier 2 experts: Falling Fire, Laughing Drunkard, Lethal Gale, First Ghost, and Chin Muyun. With their arrangement of 1 Tier 2 Shield Warrior, 2 Tier 2 Berserkers, and 1 Tier 2 Assassin, they could offer the support to allow Falling Fire to display the full strength of a Tier 2 Elementalist. In contrast, Heaven's Burial only had 3 Tier 2 players, and there wasn't a single MT among them. They had also brought with them 8 catapults. Even if they had to face 2 or 3 mythic monsters, they had a high chance of victory. Falling Fire and Blackwater's forces immediately increased their pace toward Stone Forest Town. After running for nearly 1 minute, the army arrived at the top of a slope some distance away from Stone Forest Town. However, as Falling Fire began to organize his troops and advance on the town, he heard the sound of a massive explosion. The forest ahead of him trembled with the force of the explosion, and after a moment, a towering pillar of light destroyed the blast's surrounding terrain. Pitch-black fire devoured the nearby trees in the blink of an eye, leaving only cinders behind. When the light pillar faded, Falling Fire's team spotted a 50-meter-tall evil earth dragon laying in the ashes. The evil earth dragon's HP had already reached 0, and its entire body had burned to black. Deep cuts scored the evil earth dragon's entire body, with some so deep that one could even see the mythic monster's white bones. Several hundred of these deep gouges decorated the evil earth dragon's form. Blackwater's members gasped when they saw this corpse's miserable state. The light pillar had also killed hundreds of evil demons and players. However, that wasn't the worst part. Despite these players clearly being dead, their translucent souls still occupied the battlefield. Meanwhile, these souls were in agony as the pitch-black flames continued to burn them. Seeing this, ordinary players might not realize what was happening, but the large guild's upper echelons and experts understood very well. This was a soul attack, and any player the attack killed would lose more than just 1 level. It was very likely that these players wouldn't be able to log back into God's domain for some time. Meanwhile, 3 gigantic figures stood beside the evil earth dragon's corpse. Each of these figures was 30 meters tall, and they all held crimson longswords in their right hands, the blades of which were wrapped in pitch-black fire. Once they saw their prey's corpse, The three Baphomets split up and charged at the nearby evil demons and Heaven's Burial members. Every time the Baphomets swung their swords, dozens of evil demons and players lost their lives. None of these evil demons or players could withstand a single hit from the high demons. The three Baphomets were like demon gods as they slaughtered the evil demons and Heaven's Burial members. Only the half-HP mythic evil beasts could hold off a high demon for any length of time. However, despite only one Baphomet facing off against the two remaining mythic evil beasts, the latter lost HP rapidly. It was only a matter of time before they died falling fire, and the others wore somber expressions as they watched this scene. The three level 80 mythic ranked high demons even overwhelmed the evil earth dragons. Before these monsters, players were a joke. Falling fire finally understood why Heaven's Burial had been defeated so quickly. How is Zero Wing so powerful? Falling Fire was greatly confused as he watched the three Baphomets slaughter Heaven's Burial's forces. Obtaining one such powerful monster was already extremely difficult, yet Zero Wing had command of three of them. Not even super guilds were capable of such a feat. Blackwater's members, Showdown, who stood some distance behind the Baphomets, quickly noticed the spectating crowd on a distant hillside. "Since you're here, you should stay here forever." Saying so, Showdown instructed two of the Baphomets to charge at Blackwater's armor. The Baphomets he had summoned had a very short duration of 5 hours. Since Blackwater's forces had already arrived, he didn't mind taking them out. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial was no longer a threat to Zero Wing. He could finish off its members after taking out the larger threat, Blackwater's forces. "Damn it!" Falling Fire shouted. Watching the two Baphomets dash towards them, Falling Fire could easily guess what Showdown had in mind. Immediately, he commanded, "Summon the magic dragon. Activate the defensive magic array." Agreeing with Falling Fire's decision, Qin Muyun notified the players responsible for the two magic arrays. She had already witnessed the Baphomet's strength. If two of these monsters were allowed to charge into Blackwater's ranks, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only way to stop the two approaching high demons was to summon the magic dragon and use their defensive magic array. Suddenly, a colossal, silver magic array appeared in the sky. A moment later, a dragon covered in pitch-black scales and silver runes manifested before Blackwater's army. Magic Dragon Clan, High Inferior Dragon, Mythic. Level 75. HP 420 000 420 000. The magic dragon's aura was visibly stronger than that of ordinary mythic monsters. It could basically rival a mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level. The level 80 evil earth dragons simply couldn't compare to this monster. This was also why Falling Fire was confident in capturing Stone Forest Town despite Heaven's Burial's defeat. When the magic dragon joined the battlefield, 100 players in Blackwater's army spread out along the army's edges before activating a defensive magic array. A magic barrier then formed and enveloped the army. A moment after Blackwater's army deployed its offensive and defensive measures, the two Baphomets reached the army like a powerful gale. One of the two Baphomets then leaped into the air, transforming into a blur as it arrived before the magic dragon. The high demon then swung down its crimson longsword, and the weapon tore apart space as it moved down towards the high inferior dragon's head. Although Clan tried to block the attack with one of its claws, it was repelled the moment its claw met the blazing, crimson longsword. The crimson longsword then proceeded to smash into the magic dragon's head and slam it straight toward the ground, the resulting impact carving out a huge crater in the earth below. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet arrived before Blackwater's defensive magic array. As the high demon raised its long sword, the pitch-black flames along the blade flared as the Baphomet commanded. A raging pillar of black fire descended on Blackwater's magic barrier. When the flames met the barrier, the attack formed a massive slice across it. Smaller, web-like cracks began to spread out around the cut, crawling across the entire magic barrier. Chapter 1694, One Hit to Destroy a Magic Array. Chapter 1694, One Hit to Destroy a Magic Array. In the dense forest some distance away from Stone Forest Town, under Singular Burial's command, Heaven's Burial's members had scattered and fled into the forest. By doing so, more members would escape with their lives. Zero Wing's members could only operate within the movement-type defensive magic array, and only the three Baphomets were truly capable of giving chase her. "Why are Blackwater's people here?" Daybreak Fog, who maneuvered around the forest, was confused to see Falling Fire's group on a distant hillside. Have they lost their minds? They actually came. She had clearly told Blackwater not to come and to regroup at the barrier's exit. They'd only stand a chance against Zero Wing once they combined their forces. Foolish. Absolutely foolish. How can Blackwater employ such fools? Singular Burial could not help but curse out loud when he saw Falling Fire's distant figure. He had already gotten a taste of Zero Wing's true strength. He had hoped to regroup with Blackwater's army and the evil demon army guarding the barrier's exit before resuming their battle against his hateful enemy. However, the fools from Blackwater had refused to listen to his advice and continued towards the battlefield. If Zero Wing decimated Blackwater's forces now, this war was as good as over. Heaven's Burial would lose all hope of capturing Stone Forest Town before Singular Burial could contact Falling Fire and demand an explanation from the foolish elementalist. He noticed two of the rampaging Baphomets leave the battlefield and charge straight for the hillside Blackwater's army resided on. Seeing this, Singular Burial fell into a thorough despair. However, before the two Baphomets had reached Blackwater's army, a mythic ranked magic dragon descended from the sky. Despite such a vast distance between him and the high inferior dragon, Singular Burial could feel the horrific pressure the monster gave off, and he couldn't help but shudder. Layer after layer of translucent magic barrier enveloped Blackwater's entire army. In the blink of an eye, a triple barrier had formed to protect the army. At a glance, one could easily tell that the triple barrier was the product of a high-ranked defensive magic array guild leader. Blackwater seems to be taking Zero Wing seriously this time. They've even used two of their trump cards. Based on our information, those two magic arrays were rewards Blackwater obtained after completing an epic main storyline quest. The guild had to expend a lot of resources and manpower to complete it, Daybreak Fog said, slightly surprised to see the two magic arrays that had formed around Blackwater's forces. The summoned magic dragon should have the power to rival a mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level, and the defensive magic array is an advanced magic array. It can block even Tier 4 attacks with ease. With those two, we might stand a chance against Zero Wing. Some of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Daybreak Fog's explanation. Singular Burial's eyes shone with joy. If they had a mythic-ranked archaic species on their side to fight with their forces and the two remaining evil earth dragons, they should be able to keep Zero Wing at bay for quite some time. Once the other evil demon army arrived, it might even be possible to suppress the three Baphomets. Moreover, the Baphomets wouldn't be able to clash their armies for some time with the advanced defensive magic array to protect them. They could then use the opportunity to bombard Zero Wing's defensive magic array with Blackwater's 8 catapults. Zero Wing's defensive magic array wouldn't last long against them as Singular Burial prepared to order his scattered forces to regroup with Blackwater. Something unbelievable occurred. One of the two Baphomets that had assaulted Blackwater's army had sent the level 75 magic dragon crashing, face first, into the ground with a single attack. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet released a powerful strike against Blackwater's defensive magic array. Although the triple barrier did not fall, cracks webbed the entire barrier. For a moment, the world seemed to have fallen silent. How is this possible? Even Falling Fire and his Blackwater companions were dumbfounded, not to mention Singular Burial and his upper echelons. Their eyes bulged as they stared at the damage a monster that rivaled a mythic-ranked archaic species had been thrown, face first, to the ground. A mythic-ranked archaic species was practically invincible to current players. However, that wasn't what shocked them most. The Baphomet's ability to damage an advanced defensive magic array's barrier so severely with a single attack was unbelievable. Falling Fire and the other Blackwater members even wondered if the system had tricked them, awarding some cheap knockoff. What Falling Fire and the others did not know was that a high demon was a demon with a noble lineage. High demons were akin to emperors among demons, and their life ratings were even higher than archaic species. Only dragons and ferocious beasts could hope to triumph over a high demon. Furthermore, Shifeng's Baphomets had been reinforced with the Bible of Darkness. Their strength was far higher than the mythic-ranked magic dragons, and in a frontal clash, it was only natural that the magic dragon clan had lost. Their advanced defensive magic array was indeed capable of blocking a normal Tier 4 attack, but the attack Baphomet had used had been a Tier 4 taboo skill. Including the Bible of Darkness's buff, The Tier 4 taboo skill could rival a Tier 5 attack, which was already far beyond the defensive magic array's endurance limit. It's not broken? What a powerful defensive magic array. Shafong was slightly surprised as he watched Blackwater's defensive magic array slowly mending itself. He had never thought that Blackwater could acquire such a powerful advanced magic array. However, Falling Fire and his companions were truly shocked. Not only had Baphomet's attack severely damaged their defensive magic array, but the players maintaining the magic array had also lost 1/3 of their mana pools. Unlike Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array, which was machine-operated, their players had to maintain their magic array. Hence, the energy needed to mend and maintain the array came from the player's mana. If even one of these players ran out of mana, the magic array would stop working and disappear. Players could only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana stores. However, mana recovery potions had considerably long cooldowns, and they only restored a small amount of mana. Meanwhile, after seeing its first attack failing, the Baphomet attacking the defensive magic array promptly followed up with another Tier 4 skill. Although the skill was no match for a Tier 4 taboo skill, it still drained a significant amount of mana from the players maintaining the magic array. Meanwhile, the other Baphomet continued to bombard the magic dragon, pushing it back and tearing. One pained cry after another from the monster. At this point, Falling Fire snapped out of his daze and hurriedly commanded, "Attack! Fire the catapults!" The players controlling the catapults immediately aimed and fired at the Baphomet attacking their magic barrier. The catapults were extremely powerful, and with normal ammunition, their attacks had the power of Tier 4 strikes. If loaded with special ammunition, the war weapons attacks would reach the peak of Tier 4. These attacks could even heavily injure mythic monsters, and their only downside was their long, 2-minute cooldown. Suddenly, 8 gigantic, flaming boulders flew towards the Baphomet attacking the defensive magic array. Just before one of the flaming boulders, decorated with divine runes, struck the high demon, the latter lightly swung its crimson longsword boom. The moment the edge of blade met the flaming boulder, Baphomet was forced to take 3 steps back as a damage of over -100,000 appeared above its head. However, the clash had failed to inflict any negative effects, such as a temporary numbing. Following which, Baphomet rapidly brandished its long sword to strike down the rest of the incoming boulders, one after another. Each time it blocked an attack, it was forced to retreat several steps, and the Baphomet only stabilized itself after taking a few dozen steps backward. How can a monster be so powerful? Regret gripped Falling Fire's heart as he watched the Baphomet only lose a little over 1 million HP after receiving all 8 attacks. Why had he so foolishly rushed over here? Before Falling Fire could snap out of his daze, the targeted Baphomet advanced and assaulted the defensive magic array again. The players maintaining the magic array continued to lose mana, and although Falling Fire and his players tried to retaliate, the High Demon simply shrugged off their attacks. Retreat. Retreat with the magic array. We cannot remain here any longer. Falling Fire shouted anxiously, his expression somber. Although he hated to admit it, even a fool could tell that only death awaited them should they continue this battle. Their wisest option was a quick retreat while the defensive magic array still stood. Although moving the magic array would significantly deplete its energy, it was better than standing here and doing nothing. Don't even think you can flee that easily. When Shafong saw Blackwater's army began its retreat, he immediately commanded Anna to use angel summoning. A moment later, a Valkyrie with white feathered wings descended onto the battlefield. A Valkyrie's life rating was even higher than a High Demon's, but how much strength the summoned Valkyrie could exhibit largely depended on Anna's basic attributes. Fortunately, Anna had already activated yin-yang power, which allowed the Valkyrie's combat power to reach a height like never before. The Valkyrie's 2 sets of wings shuddered slightly before she vanished from where she stood. A second later, she reappeared before Blackwater's army, radiating a horrific aura that was even stronger than the 2 Baphomets. Suddenly, a spear of thunder formed in the Valkyrie's hand before she tossed it at Blackwater's magic barrier. Peng, peng, peng. 3 crisp sounds echoed throughout the forest as a hole formed in the 3 incomparably powerful protective barriers. The spear then struck one of the players maintaining the array before it exploded. Boom. Countless arcs of golden lightning scattered, devouring everything in its path. Any players this lightning touched were vaporized instantly. With just one attack, the Valkyrie had killed over 500 Blackwater members. Meanwhile, The advanced defensive magic array could no longer operate as it lost one of its operators, and it began to fade out of existence staring at the Valkyrie before him. Falling Fire's expression became more solemn than ever before when Singular Burial and the other Heaven's Burial members saw this from within the forest. Horror flashed in their eyes with one attack. The Valkyrie had destroyed an advanced defensive magic array that could even stop a mythic-ranked monster's attacks. Chapter 1695, Heaven's Burial Crumbles. Chapter 1695, Heaven's Burial Crumbles. When the triple barrier Blackwater's advanced defensive magic array had created began to fade, the various major powers members, who watched the battle through magic water mirrors, expressed their shock and horror. The three Baphomets Shifeng had summoned were impossibly strong, but even one of their full-powered attacks had only cracked the defensive magic array's outermost barrier. On the other hand, the Valkyrie had destroyed the entire defensive magic array with one attack if the Valkyrie were used to siege a guild town or city. Just thinking about it made them shudder. It was entirely possible that the Valkyrie would only need one attack to break a city's defensive magic array. Just how many secrets has Zero Wing hidden? Singular Burial was nearly traumatized as he watched Blackwater's defensive magic array crumble. Countless guilds dreamed of wielding the power to destroy a city's defensive magic array. Breaking a city's defensive magic array was, after all, the most important part of trying to capture a city. When Shifeng had destroyed ancient rock cities' defensive magic arrays, he had chalked it up to the man finding some precious treasure, and a treasure like that would only have limited uses. Once the usage counts were exhausted, the treasure would disappear. Yet Shifeng had replicated that feat with a summoned Valkyrie one of his personal guards controlled. This had an entirely different meaning than summoning such power with a consumable. The Valkyrie had been called with a skill, which meant that Zero Wing could summon the monster indefinitely, only limited by the skill's cooldown. Sure enough, that Valkyrie is really powerful. The fact that the Valkyrie had destroyed an advanced defensive magic array even surprised Shifeng. However, he doubted that the Valkyrie could destroy a city's defensive magic array. At the very least, she'd need to use more than one attack. An advanced defensive magic array, which players had to maintain, and a city's defensive magic array were two very different things. A player-maintained defensive magic array had the advantage that it could be deployed at any given time. However, its flaws were obvious. First, there was the problem of mana consumption. Second, no harm must come to the players maintaining the magic array. Otherwise, the magic array would crumble. Although the Valkyrie's full-powered attack had pierced a hole in Blackwater's defensive magic array, it had failed to destroy the magic array entirely. The attack had merely drained a considerable amount of mana from the maintaining players. The attack had only destroyed the barrier because it had killed a few of the players maintaining it. This wouldn't happen with a city's defensive magic array. At most, the Valkyrie's attack would deplete some of the magic array's energy. Meanwhile, since Blackwater's army had lost its defensive magic array's protection, it had no way to deal with the High Demon before it. Each time Baphomet swung its crimson long sword, it reaped the lives of over 100 players. After the players died, Baphomet's soul fire continued to burn their immortal souls in the blink of an eye. Baphomet had killed over 1,000 players. Falling Fire's heart bled when he saw this. Blackwater had dispatched 20,000 players to capture Stone Forest Town, 6,000 of which were guild-nurtured experts. It was one thing if these experts died, but if their immortal souls were damaged, they'd be prevented from logging into God's domain for several days. This would be a massive loss for the guild. With no better choice, Falling Fire could only follow Heaven's Burial's example and order a retreat, telling his men to scatter. Only one Baphomet had targeted the force, and even if the High Demon were very fast, it could only kill a limited number of players if everyone ran in different directions. Seeing this, Shifeng sneered and waved a hand. Suddenly, hundreds of miniature ballistas launched their exploding arrows at Blackwater's members, each arrow containing power at the peak of Tier 2. When Blackwater's members saw the volley of arrows rain down on them, they felt their scalps tingle. After a series of explosions, the hillside became a barren wasteland covered in small craters and scorched earth. Although Blackwater's members had responded to the volley very quickly, over 2,000 players had died in the first wave of arrows. The miniature ballista's effect was wondrous. Watching volley after volley of exploding arrows rain down on his forces, Falling Fire turned to flash Shifeng a chilling glare as he fled. His forces had suffered a tragic loss. Against the several hundred miniature ballistas' continued bombardment and the High Demon's pursuit, He'd be lucky to leave this battlefield with less than half of his original army if they escaped at all. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces continued to scatter, running all the way to the Sealing Barrier's single exit. Naturally, Shafong ordered his guild members to chase the two guilds down, leaving scorched earth and corpses in their wake as they watched Zero Wing's members chase hundreds of thousands of players relentlessly. The crowd in Stone Forest Town was stupefied. Ruthless. Zero Wing was utterly ruthless. This was the crowd's evaluation of Zero Wing. Normally, after one side won a guild war, it would only chase its enemy for 10 or so minutes if it wanted to exploit its victory. Chasing the enemy players for any longer than that could lead to unnecessary losses, yet Zero Wing ran after Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members for over half an hour, hunting the two guilds' forces to the Sealing Barrier's exit. In the end, Zero Wing had slaughtered every mythic evil demon and mythic evil beast Heaven's Burial had sent to the Stoneclaw Mountains. The guild didn't even spare the mythic monsters that had guarded the Sealing Barrier's exit. All evil demon above Lord rank had been annihilated as well. Meanwhile, Zero Wing suffered zero casualties throughout this entire battle. If they told other players of this battle, those players would likely assume they were either joking or bragging. However, such a miraculous battle had indeed occurred before them. 3 Baphomets guarded the exit of the barrier, sealing off the Stoneclaw Mountains, preventing anyone from leaving the map. Any player or evil demon that tried to approach the exit was killed or sent flying. No one was allowed past these high demons. Black Flame. Don't go too far. Singular Burial bellowed as he glowered at Shafong, who stood within Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array. The Sealing Barrier's exit wasn't particularly large. Normally, 10 or so evil demons was enough to block it off completely. The Baphomets with their gigantic frames easily guarded the exit, and with their outrageous strength, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's forces had no hope of leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. Their forces could only watch as Zero Wing's miniature ballistas slowly approached. Black Flame. We have lost. We have already chosen to retreat from the Stoneclaw Mountains. By trying to exterminate us all, do you intend to fight Blackwater until the bitter end? Falling Fire demanded as he glared at Shafong. Going too far? In an indifferent tone, Shafong responded, not only have your two guilds worked together to target Zero Wing time after time, but you've enclosed the Stoneclaw Mountains in a barrier to kill our members back to level 0. Did you not consider that your actions were a bit much? If I let you off the hook so easily today, what will other guilds think of Zero Wing? Thus, I invite every one of you to stay with us. Saying so, Shafong waved his hand, and hundreds of exploding arrows rained down on Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's remaining members. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the valley. With no power to fight back, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members could only run and scatter. Good. Very good. Black Flame, you forced me to do this. Singular Burial descended into madness as he watched one of his guild's experts and elites die after another. Since Heaven's Burial is finished, Flame Blood, detonate Beast Emperor's evil energy magic array. I want the map to become a graveyard. We'll drag Zero Wing to hell with us. Shortly after Singular Burial issued the command, runes began to appear above the Stoneclaw Mountains. The evil energy within the map went berserk, gathering in the array Beast Emperor had previously constructed. The earth trembled as the terrifying power concentrated. It felt as if Armageddon had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Lunatic. Falling Fire cursed when he heard Singular Burial's crazy plan. The man was going to drag him to hell as well. Because of this turn of events, Zero Wing's members wore somber expressions. They could all feel the horrific power concentrating at the gigantic magic array near the exit of the Sealing Barrier. If the magic array exploded, the consequences would be dire. Singular Burial began to laugh maniacally when he saw the fear on Zero Wing's faces. Once the magic array was set to detonate, it would transform everything within a 5,000-yard radius into a land of dead. Moreover, evil energy would corrupt players' souls after they died in the explosion. Even if some players survived, evil energy would contaminate their being, and they'd suffer a weakened state. Players that died would also suffer a weakened state. This weakened state would relent until players removed the evil energy from their bodies, which would take a considerable amount of time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. It was none other than Shafong, who had used a blink scroll. Once in the air, Shifeng pointed Killing Ray at the magic array collecting evil energy. Then, a pitch-black barrier formed, enveloping the array and gradually dissipating the gathering mana and evil energy forbidden domain. Without the support of external mana, the magic array couldn't self-destruct. Don't think that you can die so easily while you stand before me. Shifeng growled as he charged into the evil energy-filled magic array. Evil energy was incredibly toxic to ordinary players, and at high concentrations, it could even kill players upon contact. However, the moment Shifeng entered the magic array's range, he activated Absolute Domain, becoming immune to all forms of damage. After setting foot in the magic array's range, the golden, divine runes surrounding Shifeng began to crackle as they fought off the surrounding evil energy's corrosion. What powerful evil energy! Shifeng couldn't help his surprise when he noticed the evil energy begin to corrode the divine runes. His absolute domain could even stop Tier 4 mythic monsters' attacks, yet this magic array's evil energy slowly, but surely corroded the skill. The power of the concentrated evil energy here nearly had the power of a Tier 5 spell. Not even ordinary mythic monsters would dare approach this magic array with such power. Only evil beasts and evil demons had any hope of survival within it. The evil energy's corrosion increased as time passed. Not daring to waste any more time, Shifeng charged toward the center of the magic array and slashed at the staff there with one of his blades. Thunder flame explosion. Boom! When the lightning and fire collided with their target, the staff inserted into the ground shattered, leaving only a dark gray crystal covered with purple-gold runes behind. When the core of the magic array shattered, the array began to vanish, following which, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. Chapter 1696, Shaking Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1696, Shaking Starmoon Kingdom. System: congratulations. You have successfully destroyed the evil god's sealing magic array and stopped an evil energy passage from opening. Rewarding 100 humanity reputation points and 10,000 war gods temple merit points. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he heard the system notification. He had never expected to earn 100 humanity reputation points and 10,000 war gods temple merit points for just destroying a magic array. War gods temple merit points were extremely valuable. With 4,000 points, one could purchase an ordinary epic item from the temple. However, Shifeng did not spare the matter much thought as he snatched up the runic crystal and dashed away from the magic array. Although the magic array had already been destroyed, the evil energy it had gathered still lingered in the area. Once the evil energy ate through Absolute Domain's protection, not even a Tier 2 player like himself could survive the concentrated energy. Meanwhile, outside the magic array, Singular Burial, who had truly gone mad, was stupefied when he noticed the magic array disappear. Flame Blood, who controlled the evil demons from a hidden location, also gaped in shock. How is that possible? The color in Flame Blood's face drained when he noticed the gathered evil energy in the magic array gradually dissipate. Is he really a player? The sealing magic array Beast Emperor had used to entrap the Stoneclaw Mountains was extraordinary. The evil energy inside the array had become so dense after sacrificing 400,000 players that not even an evil god's apostle like Flame Blood dared to enter its range. Any player not belonging to the evil god's temple would seal their own fate if they approached the magic array. Yet, not only had Shifeng survived inside it, but he had also destroyed the magic array. Although the silencing skill Shifeng had used prevented the magic array's detonation, that was only temporary. Once the silencing skill's duration ended, Flame Blood could simply detonate the magic array again and transform this map into a cemetery. However, now that the magic array had been destroyed, that wasn't possible due to the magic array's destruction. The barrier over the Stoneclaw Mountains map lifted. As a result, the blue sky returned as every player watched. Communication with the outside world also became possible again. The seal has lifted. How is this possible? Did Heaven's Burial win? Quick! Notify the higher-ups. The various large guilds members, who were stationed outside of the barrier, were surprised when the pitch-black magic barrier around the regional dungeon suddenly disappeared. They immediately contacted their superiors. However, before they could report the situation, a large number of players burst out of the other end of the valley as terrified as if they had just seen a ghost. These fleeing players wore either Heaven's Burial's emblem or Blackwater SA. Moment later, another large group of players charged out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although the second group had fewer players than the first, the second group's momentum was imposing. These players fiercely hunted down Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's fleeing members. What's going on? Why are Zero Wing's members the ones pursuing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Did Heaven's Burial and Blackwater lose? That shouldn't be possible, right? Those two guilds sent in so many players, and they had the help of their evil demon army. How could they possibly lose? The spectating players had never even considered the possibility that Zero Wing would defeat Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. The evil demon army was simply too strong. It wasn't a force current players could defeat. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater far outnumbered Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake for these two guilds. How could they possibly end up running away from Zero Wing? Moreover, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members fled with such desperation before these players could think of a proper explanation. 3 30-meter-tall, humanoid monsters charged out of the valley ahead. Every one of these humanoid monsters radiated a horrific aura, and as they left the valley, they chased after Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players. Each time they swung their crimson longswords, they took the lives of dozens or even hundreds of players. Nobody could stop the three monsters' rampage as screams echoed throughout the valley. When the spectators took a closer look at the Baphomet statistics, they couldn't help but shudder and gasp, "Mythic monster." However, before they could recover from their shock, they noticed translucent figures hovering above the players' corpses. Pitch-black fire burned these translucent figures, and a sense of dread overwhelmed the spectating players. Ordinary players might not recognize this phenomenon, but guild players like them were no strangers to the scene. Evidently, the Baphomets used soul attacks, and any players they killed with the attack would suffer more than a single lost level. Meanwhile, there were 3 of these monsters. "Quick! Report this to the higher-ups." Some of the players who reacted quickly shouted. News of the barrier around the Stoneclaw Mountains lifting quickly spread to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. And it wasn't the only news they received. Battle videos of the heaven-defying fight that had occurred outside of Stone Forest Town also found their way into the upper echelon's mailboxes. These videos clearly displayed the full development of the war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial. Despite these upper echelons' experience in numerous field battles, team battles, and even guild wars, when they watched the fight outside of Stone Forest Town, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Watching Shafong resist Heaven's Burial's war weapons was particularly mind-blowing. No player had ever done anything like it, yet Shafong had achieved the feat effortlessly. The strength and defense he displayed was simply unheard of. In addition, the guild's upper echelons watched the 3 Baphomets annihilate the Mythic Evil Demon and 4 Mythic Evil Beasts, and one Tier 3 or Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell fall on the battlefield after another. Seeing several hundred miniature ballistas fire their arrows as one was also spectacular. Overall, the battle had completely transformed the terrain outside of Stone Forest Town. Guild experts had been little more than ants in the battle, unable to accomplish anything. In the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City. "So, Heaven's Burial has been defeated." Galaxy Past revealed a bitter smile when he received news of Zero Wing's victory. "Now, no one in Starmoon Kingdom can stop Zero Wing." Guild leader, did you predict that Heaven's Burial would lose from the very beginning? Purple Eye asked curiously. Based on Galaxy Past's tone, he didn't seem surprised by this war's outcome. "No, I didn't know, but I had a feeling that Zero Wing wouldn't lose. The guild has performed many miracles since its establishment, and there's nothing surprising about it performing one more," Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. "However, Zero Wing's performance this time did surpass even my expectations. Despite facing such a powerful force, it still won so effortlessly, even killing over 200,000 Heaven's Burial members and 15,000 players from Blackwater." The various superpowers following the war between the two guilds were shocked when they learned of its outcome. Zero Wing, they still had such a trump card. It's no wonder why the guild rejected our kind-hearted offer. Yuan Taishin paled as he watched the 3 Baphomets in the video before him. High demons. He had only read about this type of demon in the libraries he had visited. High demons were emperors among demons. Their life ratings were even higher than archaic species, yet Zero Wing had summoned 3 of these high demons. It was only natural that Heaven's Burial had lost. After this war, Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers, as well as those operating in secret within the kingdom, realized that Zero Wing had grown past its status as a fledgling guild. Now, Zero Wing's development in Starmoon Kingdom was truly unstoppable. The guild had proven its foundations to join the ranks of the various superpowers and compete for hegemony in God's domain. Shifeng had returned to White River City with the loot he had obtained from the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts. He hadn't stayed in the Stoneclaw Mountains to participate in the cleanup battle. Heaven's Burial's main force was already finished, and Blackwater had lost over 80% of the experts it had dispatched. Baphomet's soul fire had even claimed many of them. Once the resurrected and could log back into the game, they'd be essentially crippled for a considerable time. From today onward, neither of these two guilds would find any success in Starmoon Kingdom. In fact, Heaven's Burial might even have trouble continuing in the game at all. After returning to White River City, Shifeng retrieved his latest bounty, looking through the items with shining eyes. This was especially true when his gaze fell on the dark grey crystal covered in runes. When he had picked the crystal up earlier, he had still been surrounded by dense evil energy. He hadn't had the time to inspect his harvest properly. Now, however, he could feel how frightening this dark grey, runic crystal truly was. The concentrated energy within was astonishing, even surpassing the mana within 7 luminaries crystals. Comparing a 7 luminaries crystal's energy levels to this dark grey crystal was like comparing a candle flame to a forest fire. It felt as if this single crystal contained the power of an entire world. What is this thing? Shifeng muttered curiously as he inspected the item. Chapter 1697, Miniature World. Chapter 1697, Miniature World. When Shifeng tried inspecting the dark grey crystal, the result he got was simply a bunch of unknown. In fact, he didn't even get the name of the crystal. It can't be inspected. Shifeng grew even more curious upon receiving this result. He immediately activated Omniscient Eyes and appraised the crystal. Aside from weapons and equipment, cases where an item could not be inspected were rare. In such rare cases, the reason for such an outcome was either a frightening origin or damage beyond repair. After Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and used them on the dark grey crystal, a loading bar appeared before him. 22 seconds. What an amazing item! Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw the time needed to appraise the crystal. Normally, even epic items needed only a dozen seconds or so to appraise. For the crystal before him to need 22 seconds, this proved that the crystal was much more valuable than even epic items. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found it reasonable. An item capable of serving as the core of the magic array that sealed the entire Stoneclaw Mountains naturally couldn't be an ordinary item. Even the defensive magic arrays used to protect cities required an extremely strong power source to operate. A barrier that could seal a map as large as the Stoneclaw Mountains would need an extremely frightening amount of energy. Finally, after 22 seconds had passed, the attribute panel of the dark grey crystal was no longer filled with unknown. Evil God's Eye. This is an item created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening up a path through a world's barrier. The inside of the evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world. The evil god's eye can be used as a conduit to transfer the power of the entire miniature world to the outside world. However, as the conversion equipment has been damaged, the evil god's eye is no longer able to supply any power to the outside world. There's a miniature world inside this thing. Heaven's Burial really is generous to actually use such a treasure to seal the Stoneclaw Mountains. Shifeng was dumbstruck after reading the evil god's eye's introduction. It was no wonder he couldn't inspect the item before. It was only natural for him not to be able to inspect the information of a miniature world using normal means. As far as Shifeng knew, miniature worlds were extremely rare in God's domain. Only the ancient gods could create items with miniature worlds sealed inside them. Meanwhile, items containing miniature worlds all possessed extraordinary power. Moreover, if players controlled an item containing a miniature world, they could enter said miniature world any time they wanted to. Although miniature worlds were no match for other worlds in terms of size, they were roughly similar existences. However, owners of miniature worlds had complete control over them, unlike other worlds, and could harvest the resources inside the miniature worlds at their leisure. Other worlds, on the other hand, required players to manually obtain the resources they wanted. Of course, miniature worlds did not possess as many resources as other worlds did. Controlling a miniature world was akin to gaining control of an or vein. Players could harvest various kinds of rare resources periodically from the miniature world they controlled. Meanwhile, The most precious resource one could obtain from a miniature world would be power, or was an excellent support material produced by concentrating the energy of the entire miniature world. Typically, a support material that could increase the forging success rate of dark gold equipment by 5% would already be considered a miraculous item. However, power ore boosted the forging success rate of dark gold equipment by around 5% to 10%. In addition, the forged equipment would gain the energy protection passive effect with 100% certainty. As for weapons produced using power ore, they would gain the energy strengthening passive effect with 100% certainty. The energy protection effect passively increased the tolerance of equipment, making the equipment less likely to get damaged by powerful attacks and reducing the loss of durability. Meanwhile, the energy strengthening effect performed roughly the same function as energy protection. It decreased a weapon's chances of suffering wear and tear when striking at tough opponents or blocking powerful attacks. Players might not find these effects particularly useful during the early stages of God's Domain. But at higher levels, these effects would start to become important because the more players fought against powerful monsters, the more frequently they would come across monsters capable of severely damaging weapons and equipment. It might be fine if the weapons and equipment players used were of high quality, but those at fine gold rank and below could end up a pile of scrap after going through a battle against a powerful monster. Due to this reason, as players reached higher levels, their thirst for high-ranking weapons and equipment would likewise become increasingly greater. It was also due to this reason that, in Shifeng's previous life, the market had never become saturated with weapons and equipment in the 10 years of God's Domain's operation, because even epic items could be destroyed. Hence, the various large guilds had actively nurtured their own lifestyle players in the past. This was especially true for lifestyle players capable of producing weapons and equipment. The further guilds progressed into the game, the greater their need for weapons and equipment. During the later stages of the game, guilds even had to prepare multiple sets of weapons and equipment for their members when raiding powerful bosses or fighting large-scale battles with other guilds, since weapons and equipment made with power or lost durability at a much slower rate. Guilds could save up on plenty of coins and materials. In the past, any power ore sold on the market would be bought almost immediately, so long as the price was reasonable. The various large guilds had also expended a ton of effort on the acquisition of power ore. Unfortunately, power ore was extremely rare. In fact, the continent of God's Domain didn't produce power ore. Players could obtain power ore only from miniature worlds and certain unstable otherworlds. Hence, the various large guilds had constantly contested over otherworlds that produced power areas for owning a miniature world that could provide a stable supply of power ore. This was something that most guilds could only dream of. As far as Shifeng knew, only a few super guilds and super first-rate guilds had managed to get their hands on a miniature world. Due to their ownership of a miniature world, these guilds had performed much better at raiding team dungeons and field bosses than other guilds. Thus, now that Shifeng had discovered a miniature world sealed inside the evil god's eye, how could he possibly not become excited? In fact, he even wanted to thank Heaven's Burial right now. If not for Heaven's Burial sealing off the Stoneclaw Mountains, he would never have gotten his hands on such a valuable item. Had Heaven's Burial offered to trade the evil god's eye for Stone Forest Town, Shifeng might even have accepted the offer. All that trouble just to capture Stone Forest Town would have been unnecessary. However, had Heaven's Burial truly known the value of the evil god's eye, the guild definitely wouldn't have done something as foolish as using it as a power source for a magic array. I wonder if the War God's Temple can repair this thing. Shifeng muttered to himself as he looked at the crystal in his hands. Although the evil god's eye was damaged, it was not irreparable. It should be possible for the War God's Temple, which was familiar with the evil god's temple, to repair the evil god's eye. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng stored the evil god's eye and started looking through the other items he obtained from the war. The loot dropped by the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts was considerably good. 2 pieces of epic growth type equipment dropped this time, a top for magical classes and a pair of boots for MTS. The rest were level 70 plus dark gold and fine gold equipment. To current players, these things were still too high-leveled and useless for now. Aside from weapons and equipment, the mythic monsters also dropped an evil god crystal, which was an unexpected harvest for Shifeng. In addition, he had obtained over 10,000 evil energy crystals from all the lower-ranked evil demons his summoned creatures and Zero Wings members had killed. If he sold all these evil energy crystals, He could definitely make a huge fortune. However, Shifeng had no intention of selling these evil energy crystals. Instead, he planned to use them to upgrade the Evil God's tablet. It was only the existence of the Evil God's tablet that allowed Zero Wing's battle arena in Stone Forest Town to have advanced combat rooms. Meanwhile, these advanced combat rooms were the reason behind the popularity of Stone Forest Town's battle arena among expert players. Unfortunately, the Evil God's tablet had a limited AoE, supporting the operation of only a few advanced combat rooms at a time, which limited the attraction the battle arena held for expert players. If Shifeng could increase the number of advanced combat rooms, then Stone Forest Town's battle arena would become more attractive to expert players. Consequently, Zero Wing could recruit more expert players. Now that he had 10,000 evil energy crystals, he could definitely afford to upgrade the Evil God's tablet, following which, Shifeng stored some of the weapons, equipment, and materials he acquired in the guild warehouse and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1698, Upgrading the Evil God's Tablet. Chapter 1698, Upgrading the Evil God's Tablet. Starmoon City, Stone Forest Town. After Zero Wing's big battle with Heaven's Burial came to an end, shock filled the whole Starmoon Kingdom. Nobody had expected such an outcome. In this battle, not only was Heaven's Burial defeated, but the guild's entire main force was practically crippled. Many of Heaven's Burial's members couldn't even log into God's domain right now. As for Blackwater, it, too, had suffered miserable losses. With the addition of this new battle record, Zero Wing's fame and prestige in Starmoon Kingdom reached unprecedented heights. Every major power operating in Starmoon Kingdom, whether in the light or in the dark, now held Zero Wing in intense awe and fear. Setting aside the 3 Baphomets Zero Wing summoned, just the combination of several hundred miniature ballistas and the movement-type defensive magic array made Zero Wing a frightening force to reckon with. In terms of war weapons, no guild in Starmoon Kingdom could compete against Zero Wing. Now that Heaven's Burial had suffered such a miserable defeat, most likely no guild in Starmoon Kingdom could pose a threat to Zero Wing. Inside the guild hall of Zero Wing's residence, a bright flash appeared at Residence's teleportation point. After the light vanished, Shifeng's figure took its place. At this moment, the guild hall was very lively. Many of the guild's new generation reserve elite members could be seen lining up excitedly in the quest area, waiting to pick up a guild quest. These new generation reserve elites were players that left their respective beginner towns not long ago and passed the guild's entrance test. Although they were only level 20 on average, they all possessed considerably good talent. Among them were some gifted youths. Taking a glance, Shifeng even noticed a few players who had been famous Apex experts in Starmoon Kingdom during his previous life. For example, Shadow Chaser was one of the top 10 assassins of Starmoon Kingdom. There was also Bloodrain, who was one of the top 20 oracles in the kingdom. And then there was Luo Yi, a druid who had managed to get promoted to Tier 4. These were all talents that the various large guilds desperately sought to recruit in the past. Yet, now, these talents had all chosen to join Zero Wing. The war this time is really amazing. It's a pity that I'm too low-leveled to join. Hopefully, I'll get to join in a battle of such scale in the future, a male youth clad in grey mage robes said as he watched the video of the previous war being played in the guild hall, a hopeful expression on his face. It won't be that easy to get selected for such a large-scale war. At the very least, you'll have to get promoted into an elite member to have a chance. The bunch of us are only reserve elites right now. It'll take a lot of effort to become an actual elite member of the guild. Just accumulating the required GCPs is already plenty difficult, not to mention passing the promotion test, a robust man geared in metal armor said, shaking his head. Reserve elite was a position granted to players that the guild deemed to have potential. However, a person's potential did not necessarily represent their strength. If reserve elites failed to hit the growth requirements set by the guild within a certain period of time, they would be demoted to normal members and would have to climb their way back up in the guild. Moreover, as Zero Wing's influence in God's domain increased and more players chose to join the guild, the bar for elite members would also be raised. After all, the guild had a limited amount of resources. Not everybody could enjoy bountiful resources. Only the guild's elite and expert members had the qualifications to reap such benefits. That's no problem at all. Right now, the only advantage the guild's elite members have over us is that they joined the guild earlier than we did. With enough time, even becoming a member of the guild's main force won't be a problem. A teenage girl with an oval face and a graceful body clad in black leather armor said with a grin on her face. She turned to look at Shifeng's figure displayed in the battle video and added, "Just you all wait. Sooner or later, you'll be able to see my figure standing beside the guild leader. You're dreaming too much. Why don't you take a look and see who's standing beside the guild leader?" Commander Firedance and Vice Guild Leader Aqua Rose are both experts who can go toe-to-toe with even the peak experts of super guilds. Someone in the crowd around the teenage girl retorted only. As soon as this person said so, he was immediately given a fierce glare by the teenage girl. These reserve elites did not rein in their volume when they spoke. Even ordinary players standing several dozen yards away could hear their conversation clearly, let alone Shifeng, a player who possessed an extraordinary physique. However, Shifeng simply chuckled in regard to the conversation of these reserve elites. He had never thought that his existence would spur guild members to improve themselves. Nonetheless, after taking a look at these reserve elite members, Shifeng felt that there was a need to expand the guild once again. Previously, due to Zero Wing's shallow foundations and funding problem, the guild could afford to make only a limited number of reserve elites after the war with Heaven's Burial, though that was no longer a problem. Setting aside the items Zero Wing obtained from the evil demons killed, just the weapons and equipment the guild got from killing Heaven's Burial's and Blackwater's members were already enough for several mass recruitments. Meanwhile, during the next expansion, Shifeng planned to lure in experts from neighboring kingdoms as well. After all, the scale of the war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial had been massive. Not to mention, Heaven's Burial was the previous ruler of ancient Rock City. Hence, the players of Starmoon Kingdom weren't the only ones that had paid attention to the war. Even players in neighboring kingdoms knew about it. Now that Zero Wing had thoroughly crushed Heaven's Burial, the players in the neighboring kingdoms would naturally try to get a better understanding of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, he could use this opportunity to recruit a bunch of elite and expert players to increase the guild's strength and growth potential. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng messaged Aqua Rose and had her send some people to carry out his orders. As for himself, he made his way to Stone Forest Town's battle arena. After the war with Heaven's Burial ended, peace and stability had returned to Stone Forest Town. As a result, the number of players gathered at Stone Forest Town was continuously increasing. Among the players visiting the town, there was no lack of guild experts and independent experts. After watching the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, everyone had realized one thing, and that was the fact that even players could go up against war weapons, but sufficient strength was needed to do so. Meanwhile, if they wanted to improve their strength, getting promoted to Tier 2 was undisputedly the fastest method to do so. However, aside from needing good weapons and equipment, sufficiently high combat standards were also necessary to clear the Tier 2 promotion quest. Training at Stone Forest Town's battle arena was undoubtedly the fastest way to improve one's combat standards. Although training at the Trial Tower was also an option, not everybody could afford the fee of 1 magic crystal per attempt. By the time Shifeng entered the battle arena, its lobby was already overflowing with players. Many experts belonging to the various large guilds could be seen arranging matchups with each other. There were also players hosting private duels or competitions with attractive rewards. However, out of all the available attractions inside the battle arena, the advanced combat rooms were no doubt the most popular. The reason for this was the advanced combat rooms' facilitation of improvement in players' skill completion rates. The higher one's skill completion rate, the stronger their skills would become. This could be said to be the most intuitive way for expert players to raise their strength. However, as there were simply too few advanced combat rooms available, despite Judy, the NPC Shifeng had tasked with the battle arena's management, having already raised the rental fee to 4 magic crystals per 30 minutes, demand for the advanced combat rooms still exceeded the supply. When Shifeng took a look at the battle arena's earnings report, he discovered that most of the magic crystals the battle arena earned came from the advanced combat rooms. The popularity of the advanced combat rooms far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. He waited for the current batch of players using the advanced combat rooms to come out, then closed the advanced combat rooms temporarily and retrieved the evil god's tablet. Immediately after he did so, a commotion occurred inside the battle arena. What's going on? Why can't the advanced combat rooms be used? I've waited a long time for my turn. Yet, now that my turn has finally arrived, they're actually not letting us use the advanced combat rooms. Is this a scam? The players waiting to use the advanced combat rooms kicked up a fuss right away. However, Everyone received a quick reply from the NPC staff stating that the advanced combat rooms were undergoing some upgrades and that they needed to wait a short while for the upgrades to be completed. System: detecting more than 10,000 evil energy crystals on your person. Do you wish to spend 10,000 evil energy crystals to further upgrade the Evil God's tablet? Holding the Evil God's tablet, Shifeng was startled to receive the system notification. Previously, he had to manually select to upgrade the tablet. This time, however, the system actually took the initiative to ask him. However, he did not dwell on the matter but immediately clicked agree. Chapter 1699, God's item inside the quiet storage room. The Evil God's tablet began to transform after Shifeng had agreed to feed it 10,000 evil energy crystals. It had only been the size of a washbasin, but it gradually grew into a 3-meter-tall table. The blurry images and divine runes engraved on the tablet also became clearer as the divine runes and image sharpened. The divine might the tablet radiated increased until Shifeng couldn't even move. It felt as if time had stopped, only sparing his mind after 10 seconds or so. The divine might the tablet gave off disappeared. The tablet itself had also undergone a massive transformation. The originally dark grey tablet was now silver in color. The ambient mana also gathered around the tablet, increasing the mana density around it until it formed a white mist. This mist gradually spread and enveloped the storage room as a whole. What's going on with the mana? Shifeng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the white mist around him. Normally, mana that was so dense that formed a white mist felt incomparably pleasant to players. Players who bathed in this mana would also feel their minds reach an incredible tranquility. However, Shifeng felt no such effects from the white mist in the storage room. On the contrary, he felt exhausted. In fact, his body even felt heavier as if something was weighing on him. Although Shifeng's mental state was on the verge of crumbling, he mustered his spirit and inspected the Evil God's tablet's recent changes. Third fragment of Evil God's tablet, fragmented legendary rank item. Active skill 1-. Illusory space, when activated, forms an illusory space of 200-yard radius. The illusory space will create a copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Players can choose to challenge illusory creatures up to the Dark Gold rank. Duration, 50 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Can be evolved. Requires 1 Evil God crystal to evolve. Active skill 2-. Evil God domain. When activated, create a self-contained field around the tablet that is completely separated from the outside world. Time flows twice as fast inside the field than in the outside world. Mana density inside the field is triple that of the outside world. When Evil God domain is active, illusory creatures will appear inside the space at fixed intervals. Every wave of illusory creatures killed will increase the mana density of the self-contained field slightly. If players are killed by the illusory creatures, their souls will be damaged, and they will be prevented from logging into God's domain for 6 hours. Can be evolved. Requires 3 Evil God crystals to evolve. An item created by the Evil God. Evil energy crystals can be used to repair the divine runes inside the tablet. Requires 200,000 evil energy crystals to upgrade. This tablet is amazing. Not even legendary items have this kind of ability. Shifeng was astonished as he read the Evil God's tablet's new attributes. The tablet had improved far more than Shifeng had expected. The Evil God's domain alone was a godlike ability. Not to mention how many more advanced combat rooms he could set up with the illusory space's increased radius. Regardless of how far players progressed in God's domain, environments with high mana density would be quite popular. This was because such environments were a great help when players practiced their combat techniques. Not only did the Evil God domain created a mana-rich environment, but it could also accelerate the flow of time. 1 hour inside the Evil God domain was only the equivalent of 30 minutes in the outside world. For players seeking to improve their combat standards without wasting too much of their precious time, the Evil God domain was the perfect solution. While others spent 10 hours training in the outside world, players could achieve the same results in 5 hours within the Evil God domain. If the various superpowers learned about the Evil God's tablet, they'd definitely gang up and move against Zero Wing. Plenty of superpowers were already envious of the advanced combat rooms. They only refrained from taking action because the cost wasn't worth the potential gains. However, the evil god domain would certainly be the straw that broke the camel's back. The only downside was the illusory creatures that would appear inside the evil god domain. Based on the skill's introductory text, it was obvious that the illusory creatures would grow stronger. As a result, players could only train for a limited amount of time in the evil god domain. When players could no longer fend off the summoned illusory creatures, they'd be forced to leave. If they stayed, and the illusory creatures killed them, they'd suffer a huge loss. It seems I won't be able to let the guild's experts use this casually for a short time, Shifeng thought to himself as he reread the evil god domain's introductory text. Zero Wing already stuck out like a sore thumb in God's domain. If he allowed a large number of Zero Wing's experts train in the evil god domain, the news of it would quickly reach the various superpowers. Zero Wing had already grown to pose a threat to them, and it was normal that these superpowers would send undercover experts to spy on his guild. If the various superpowers learned about the evil god domain, Zero Wing would become embroiled in another struggle. The best course of action was only to allow Fire Dance, Blackie, and the guild's other core upper echelons to train in the evil god domain. Any more than that would be too risky. If he wanted all of his guild's experts to use the evil god domain, Zero Wing would have to become strong enough for the superpowers to acknowledge its rights to own the tablet. Unfortunately, gaining that recognition would involve a long, arduous process. However, Shifeng wasn't too disappointed. Although he couldn't let too many experts train in the evil god domain, he'd have no issues constructing more advanced combat rooms. Illusory space already had a 200-yard range. If the evil god's tablet were upgraded further, the skills range would grow. At that time, the skills range might even cover the entire floor. Although such an outcome would also make the various superpowers all the more jealous of Zero Wing, they wouldn't become so envious that they'd resort to cooperation to attack the guild. After all, the various superpowers all possessed extraordinary foundations. They had their own methods of helping their guild experts improve their skill completion rates. Only, those methods might not be as effective as the advanced combat rooms. The next upgrade costs 200,000 evil energy crystals. Shifeng frowned as he looked at the upgrade condition for the evil god's tablet. The cost is certainly getting harsher. Zero Wing had killed nearly 100,000 evil demons to collect 10,000 evil energy crystals. Moreover, the guild had only obtained such a harvest due to the fact that evil demons had a higher drop rate for evil energy crystals than evil beasts. However, players didn't often encounter evil demon armies. Collecting 200,000 evil energy crystals would require an insane amount of time, effort, and resources. Wait, it isn't exactly impossible. Shifeng suddenly remembered Ancient Rock City. At this point, Ancient Rock City had become an evil god's branch temple. Over 3 million evil beasts and evil demons fortified the city. If he could kill every one of those monsters, he should be able to collect nearly, if not more than, 200,000 evil energy crystals. If the various major powers and Beast Emperor knew that Shifeng played with the idea of attacking Ancient Rock City, they would most likely think he had lost his mind. While everyone else did their best to avoid the city, Shifeng actually planned to pick a fight with it, as Shifeng was thinking of ways to deal with the evil god's branch temple. A line of small, bracketed words in the evil god's tablet's attribute panel caught Shifeng's attention. These two skills can be individually upgraded. When Shifeng saw that he could upgrade the skills with evil god crystals individually, he was instantly ecstatic. Although evil god crystals were incomparably valuable, he only had one city that needed a power source. Immediately, Shifeng chose to upgrade illusory space. Suddenly, the evil god crystal in Shifeng's bag transformed into a streak of light that flowed into the silver tablet. In the next moment, the first of the 6 blurry images on the evil god's tablet became clear. The image depicted an ancient god fighting a 9-headed magic snake. The closer Shifeng examined the scene, the more immersed in the battle he felt. This is a tutorial for the realms of truth. As Shifeng continued to inspect the image, his heart began to pound. Chapter 1700. Guild's Foundation. Shifeng had already reached the realms of truth's ascension realm. Hence, after examining the first image on the evil god's tablet, he was certain that it was a tutorial for the realms of truth. Moreover, the tutorial was extremely detailed that even Shifeng gained a lot of inspiration from it. What kind of treasure is this evil god's tablet? Curiosity filled Shifeng as he gazed at the evil god's temple. There was very little information on the realms of truth available in God's domain. If not for a fortuitous encounter some time ago, he wouldn't have learned about these realms, either. This was just like during his previous life, when he had only known that reaching the realms of refinement could sharpen one's 5 senses and help improve one's skill completion rates and combat technique learning efficiency. However, after grasping the principles behind the realms of truth, he had realized how important these realms truly were. In fact, now that Shifeng had grasped both the realms of refinement and realms of truth, he was confident of defeating 3 or 4 Void Realm experts of the same level simultaneously, even if he didn't have an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes and didn't use any skills or spells. If he said as much to anyone, they'd likely laugh at him for being so overly confident. Most experts would have to flee from a force of 3 or 4 experts of the same realm of refinement, even if their attainment in that realm were higher. Only domain realm experts could take on multiple opponents of the same combat. Standard super guilds were so powerful precisely because they possessed a complete legacy to nurture experts in the realms of refinement. Meanwhile, super first-rate guilds would always remain as super first-rate guilds due to their lack of a complete legacy. This kind of legacy was a guild's foundation. The Evil God's Tablet was one such legacy. Only, instead of being a legacy that passed down knowledge regarding the realms of refinement, it was a legacy that taught the realms of truth. As far as Shifeng knew, no power throughout God's domain had a legacy related to the realms of truth. Hence, one could just imagine how valuable the Evil God's Tablet was. Although the first image on the Evil God's Tablet only taught the realms of truth's basics, which addressed one's own power usage, it was still extremely valuable knowledge. Furthermore, the table had other engraved images. As long as he put in the effort, it was only a matter of time before he restored the other images as well. Once he did so, he might obtain a complete legacy for the realms of truth. Just thinking about the possibility excited Shifeng. If everything turned out how he imagined it, Zero Wing would have the foundation to grow into a super guild. Although this foundation would be different from other super guilds, he did not think that this foundation would be any weaker than theirs. He had yet to find the realms of truth's limits, and no one could tell what kind of heights a player could reach by relying on these realms. Moreover, he had an advantage that the various super guilds did not. He knew how to train in both the realms of truth and the realms of refinement, while the super guilds had only explored the realms of refinement. This could be a considerably massive advantage. After Shifeng finished examining the image on the tablet, he inspected its attribute panel again. Sure enough, this Evil God's Tablet is a treasure to nurture experts. Shifeng's eyes glowed when he read the updated introductory text for Illusory Space. Illusory Space. When activated. Skill Effect 1. Players wielding an evil energy crystal and standing within 10 yards of the Evil God's Tablet shall enter the tablet's image with their consciousness, experiencing battle directly. Each evil energy crystal grants 1 complete experience. Skill Effect 2. Forms an illusory space of 200-yard radius. The illusory space will create a copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Players can choose to challenge illusory creatures up to the Dark Gold rank. Duration, 50 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Can be evolved. Requires 1 Evil God Crystal to evolve. With this direct experience tutorial, players could get a firm grasp of the principles behind the realms of truth by experiencing the fight between the ancient god and 9-headed magic snake personally, even if they were utterly ignorant of the realms of truth. This training method was many times more efficient than observing the tablet's image only. Shifeng hadn't expected the evil energy crystal requirement. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. This was a chance to experience the realms of truth directly. This was far better than watching a video. It wasn't unusual for there to be a cost. It seems that I'll need to prepare more evil energy crystals and evil god crystals. Shifeng could not help but reveal a bitter smile as he gazed at the Evil God's Tablet. Previously, he had still been somewhat skeptical about the saying that fortune and misfortune existed alongside each other in God's domain. Now, however, he believed in the saying completely. Originally, the Evil God's Temple's arrival should have been a disaster for both Zero Wing and Star Moon Kingdom. Looking at it now, however, Shifeng found that it was an opportunity. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to locate so many evil energy crystals and evil god crystals. After all, only evil demons and evil beasts dropped these items immediately, Shifeng took out an evil energy crystal and activated illusory space to test out the tutorial. Suddenly, the evil god's tablet released a dazzling purple glow. Shifeng then felt as if his entire being was sucked into the tablet. Following which, the scene before him underwent a heaven-defying transformation. By the time Shifeng realized it, he was standing in the middle of a primordial wasteland. Dark, rumbling clouds covered the sky above him. Meanwhile, before him was a 500-meter-tall nine-headed magic snake, which towered like a mountain that released a boundless aura. The power within its breath could likely kill a Tier 5 existence instantly. Each of the nine-headed magic snake's heads contained a different kind of power. When all 9 powers combined, the resulting power could be akin to a natural disaster. In the past, Shifeng had watched the battles of Tier 6 god-ranked experts, and he doubted that those Tier 6 players would even survive 2 or 3 hits from the nine-headed magic snake. Fortunately, the magic snake's horrific aura didn't affect Shifeng in the slightest right now. He could feel that his consciousness had entered the ancient god that had fought the nine-headed magic snake in the tablet's image. However, although that was the case, he could not move the body. He could only quietly observe and feel the ancient god's actions, following which, the ancient god started his battle against the nine-headed magic snake. However, contrary to expectations, the struggle wasn't intense. Rather, it was a one-sided beating. The ancient god effortlessly evaded or blocked every attack the behemoth sent. Every move the ancient god executed looked like a profound and complex combat technique. Shifeng was utterly mesmerized by the way the ancient god fought. After 10 minutes or so, the tutorial came to an end. Before Shifeng even realized what was happening, his consciousness left the evil god's tablet and returned to his body. Amazing. So, these are the true realms of truth. Shifeng was at a loss for words. Reinbeck had acknowledged that he had grasped the basics of the realms of truth, but compared to the foundations the ancient god taught, the basics he had learned were mediocre at best. If he had to score the basics he had discovered and learned himself, they would only earn a passing mark of 60 out of 100. Meanwhile, the ancient god's basics would score a perfect 100. There were simply too many aspects he needed to improve. Although Shifeng wished to experience the tutorial again, he could only experience the tutorial once each time he activated illusory space. He had to wait until the cooldown was over. However, the 1-hour cooldown was too long for Shifeng. He still had many things he needed to take care of. He had no choice but to give up for now. Moreover, he had gained plenty of inspiration from his first visit. It would take him quite some time to digest all of the newfound information, following which, Shifeng called Judy over to start rearranging the layout of the battle arena's 7th floor. Previously, the evil god's tablet had only had a 100-yard radius. Now, it had increased to a 200-yard radius. The total available area had essentially quadrupled. There was definitely a need to rearrange the floor's layout. After spending around 20 minutes or so deciding on the layout, they ended up squeezing in 40 advanced combat rooms into the evil god's tablet's range, that was more than 4 times of what had been previously available. With this, the battle arena could earn at least 4 times more income from the advanced combat rooms, but Shifeng still wasn't satisfied. He then instructed Judy to increase the advanced combat room's rent, pushing the original cost from 4 magic crystals to 10 magic crystals. Guild leader, I'm afraid that this price far exceeds what most experts can afford. If we go through with this price increase, many experts will give up on renting the advanced combat rooms. Aqua Rose anxiously said when she saw the new price Shifeng offered. Expert players were the advanced combat room's main customers. She had constantly been managing Stone Forest Town's candlelight trading firm and battle arena, so she had a clear grasp of the various experts' daily incomes. The previous price, 4 magic crystals, was already the limit for many experts. If the advanced combat room's rent increased to 10 magic crystals, even the experts from well-known adventurer teams would have a hard time affording it. If that were the case, these expert players would rather train in the Divine Colosseum instead. Don't worry. Limits are meant to be broken. Moreover, the new advanced combat rooms have a duration of 50 minutes instead of the previous 30 minutes, Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to offer any further explanation. The upgraded evil god's tablet was nothing like it had been. He had experienced this personally. Meanwhile, after the NPC manager, Judy, published the advanced combat room's new rent, the players in the lobby were stunned. 10 magic crystals? Is Zero Wing trying to rob us? Chapter 1701, Hidden Dragon Rises. Chapter 1701, Hidden Dragon Rises. Zero Wing sure has guts to demand such a price. Do they really think the advanced combat rooms are the only things that can help players improve their skill completion rates? I can purchase a good piece of equipment or train in the Divine Colosseum 10 times with 10 magic crystals. Does Zero Wing think magic crystals are cabbages? When players saw the updated pricing for the advanced combat room on the large screens in the center of the lobby, many expert players thought that Zero Wing had gone mad for magic crystals. Although current players had far more magic crystal sources now, they could still only earn a limited number. Moreover, there were many other things that required magic crystals. 10 magic crystals simply wasn't a tolerable price for expert players. Players weren't even guaranteed to earn so many after an entire day of hard work. How could they possibly spend all of their earnings on gradually training their skill completion rates? The only benefit was that there were 31 more advanced combat rooms available than before. With this, players would not have to wait in line as long. However, the various major powers experts still frowned on the new change. The advanced combat rooms' main customers were these experts. Although they could afford the current price, it would be a huge burden on their guilds. Their respective guilds also couldn't afford to send them to the advanced combat rooms as often. It was both unwise and not worthwhile. While fighting the illusory creatures in the advanced combat rooms would indeed help them improve their skill completion rates more efficiently, the higher their skill completion rate became, the less effective the advanced combat rooms were. For expert players like them, the improvement from a single training session wasn't worth 10 magic crystals. Unfortunately, there weren't any good alternatives once players reached their standards. One could say that this change put them in a very awkward position. Hold on a minute, they're updating the advanced combat room's introduction. As everyone discussed the new pricing, the battle arena's main screen revealed the new rules for the advanced combat rooms. First, the duration of each session had increased to 50 minutes. Second, Zero Wing's normal members would get a 10% discount to rent the advanced combat rooms, elite members would get a 20% discount, and core members would get a 30% discount. Moreover, 10 advanced combat rooms would be reserved for guild members. When these new rules were revealed, the crowd in the lobby went into an uproar once again. Meanwhile, the various major powers members turned to Zero Wing's members in envy over the benefits they got to enjoy with the discounts and extended duration. The rental fee Zero Wing's members had to pay was just slightly higher than before. Moreover, there were now exclusive advanced combat rooms for Zero Wing's members. Suddenly, independent experts started to leave the battle arena, one after another, and make their way toward Zero Wing's residence to apply to join the guild. Even many of the various major powers' elite and expert members hesitated when the other large guilds' upper echelons received news of the update. They paled. Zero Wing actually had such a card to play? With this, Zero Wing's rise really will become unstoppable. Now that Zero Wing had solidified its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, there was no longer any local guilds that dared to challenge it. This meant that Zero Wing had a monopoly over the best resources in Star Moon Kingdom. Naturally, its guild members would receive more resources than before. With the introduction of this new guild benefit, Zero Wing became significantly more attractive towards their respective guilds' elite and expert members. It was only a matter of time before their guilds started to lose large groups of their members, yet there was nothing their guilds could do to stop it. For a time after news of the updated advanced combat rooms spread, the number of elite and expert players trying to join Zero Wing increased exponentially. Because of this, Aqua Rose, who was trying to organize Zero Wing's harvest from its war with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater, was ecstatic. In less than half an hour since the new advanced combat rooms had been introduced, Zero Wing had received 20,000 plus applications from ordinary players, 5,000 plus applications from elite players, and 200 plus applications from expert players. Just testing all of these players would take a very long time. The guild's development speed had far exceeded Aqua Rose's initial expectations. Aqua Rose had estimated that it would take Zero Wing roughly 2 or 3 days to recruit so many elite and expert players, but it would seem that Zero Wing might increase its elite member count past 250,000 sooner than that. The guild also shouldn't have any problems increasing its expert member count to 5,000. With such high numbers, Zero Wing would surpass many actual first-rate guilds. The only real difference separating Zero Wing from actual first-rate guilds now was the guild's smaller sphere of influence and fewer normal members. However, This couldn't be helped since Zero Wing's recruitment standards were too high. Moreover, first-rate guilds had begun spreading their influence throughout God's domain the day the game launched. Their influence now covered multiple kingdoms and empires. These first-rate guilds had spent countless resources and an absurd amount of wealth to build a sturdy foundation for themselves. Zero Wing, on the other hand, had begun its development in a single city with little to no wealth or resources. Meanwhile, the effectiveness of the Advanced Combat Room's promotion effect had also caught Shifeng by surprise. Guild elites and experts were necessary for a guild's development because guilds needed manpower to manage and protect the new territory it acquired. Simply chasing away the local rulers wasn't enough. If a guild lacked the strength to protect its new territory, some other power would eventually capture the territory. In that case, the guild might as well have not bothered to expand in the first place. Currently, Zero Wing was still able to get by with the number of elite and expert members it had since it had very few territories. In total, the guild only controlled 3 towns and 1 city. In comparison, first-rate guilds controlled over a dozen towns that were spread across multiple kingdoms and empires. However, if Zero Wing started to expand, it would naturally encounter more rival powers. If multiple locations were attacked at the same time, Shifeng wouldn't be able to protect all of his territories even if he were more powerful. Hence, a sufficient number of guild elite and expert members was extremely important. As Shifeng ruminated over Zero Wing's future, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him and asked, "Guild leader, where are you now?" "I'm in Stone Forest Town." "Has something happened?" Shifeng asked curiously. When Stone Forest Town had been attacked, Aqua Rose had led plenty of the guild's experts to reinforce the town. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow had been responsible for assisting the kingdom's armies against the evil beast army that was invading Starmoon Kingdom. Since the evil god's temple's NPCs controlled these evil beasts, not players, they were much higher leveled. The lowest leveled evil beast was level 60, while the majority of the evil beasts were chieftain rank and above. In addition, quite a few tier 3 NPCs from the evil god's temple commanded the evil beast army. If Gentle Snow hadn't led Zero Wing's forces to help the kingdom's armies, the evil beast army would have long since broken past the defensive line. If that happened, the evil beasts would devour every resource in their path, growing stronger as they made their way toward Zero Wing City. The number of evil beasts over here has started to decrease. According to our scouts' reports, Beast Emperor seems to be pulling out the evil beasts and demons under his control. Beast Emperor has sent his monsters to surround the primordial divine ruin. The 2,000 elite members and 100 expert members we stationed at the ruin have been annihilated. Moreover, Beast Emperor has announced that Zero Wing is prohibited from entering the primordial divine ruin from now on. "It seems that we're his only target," Gentle Snow said, gritting her teeth. The primordial divine ruin had already become a prime location for the various large guilds to acquire weapons, equipment, and combat techniques. Most importantly, it was the only entrance to Primordial City. Primordial City was the only place to obtain primordial souls, which could help players complete their Tier 2 promotion quests. If Zero Wing's supply of primordial souls were cut off, its development would definitely fall behind other guilds. By only preventing Zero Wing's members from entering the primordial divine ruin, Beast Emperor was clearly trying to provoke the guild. Naturally, the other guilds were more than happy to watch from a distance. Now that Zero Wing had already entered Primordial City and gained an advantage over their guilds, the other guilds wanted to see Zero Wing's members enter the primordial divine ruin even less. Although Gentle Snow wanted to do something about this, the Orc Empire was a neutral map. Even if she notified the kingdom's armies about the evil beasts and evil demons at the primordial divine ruin, the kingdom's armies would not take action. Beast Emperor must really think that no one can touch him just because he's in a neutral map. Shifeng could not help but sneer when he heard Gentle Snow's report, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Since he dares try to cut off my path to fortune, I'll cut off his legs." Chapter 1702, Taking Control of the Lost Town. Chapter 1702, Taking Control of the Lost Town. Although Shifeng had spoken very softly, Gentle Snow could clearly hear the determination and anger in his tone. "Guild leader, we aren't really going to take action, right?" Gentle Snow grew anxious at Shifeng's words. That Beast Emperor is obviously doing this to lure us over to the Orc Empire. If we really march our army into the neutral map, we will be beyond the kingdom's protection. Those powerful evil beasts and evil demons will tear us apart easily. If we get dealt a heavy blow now, it will diminish the reputation and prestige we've garnered from the previous war. Although Zero Wing had not suffered any casualties during its battle with Heaven's Burial's armies, it had expended a lot of its resources. In fact, Zero Wing's expenditure in the battle had been astronomical. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of how much the battle had cost Zero Wing, but how could she, a vice-guild leader of Zero Wing, not know? Of the 140,000 magic crystals the guild had prepared for the battle, over 120,000 were spent. With the few magic crystals Zero Wing had remaining, going up Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons would be impossible. Meanwhile, once Zero Wing exhausted its magic crystal reserves and lost the protection of the movement-type defensive magic array, the outcome would be horrendous for Zero Wing's forces. Unlike the evil demons that attacked Stone Forest Town, the evil demons and evil beasts Beast Emperor controlled were all level 60 and above. The majority of those monsters were also at the chieftain rank. Even a Tier 1 player of the same level might not be able to solo a chieftain-ranked evil beast or evil demon. Not to mention, there were still the stronger Lord, High Lord, Great Lord, Grand Lord, and Mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. It might be a different story if Zero Wing could summon more Baphomets as it did during its battle against Heaven's Burial. If that was possible, Zero Wing might have a chance at victory. However, Shifeng had already stated to Zero Wing's upper echelon that he had summoned the 3 Baphomets using a consumable item and used up all the summoning chances during the previous battle. Trying to pick a fight with Beast Emperor while being at such a disadvantage clearly wasn't a wise decision. Of course we need to make a move. Shifeng nodded. In a resolute tone, he continued, moreover, we're going to beat him up badly. He understood Beast Emperor's motives. Currently, Zero Wing was like the midday sun in Star Moon Kingdom. Through the prestige and reputation it earned from the previous war and the attractiveness of the advanced combat rooms, Zero Wing's growth potential was clear for all to see. If Beast Emperor did not take advantage of Zero Wing's current undeveloped state to suppress the guild or even deal it a heavy blow, Zero Wing would definitely become an even greater obstacle for him in the future. Hence, Beast Emperor had dispatched a considerable number of evil beasts and evil demons to surround the primordial divine ruin and prevent Zero Wing from obtaining the resources available there. With this, regardless of whether Zero Wing took action against this blockade or not, Beast Emperor would be able to suppress the guild's development. Most likely, Beast Emperor had already made a thorough investigation of Zero Wing's available combat power. After all, with how large Zero Wing had become, some information about the guild was bound to leak. Meanwhile, if other guilds were faced with Beast Emperor's blockade, they would most likely hesitate over whether to take action against Beast Emperor or not. Unfortunately for him, Shifeng would not hesitate. He might not have any way to deal with ancient Rock City at present, but dealing with the evil demons and evil beasts that had left the protection of the city was not entirely impossible. Notify Aqua and have her gather 1,500 experts at Zero Wing City. It's best if they're trustworthy. It's about time we let Beast Emperor know that the Orc Empire isn't his to monopolize. Shifeng instructed 1,500 people. Isn't that a little too few? Gentle Snow was a little confused when she heard Shifeng's words. She had thought that Shifeng was planning to mobilize the entire guild to show Beast Emperor who's boss. Yet, now, Shifeng was gathering only 1,500 experts. No, they're more than enough. In any case, have these people gather at Zero Wing City as quickly and as secretively as possible, Shifeng said, revealing a mysterious smile. He then disconnected the call and retrieved the Abyss pendant. Previously, he had used the pendant to record the coordinates of the lost town. Now, he could teleport there directly without having to waste hours going from map to map. Lost towns were towns left behind by ancient civilizations in God's domain. Every one of them was very special. In the past, even the various superpowers of God's domain would fight desperately to claim them. It was naturally best if he secured the lost town in the Boneless Land as soon as possible. Boneless Land, Lost Town. By the time Shifeng arrived back at the lost town, some of the monsters in the town had already respawned. The number was not as high as when he first came to the town, but it was still extremely dangerous for current players to be here. However, he did not dwell on the matter as he activated Gale Domain and flew straight to the bottomless pit at the town center. The bottomless pit looked like a passage that led to a demon's nest. The top of the pit was covered entirely by a magic array with small openings located around the magic array's edges, meant for darkness stones. Shifeng soon arrived before one of the holes and placed one of the darkness stones he collected into it. With each darkness stone he inserted, the opening of the pit shrank slightly. At the same time, though, the pressure coming from the bottom of the pit intensified. Moreover, after he had started inserting the darkness stones into the magic array, an invisible barrier of sorts enveloped the entire lost town, preventing the use of skills, spells, and even magic scrolls. When Shifeng inserted the 10th darkness stone, an angry roar came from the pit. Following which, a level 65, Tier 2 demon appeared before him. As he couldn't use any of his skills or spells at the moment, he had to rely on his basic attributes to defeat the Tier 2 demon. Fortunately, the Bible of Darkness's passive effect still worked, and so the Tier 2 demon had its basic attributes greatly suppressed. Coupled with the fact that Shifeng's basic attributes far exceeded what an ordinary Tier 2 player at his level should possess, fighting the demon was a walk in the park. A few minutes later, the Tier 2 demon collapsed helplessly at his feet, following which, he continued inserting darkness stones into the magic array and defeating the demons that came out with every 10 darkness stones inserted. By the 70th darkness stone inserted, the demon that came out of the bottomless pit had become a level 65, Tier 3 Great Lord. However, with the help of the Bible of Darkness, Shifeng still managed to overwhelm his opponent. When Shifeng inserted the 80th darkness stone, the mental pressure the bottomless pit exerted on him caused even his consciousness to become a little blurry. If other players were standing in his place, they would have long since lost consciousness and been forcibly logged out of the game. With the insertion of the final darkness crystal, a horrific aura surged out from the bottomless pit and washed over the entire lost town, paralyzing Shifeng's body when it swept over him. Following which, the magic array covering the bottomless pit started rising into the sky and eventually vanished. Meanwhile, the top of the bottomless pit shrank rapidly, transforming into a small dot before disappearing without a trace as well. If other players were to visit the lost town in the future, they would not be able to tell that a massive hole had once existed in the middle of the town. After the bottomless pit disappeared, the mental pressure it exerted also faded away. When Shifeng's spirit had recovered, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have completed the epic ranked main storyline quest Demon's Nest. Rewarding Lost Town's Town Order System. Congratulations. You have obtained the Lost Town's Town Order. Do you wish to bind the Lost Town to yourself and become its master? Upon hearing these system notifications, Shifeng breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Had he failed to complete the quest, he would have been hunted down by a Tier 5 Demon King. Aside from hiding in NPC cities, he would have had no chance of surviving anywhere else. Following which, Shifeng agreed to become the Lost Town's master. With this, the Lost Town officially became the first Town Zero wing controlled in a neutral map. Once he constructed a guild residence here, guild members would be able to teleport freely to the Boneless Land without having to waste a lot of time on travel. Meanwhile, after he became the master of the town, the monsters originally present inside the town started vanishing one after another. Now, players could roam the town without worrying about monster attacks. In addition, all of the town's functions were made available to him. Around 30 seconds after the monsters had disappeared, NPCs suddenly started popping up all over the town, filling it with life. Meanwhile, Shifeng quickly made his way toward the main goal of his visit, this time the White Tower. Chapter 1703, Extraordinary Tower. Chapter 1703, Extraordinary Tower. The Lost Town's unique ability was the White Tower. After Shifeng had become the Lost Town's master, the defensive magic array protecting the White Tower also vanished. Now, the beam attacks didn't target him when he stood within 100 yards of the tower, and silver divine runes had begun to appear on the White Tower's walls, radiating faint divine might. When Shifeng reached the tower's entrance, a translucent screen appeared before him, introducing the White Tower. Extraordinary Tower. A training tower constructed by an ancient civilization. The tower has a total of 3 floors, each providing training that is more intense than the one before. Pass all 3 floors to qualify as an extraordinary individual. Removing the seal on the first floor requires 10,000 magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 500 magic crystals per day. Only 100 people are allowed to train at a time. Removing the seal on the second floor requires 100,000 magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 5,000 magic crystals per day. Only 50 people are allowed to train at a time. Removing the seal on the third floor requires 1 million magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 20,000 magic crystals per day. Only 10 people are allowed to train at a time. So, I guess there's a price. Shifeng could not help his bitter smile as he read the Extraordinary Tower's introductory text. Although he had known that the various superpowers in the past had paid a certain price to use their Lost Town's abilities, he hadn't expected the price to be so steep. The first floor's operation cost of 500 magic crystals wasn't much of a problem. It was the equivalent of charging 5 magic crystals per person per day. However, not only was the price for removing the second floor's seal 10 times that of the first floor, but its daily operation cost also increased by 10 times. This expenditure was even enough to drive first-rate guilds crazy. Furthermore, the number of training slots had been halved. It was the equivalent of charging 100 magic crystals per person per day. Meanwhile, super guilds would pale at the cost of unsealing and operating the third floor. Even a super guild would need a considerable time to accumulate the 1 million magic crystals needed to unseal the third floor, and the 20,000 magic crystal operation cost was simply outrageous. Most importantly, only 10 players could train on the third floor at the same time. Not even the current super guilds would dare to play with such a cost. It was the equivalent of spending 2,000 magic crystals for each player for a single day. Not even the word horrific was enough to describe this cost. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shifeng found it reasonable if players could reach the Void Realm and the higher realms of truth by paying a few hundred magic crystals. Whoever controlled this lost town would become invincible. They could pump out batch after batch of peak experts for an insignificant price. It should be known that even though super guilds had complete legacies for the realms of refinement, the number of people they train at a time was very limited. Only the most talented would be chosen. This was because the training system's cost was simply too high. It was only reasonable that the Extraordinary Tower's operation costs would be so ridiculously high. It seems that I can only activate the first floor for now. After Shifeng finished reading the introduction, he undid the seal on the Extraordinary Tower's first floor. Although Zero Wing could not afford to unseal the second floor yet, it did not really matter. The first floor was more than enough for now. Aside from himself, no one in the guild had set foot in the realms of truth. After all, by the time a considerable number of guild members had reached the realms of truth, Zero Wing would have accumulated enough magic crystals to unseal the second floor. After Shifeng chose to unseal the first floor, 10,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag. At the same time, the Extraordinary Tower began to transform as if the tower had awakened from its slumber. Some of the divine runes on its walls brightened. The ambient mana then rapidly gathered around the tower, and more divine runes began to light up, continuously expanding its sphere of influence. Initially, the Extraordinary Tower only collected mana from its immediate area, gradually increasing that radius until it enveloped the lost town. It then reached past the town's boundaries to several thousand yards past the lost town's walls. What a powerful mana surge! Is this the lost town's true power? Shifeng was greatly shocked as he watched the flowing, white torrents of mana in the sky. Standing beside the Extraordinary Tower, Shifeng could feel the mana density around him rapidly increase. After absorbing mana for a short moment, the mana density around the tower could rival the magic tower, and it continued to rise. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. After around 10 minutes, the mana torrents began to fade. At this point, the divine runes covering the Extraordinary Tower shone brilliantly, giving the tower a sacred feeling. In addition, the lost town felt as if it had been resurrected as it brimmed with life. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly all over the town. The mana density had also increased until it slightly surpassed the density in Stone Forest Town. One would find it very hard to believe that just some time ago, the lost town had been desolate, and this transformation was only the result of unsealing the first floor. Even Shifeng struggled to believe what he was seeing. If he undid all 3 of the Extraordinary Tower's seals, what would he see then? After calming his excited heart, Shifeng entered the Extraordinary Tower. As Shifeng stepped through its doors, he discovered that the tower's interior had undergone quite a few changes. The first floor had felt dull and old during his previous visit, but now, it looked impressive. Everything seemed to glow, and Shifeng felt like he stood in a sports arena's main hall, which could fit tens of thousands of people. Dazzling mana weapons were on display all around him. The sight was mesmerizing. God's domain's ancient civilizations were truly amazing. When Shifeng called up the first floor's system interface and examined its listed contents, he was ecstatic. He had only been able to visually inspect the dark environment during his previous visit to the tower's first floor. Even so, he had counted over 10,000 mana weapons. Now that he was the Lost Town's master, he could inspect any information related to the town. What he learned about the first floor made him realize that he still underestimated the strength and foundation of the ancient civilization that had once ruled over this land. Mana weapons were extremely rare in God's domain, but the first floor hall contained 24,671 of these weapons. There were enough mana weapons here to arm a 20,000-man army. The majority of the mana weapons here were Tier 1, with 1,823 Tier 2 mana weapons, and 12 Tier 3 mana weapons. To Shifeng's surprise, there were even 2 Tier 4 mana weapons in this hall. He was utterly stupefied. Even after learning about the Lost Town's unique ability, Shifeng had thought that the Demon's Nest quest had been more trouble than it was worth. If Primordial City hadn't activated, he would never have found a way to collect 100 Darkness Stones in time. But now that he had completed the quest and inspected the Extraordinary Tower's armory, he realized the Demon's Nest quest's reward was far beyond his expectations. Tier 4 mana weapon. Although only Tier 3 players and above could equip these weapons, they'd even perform better than fragmented legendary weapons, and this tower's first floor hall actually contained 2 Tier 4 mana weapon. When the guild's experts eventually reached Tier 3, he could help 2 of them become Apex experts by arming them with these weapons. The upper echelon from an ordinary guild might not realize the benefit of 2 more Apex experts, but Shifeng did. This meant that Zero Wing could occupy more towns and obtain even more resources. Zero Wing would not have to worry about lacking experts to protect its towns. I can't retrieve them. When Shifeng tried to collect the Tier 4 mana weapons through the system interface, the system informed him that he had yet to meet the requirement for such an action. To retrieve the 2 weapons, he had to promote the town to advanced rank. Shifeng could only shake his head and chuckle. Sure enough, the system won't let players obtain Tier 4 mana weapons so easily. However, Shifeng wasn't particularly disappointed. Developing the Lost Town was necessary regardless, and with Zero Wing's current foundations, upgrading the town from a basic town to an advanced town before the guild's experts reached Tier 3 wouldn't be a problem, following which, Shifeng retrieved every Tier 3 and Tier 2 mana weapon available. This had been his main goal in visiting the Lost Town, after all. With these mana weapons, the strength of his guild's experts could undergo a qualitative transformation. This was especially true for the players who would wield the Tier 3 mana weapons. After retrieving the mana weapons, Shifeng followed the spiral staircase to the second floor. Previously, he had been focused on obtaining the magic crystal treasure chest. As a result, he hadn't inspected the tower's second or third floor. Now that he was the Lost Town's master, however, he had to examine the tower properly. Chapter 1704, Master's Power. Chapter 1704, Master's Power. Once he arrived on the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, Shifeng discovered that it was still as dilapidated as it had been during his first visit. However, the hall had brightened considerably, and now, Shifeng could clearly see the armored ghosts that wandered the floor as he had left it. The tyrant's soul stood quietly before the spiral staircase leading to the third floor. It's still here? Shifeng frowned at the tyrant's soul. He had assumed that every monster in the Lost Town had disappeared when he had taken control of it, but it would seem that wasn't the case. At the very least, the monsters in the Extraordinary Tower hadn't been affected. He had already experienced the tyrant's soul's strength. Although it was only a level 80 mythic monster, it wielded a saint weapon, a Tier 5 mana weapon. In terms of combat power, even the demon ruler enhanced mythic ranked Baphomet paled in comparison to the tyrant's soul. Trying to defeat such a powerful foe was simply too difficult right now. Yet, if he left the tyrant's soul alone, the soul doppelganger would continue to hunt him. Although the soul doppelgangers wasn't an issue yet, since the most recent had only been a level 70 chieftain, they would grow stronger each day. They might not pose a threat right now, but sooner or later, they would become a problem. The only way to avoid the soul doppelganger's constant annoyance was to defeat the tyrant's soul. However, slaying the tyrant's soul was easier said than done. Just the fact that it was a level 80 mythic monster made it challenging enough, not to mention its saint weapon. Even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts might fail to take it down, not to mention Shifeng. No, that's not right. This is the extraordinary tower. As the master of the lost town, every construction within the town should be under my control. The tower should not be an exception. Thinking so, Shifeng opened the Extraordinary Towers system interface in God's domain. Players had full control of the buildings they owned. This meant that players had access to various functions, such as a building's governing mechanics and removing players from the building. Because of this, players in God's domain wouldn't cause trouble in other guilds and players' private properties, as doing so would put them at an overwhelming disadvantage. Without overwhelming strength, it was impossible to defeat a property's owner inside their own building. Their extraordinary tower should be considered private property. It wasn't like a guild residence, which was owned by the guild, not an individual. In the case of shared properties like guild residences, the most players could do to ensure the residence's security was hire players and NPC guards to protect it. The residences didn't have an automated function to expel intruders. Sure enough, I can control the tower. Shifeng rejoiced when he discovered that he could manipulate the Extraordinary Towers system interface. Immediately, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a Summon Guard scroll. Shortly after, a Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon and Anna appeared before Shifeng. Dealing with the 9 Wandering Souls would be difficult enough for the level 80, Tier 3 Demon and a Tier 2 NPC like Anna, let alone facing off against the Mythic ranked Tyrant Soul. The 9 Wandering Souls were all level 80 Grand Lords, and if they worked together, they could easily overwhelm Anna and the Tier 3 Demon. However, Shifeng did not mind. He then instructed Anna summon her Golden Giant and Rock Guardians. Anna's actions immediately attracted the Tyrant Soul's attention, and the mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes. Despicable thief, you dare to show yourself before me again? I will tear your soul to pieces. The Tyrant Soul quickly recognized Shifeng's aura, its eyes glowing red with rage. It bellowed with fury and vanished. Meanwhile, the Wandering Souls turned to charge at Shifeng. Even Shifeng grew nervous while facing a level 80 mythic monster and 9 level 80 Grand Lord Seal. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng immediately utilized his special privilege as the tower's owner. Suddenly, countless chains appeared around the Tyrant's Soul and Wandering Souls. Following which, the 10 monsters' basic attributes plummeted, falling to 50% of their original values in the blink of an eye. They couldn't use their skills or spells, either suppressed. The Tyrant's Soul was forcefully revealed. The Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon then charged at the Tyrant's Soul. Seeing this, the Tyrant's Soul wielded its blue lightning blade and swung it at the Tomahawk Demon's battle axe. When the two weapons clashed, a storm began to brew in the hall. The impact also forced the Tomahawk Demon to retreat by 3 steps, its battle axe slightly vibrating. Surprisingly, the Tyrant's Soul had also slid back 4 steps, the lightning blade in its hands instantly shattering. Although the two monsters had only clashed once, the difference in their strengths was obvious. The Demon Ruler enhanced Tomahawk Demon definitely triumphed over the Tyrant's Soul. Fortunately, the 10 rock giants were able to hold back the 10 Grand Lord ranked Wandering Souls by themselves. This allowed the Golden Giant to join the Tomahawk Demon against the Tyrant's Soul. Meanwhile, Anna continuously bombarded the Tyrant's Soul with Tier 2 spells. Naturally, Shifeng didn't hold back either as he charged into the fight with the Tomahawk Demon and Golden Giant serving as MTS. Fighting the Tyrant's Soul became very easy. Shifeng was able to deal around -6,000 damage with his normal attacks, while his skills dealt damage in the tens of thousands. Although his damage couldn't compare to Anna and the 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures, who dealt hundreds of thousands of damage, he still helped to shave away the Tyrant's Soul's HP. Following which, the Tyrant's Soul received a one-sided beating as its HP continued to drop 98%, 95%, 90%. Eventually, the Tyrant's Soul became thoroughly enraged and tried to summon its Saint weapon, but despite chanting the incantation, the Saint weapon was nowhere to be seen. As a result, it could only watch helplessly as its HP decreased. With its basic attributes heavily suppressed and unable to use its spells and skills, the Tyrant's Soul was likely the most miserable mythic monster in the game right now. Not even the system had expected Shifeng to accomplish the near-impossible feat of collecting 100 Darkness Stones and acquire the Lost Town before dealing with the Extraordinary Towers boss. However, as a result of Shifeng's unconventional way of acquiring the Lost Town, the Tyrant's Soul couldn't use its abilities. This was especially true for its Saint weapon. If the Tyrant's Soul were at its peak and had the aid of a Tier 5 mana weapon, not even the Tier 4 Valkyrie would be its match. One could just imagine how powerful the tyrant's soul truly was. It was definitely invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, the tyrant's soul couldn't use its skills or spells, let alone summon its saint weapon. Although the tyrant's soul had a maximum HP of 210 million even after the suppression, its HP fell steadily under Shifeng and his minions' assault. 80%, 50%, 20%. Time passed quickly, and eventually, the tyrant's soul's HP fell to 20%. Due to the rough battle, the monster's armor was now in tatters. However, despite losing most of its HP, the tyrant's soul could only use normal attacks. It couldn't even go berserk like normal monsters did after their HP reached a certain point. Finally, after over 30 minutes, the tyrant's soul's HP fell below the 1%. Shifeng then activated Divine Providence and arrived beside the mythic monster. His swords transformed into streaks of dazzling light that tore through the tyrant's soul's unguarded side. Flame bursts. Damages exceeding -60,000 appeared above the tyrant's soul's head, one after another. By the time Shifeng had exhausted all of Flame Burst's 16 attacks, the tyrant's soul's HP had reached 0. The mythic monster released an agonizing scream before transforming into particles of light and disappearing. To Shifeng's disappointment, the tyrant's soul had only dropped its dilapidated armor pieces and 2 items. However, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification after the tyrant's soul had died, and when he heard its message, he was stunned. System: congratulations. You have slain the tyrant's soul. Rewarding a town building order. Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. A town building order. Shifeng's mind blanked for a moment when he saw the tattered parchment that had abruptly appeared in his hands. Town building orders were incredibly precious in God's domain. Normally, the item could only be obtained from securing the first kill of a special field boss or epic ranked or higher group quest. A town building order was far more valuable than a captured town. This was because the town building order granted players the freedom to build a town in almost any location they desired. They could even construct the town in a neutral map. This was where the town building order truly shined. Neutral maps didn't have teleportation points, and players had to rely on their own feet to reach these maps. Moreover, very few neutral maps contained towns or cities. In the case of the Orc Empire, capturable towns and cities had only appeared due to an expansion pack. Trying to find a pre-made town to capture in other neutral maps was a dream. Of course, the Orc Empire's natural towns and cities had their flaws. They lacked some of the functions that normal guild towns and cities possessed. For example, they couldn't be promoted. Regardless of how well guilds managed these towns and cities, they would remain at the same rank they started with. Meanwhile, the town constructed with a town building order didn't have such restrictions. It could be promoted into a city without issues. However, one had to pay a considerably higher price to use a town building order in a neutral map. It would cost, at the very least, several, possibly dozens of times more than building a town within a kingdom or empire. This was because neutral maps were not considered safe areas. In fact, they were home to many races that were hostile to humans. Naturally, setting up a town in enemy land would be more costly. The higher leveled the neutral map was, the more it would cost to construct a town there. Most importantly, guild towns and cities in neutral maps would face frequent monster attacks. Surviving in these neutral maps would also be much harder than within a kingdom or empire's borders. Hence, not all guilds that had been lucky enough to find a town building order had chosen to construct their towns in neutral maps. Rather, they lacked the ability and funds to build a town in a neutral map. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a town building order so soon in this life. Originally, he had planned to wait for the guild's main force to reach level 60 before challenging a few special field bosses that he knew the locations of. But now, he had a town building order 10 levels earlier than expected. Forget it. It's better to get one earlier than later. At most, I'll just have to adjust my original plan. Shifeng smiled before storing the town building order. He then set his sights on the other items the tyrant's soul had dropped while he had Anna and the tier 3 demon clean up the remaining monsters. As a mythic monster, the tyrant's soul should have dropped a lot of items, yet the boss had a surprisingly low number. Including the tattered equipment the tyrant's soul dropped, the boss had only dropped 6 items. Shifeng immediately picked up the tattered equipment pieces and inspected them. These equipment pieces had clearly existed for an extremely long time. Many areas of the pieces had fallen prey to corrosion. If they were tossed to the roadside, nobody would likely spare them a second glance. However, Shifeng was instantly ecstatic after he inspected their attribute panel's mana equipment. As expected of the extraordinary tower's guardian boss, Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he gazed at the 4 tattered pieces of equipment before him. Mana equipment was similar to mana weapons. Both were consumables and could offer a significant boost to players' combat power. Only, mana equipment was extremely difficult to produce, far more so than mana weapons. As a result, mana equipment was scarcer than mana weapons. Meanwhile, the 4 pieces of mana equipment before him made up a complete set. They were the hands, chest, legs, and boots of the Judgment set, a Tier 2 mana equipment set individually. These 4 pieces had the basic attributes to rival epic equipment. Only, they did not possess any additional skills. In return for their lack of skills, though, the 4-piece Judgment set included 2 ridiculously strong set effects. 2-piece set effect, Mana Stimulation, passively improves physique by 30% and reaction speed by 20%. Forms a mana shield around the wearer that weakens spell effects by 50% and reduces physical damage received by 30%. 4-piece set effect, Light of Judgment, stimulates the runes on every set piece at the cost of durability. When active, increases all attributes by 800 points, strength by 90%, endurance by 60%, and agility by 60%. Sustaining Light of Judgment reduces 1 durability point from every set piece each minute. The mana equipment set's attributes rendered Shifeng speechless. Although he had been a guild leader in the past, his guild had only been a second-rate guild. The information he had been able to get his hands on had been very limited. Although he had known that mana equipment was very powerful, he hadn't realized exactly how powerful. Now that he had seen one of these set's attributes, he finally understood why mana equipment was so powerful. The basic attributes it provided could rival epic equipment of the same level, and when operating at maximum capacity, its buffs were even more impressive than a berserk skill. An 800-point increase to all attributes was simply unimaginable for Tier 2 players. Both the berserk skills that players learned and those from equipment generally only boosted the player's basic attributes. In other words, the higher a player's basic attributes were, the more effective their berserk skills would be. Meanwhile, when level 60, Tier 2 experts used a berserk skill, excluding the percentage buffs from weapons and equipment, they would generally gain around 1,300 to 1,500 points to their main attribute. The boost to the other basic attributes was far smaller yet. Judgment of Light offered a fixed increase of 800 points to every basic attribute. That was the equivalent of a level 60, Tier 2 expert gaining 50% or higher boost to their attributes. After including the percentage buffs Judgment of Light provided, the player's overall improvement would be terrifying. Shifeng even suspected that he could gain as much strength with Judgment of Light as he did from Heavenly Dragon's power, which was above average compared to other berserk skills. It was a pity that the Judgment set was a class-specific set equipment and could only be used by Guardian Knights. If Kola equipped this set, he should even be able to tank mythic monsters of the same level. Shifeng began to fantasize as he examined the Judgment set. If Kola wore the Judgment set with his Titan Guard, he'd become the strongest MT in God's domain. Following which, Shifeng stored the mana equipment set and set his sights on the last 2 items the Tyrant's Soul had dropped. One of them was an old key, while the other was a Tier 4 magic scroll. The Tier 4 magic scroll was a Tier 4 domain scroll, and the key would unlock the magic crystal treasure chest on the tower's top floor. Since he had stolen some of the treasure chest's contents during his last visit, the Tyrant's Soul had learned its lesson and locked it, making it impossible for Shifeng, or anyone for that matter, to steal any more items. Now that Shifeng had the key, though, he could open the treasure chest and retrieve the remaining items. Previously, he hadn't had much time to loot the treasure chest, and in the end, he had only claimed 5 items. However, every one of those 5 items could even invoke a super guild's envy. Shifeng and his minions then dealt with the remaining 9 wandering souls and collected 15 pieces of level 70 secret silver and fine gold equipment before he made his way to the tower's top floor. The magic crystal treasure chest hadn't moved from its original position. However, the chest now sported a massive, golden padlock. A single glance told Shifeng had no hope of destroying the lock as he was now, but after using the key, he removed the lock in 5 seconds. Lifting the treasure chest's lid, an aurora of light escaped, which was so dazzling that anyone could see it from anywhere in the lost town. Sure enough, this chest still has a lot of treasures. Shifeng's heart pounded with excitement as he looked at the 6 items inside the treasure chest. He immediately began to appraise them, one after another. Of the 6 items, 3 were Tier 2 skill books. One was a Tier 2 taboo skill for assassins called Indiscriminate Killing, one was a Tier 2 spell for elementalists called Elemental Mirror, and one was a Tier 2 passive skill for rangers called Precision Shooting. The other 3 items included a Tier 3 mana staff, a magic tower design, and the last was the Guardian Puppet designates. No wonder why the players and powers that obtained gold magic crystal treasure chests had never said a word about their harvest. So, this is why. Realization dawned on Shifeng when he saw the Guardian Puppet design. He had wondered what made the gold magic crystal treasure chests so special that almost no player or power had ever mentioned obtaining one during his previous life. None of the 5 items he had gained during his first visit were enough to tempt a super guild to put everything it had into obtaining one of these treasure chests. However, after taking a look at the Guardian Puppet design, he understood. This Guardian Puppet design alone was many times more valuable than every other item in the gold magic crystal treasure chest. It was so valuable that superpowers would wage an all-out war with each other to obtain it. Chapter 1706, Guild Treasure. Looking at the Guardian Puppet design in his hands, Shifeng could not help but inhale deeply as he began scrutinizing it. In the past, Guardian Puppets were something exclusive to the various superpowers and an extreme few large guilds. Every Guardian Puppet was treated as a priceless treasure and was the symbol of a guild's foundations. Almost nobody would choose to sell their Guardian Puppet unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the ones that got sold had been furiously contested over by countless powers. The Guardian Puppet had been in great demand because it was ancient technology that had been lost in time. Without a proper design, players couldn't replicate the technology since the production of the Guardian Puppet involved too many fields of study such as alchemy, forging, and engineering. Moreover, every subclass had to be at the master rank at the very minimum. Only after gathering the masters of these subclasses could players produce a Guardian Puppet. However, according to rumors, just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 2,000 gold, far more expensive than making a slightly below average piece of epic equipment. The final cost for making the Guardian Puppet would simply be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the reason why the Guardian Puppet was so valuable was its frightening combat power. Even a level 0 player could instantly become a monster-like existence with the help of the Guardian Puppet. It was a war weapon that no epic item or even fragmented legendary item could compare to. To a guild, the Guardian Puppet was a priceless treasure. In the past, there were some first-rate guilds that dared to provoke even superpowers yet managed to live to tell the tale. The secret behind their survival was their possession of Guardian Puppets. Even an ordinary Guardian Puppet had the combat power of a Tier 3 existence. Meanwhile, the Guardian Puppet design Shifeng currently held in his hands was for bronze-ranked Guardian Puppets. The bronze Guardian Puppet possessed strength at the peak of Tier 3, and any player controlling the puppet could wield this strength as if it was their own. Moreover, unlike summoned creatures, which would disappear after a certain duration, Guardian Puppets would not disappear unless destroyed. Regardless of how far players developed in God's domain, combat power at the peak of Tier 3 would never become obsolete, because many players could not even reach Tier 3 as expected of a bronze Guardian Puppet. Just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 3,000 gold. Moreover, a master forger would only have a 30% success rate at completing the forging portion. The success of the final assembly isn't even guaranteed. It's no wonder the various superpowers treated their puppets like their own babies. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he looked at the list of required materials stated on the design. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the price to be reasonable. The bronze Guardian Puppet possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 3 and could be used indefinitely. If a guild could produce several hundred of these puppets now, it would basically be invincible. After all, there was no level requirement for controlling a Guardian Puppet. The only limiting factor was one's skillfulness at controlling the puppet. It seems there's a need to place greater focus on Candlelight's development. Shifeng could not wait for the day Zero Wing could have its own Guardian Puppets. Although the materials needed to produce the bronze Guardian Puppet were rare, aside from the main material, fine Titan ingot, the other materials could be collected in bulk relatively easily. The main problem was the requirement of various kinds of lifestyle masters. Without the necessary lifestyle masters, the odds of producing the Guardian puppet were zero. If Zero Wing could mass-produce bronze Guardian puppets, whether it was in team battles or siege battles, they would become a formidable support since they dealt increased damage to magic arrays and buildings. Moreover, they were much more powerful than Tier 3 summoned creatures. Just as Shafeng was figuring out ways to further improve the standards of lifestyle players in the Candlelight Trading Firm, he suddenly received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild Leader, I just received good news. Heaven's Burial's Singular Burial and Lei Jingyang fell out with each other. The guild has already been disbanded. However, Singular Burial joined Blackwater with some of his trusted aides and guild experts. Currently, Singular Burial is bringing his men to the Primordial Divine Ruin. By the looks of it, they plan on reaching Primordial City by relying on various resources Blackwater provided them, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Heaven's Burial's destruction was something she and the rest of Zero Wing's upper echelon had anticipated. Only, they had not expected Heaven's Burial to disband so quickly. Caught off guard, they had a hard time taking over the shops located in the various cities Heaven's Burial ruled before, many of which were snatched away by other guilds. However, Heaven's Burial's sudden disbandment also saved Zero Wing plenty of trouble. At the very least, there was no longer any need to wage price wars with Heaven's Burial's shops in Starmoon Kingdom, nor was there any need to dispatch larger armies to capture Heaven's Burial's guild towns. So, they've given up on Starmoon Kingdom and are shifting their focus to Primordial City. Shafeng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Gentle Snow, he asked, have you gathered the necessary manpower yet? As you've requested, I personally contacted every one of the selected candidates and had them secretly gather at Zero Wing City. Currently, we're just short by a few dozen people before we have the required number, Gentle Snow replied. Good. Have them gather at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm. I'll head over there myself right now. It's about time we gave Beast Emperor and Singular Burial a little surprise, Shafeng said with a nod before disconnecting the call. Even now, Gentle Snow still had no idea what Shafeng intended to do by summoning 1,500 experts. However, she continued notifying the selected experts to gather at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Shafeng spent 3,000 gold to have the NPCs in the Lost Town construct a guild residence. At the same time, he hired 100 level 150, Tier 2 NPC guards and 1,000 level 150, Tier 1 NPC guards for town defense. With this, the town should have no problems fending off monster attacks in the short term. Once that was done, he took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. After the heaven-defying battle at Stone Forest Town, the number of players visiting Zero Wing City each day had skyrocketed. Now, the city's player population had already shot past the 4 million mark. Just the entrance fees collected each day totaled roughly 22,000 gold. Not to mention, there was still the income from Stone Forest Town, the Candlelight Trading Firm, and many other enterprises. Now that there was no longer any need to continue placing bounties on Heaven's Burial's members, all that income could be invested into the guild's development. Meanwhile, even after including the guild's various expenses such as providing guild benefits and the guild's expansion, Zero Wing still saved up around 15,000 gold per day. This income could make any first-rate guild crazy with jealousy. For first-rate guilds, just being able to get their guild to operate normally was already a challenging task. Moreover, the guild benefits they offered their members weren't even comparable to Zero Wing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no first-rate guild in God's domain could compete with Zero Wing in terms of wealth. After returning to Zero Wing's residence, Shafeng first went to the guild warehouse to retrieve some materials obtained from team dungeons and through trading with the various first-rate guilds. Then, he started producing magic array scrolls for the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. Once he completed 2 sets, he took out the 2 remaining elemental sources from his bag and combined them with the magic array scrolls. Suddenly, the 2 sets of magic array scrolls started evolving. Originally, Divine Beast's Descent was an intermediate magic array, but after the fusion was completed, the magic arrays exuded an aura that was even more powerful than advanced magic arrays. Following which, Shafeng stored the 2 sets of magic array scrolls and left for the Candlelight Trading Firm. By the time he arrived at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm, Gentle Snow and the others were already waiting for him. Currently, the lounge on the 2nd floor was filled with players, every one of whom was curiously wondering why their vice-guild leaders had gathered them here today. However, when they saw Shifeng, who was currently disguised as Black Flame, enter the lounge, the entire room suddenly fell silent. Guild leader. Why is the guild leader here? Were we gathered here today under the guild leader's orders? Everyone in the lounge could not help but discuss Shifeng's sudden appearance, excited expressions on their faces. I believe you all must have heard that our brothers stationed over at the primordial divine ruin have been surrounded and killed by evil demons and evil beasts. In fact, Beast Emperor, the person controlling those monsters, has even announced that Zero Wings members are forbidden from setting foot into the primordial divine ruin, and any who dare do so will be killed without question. Although that place isn't our guild's territory, I feel that we should still make a response. Hence, I have gathered you all here today so that we can prepare a surprise for Beast Emperor and his allies. We are going to destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the primordial divine ruin. We will let the various major powers know that Zero Wing is not a pushover. When Shifeng was done speaking, gasps filled the entire venue. Even Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who stood beside Shifeng, could not help but turn to look at their guild leader, both of them thinking that Shifeng had lost his mind. Destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the primordial divine ruin? How can such a feat possibly be accomplished? Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. The silence persisted for a short moment before a commotion erupted inside the lounge. Everyone felt that Shifeng's intentions were too crazy. Setting aside how many evil beasts and evil demons were present around the primordial divine ruin, just the mythic evil beasts and mythic evil demons, there would be more than enough to annihilate their team of 1,500 players. Not to mention, they were attacking in enemy territory, which meant plenty of enemy reinforcements. I'm sure you all are worried and afraid. If you feel that you are not up to it, you may leave. I won't force any of you to take part in this operation. After all, the operation this time is indeed very dangerous. If you wish to take part in it, though, come to me to register. Note that you will also have to sign a confidentiality contract to take part in this operation, Shifeng said in a calm tone after carefully observing everyone present. The reason why Zero Wing was contesting with other guilds over various resources was to provide its members with better benefits. Meanwhile, the majority of the resources obtained would go to elite and core members of the guild. If the guild's core members were not even willing to put themselves at risk for the guild, then when the guild faced greater pressure in the future, nobody would know what kind of actions these core members would take. Thus, there was naturally no need for the guild to continue nurturing such ungrateful core members. Previously, when Zero Wing was still in its infancy, he could tolerate feeding the guild's elite and expert members without asking much in return. However, now that Zero Wing was no longer in its infancy and had already stepped onto the path of becoming a superpower, the guild would need much more resources than before to continue developing. His latest acquisition, the Lost Town, only made the guild even more desperate for resources. Now, he could neither afford nor tolerate having freeloaders in his guild. Hence, there was a serious need to adjust the way the guild operated. The first thing he was going to change was how benefits were offered to guild members. A guild member's contribution would now also be an important criterion in deciding what kind of benefits they would receive. Strength was no longer the only determining factor. The more a person contributed to the guild, the more returns they would receive. In the past, many large guilds had failed to pay attention to this aspect and simply focused on recruiting strong players without bothering with whether those players were truly loyal to the guild or not. As a result, when the guild faced an insurmountable foe, it crumbled even before the battle had begun. In contrast, some small guilds with average strength were able to unite their members to fight against first-rate guilds and maintain a considerably large territory for themselves. Shifeng planned to institute the changes starting with this operation. After he was done speaking, everyone present fell into a daze for a while. At this time, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and the other core members in the upper echelon of the guild quickly realized what Shifeng was trying to do. Hence, they kept their mouths shut and quietly watched from the sides. We'll definitely get ourselves killed by going over there. Wonderful. I've been itching to let those bastards know Zero Wing's amazingness. Guild leader, just give us our orders. For a time, everyone present discussed among themselves. The members of the guild's main force then went up to Shifeng to register. Only a small number of players that were recently promoted into Dark Gods members hesitated over their decision after the registration process continued for around a dozen minutes. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Of the 1,500 players they gathered, over 1,400 had registered to join the operation, with only several dozen players declining. However, this situation also served as a stern reminder to the two of them. The players they had gathered here today were all experts who they believed were trustworthy, yet there were still some people that had betrayed their expectations. If they were to conduct such a test for the other expert and elite members, the percentage of those who would abandon the guild during its time of need would most likely be much higher. Meanwhile, many more expert and elite players would be joining the guild in the future. There are over 1,400 people remaining. Shifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome, which could also be considered the result of the past few selections Zero Wing had conducted. Not to mention, most of the members that chose to abstain from the operation this time were mainly recent recruits. Following which, he turned to look at Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow and said quietly, "From today onward, start restructuring the guild ranks. Regardless if one is an expert member or an elite member, their positions are not fixed. If members fail to obtain a sufficient number of guild achievements and guild contribution points corresponding to their rank each month, they'll be demoted by a rank. I don't care how strong they are, they can be demoted all the way to a guild reserve member and eventually kicked out of the guild." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose nodded in agreement, both of them thinking that it was about time for them to make new guild regulations. After all, the current Zero Wing was no longer the same Zero Wing as before previously. As Zero Wing was lacking manpower and was constantly waging war with other guilds, they had no choice but to offer excellent and tempting benefits with lax conditions in order to keep the guild alive. In contrast, first-rate guilds got to develop in a stable environment for long periods. Not only were their rules and regulations clearly defined, but their contribution and achievement systems were also perfected. This allowed them to prevent freeloaders from appearing in their guilds. After everyone signed the confidentiality contract, Shifeng distributed Tier 2 mana weapons to all the Tier 1 players present. As for Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the other Tier 2 experts there, Shifeng handed them Tier 3 mana weapons. This situation stupefied Shadow Sword, who currently wielded the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless Blade. He had experienced the strength of a Tier 3 mana weapon for himself. Even if he simply wielded the weapon normally, he could exert power at the Tier 3 standard. If he pushed the weapon to its maximum potential, then he was basically an unstoppable god of slaughter. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, a total of 12 Tier 2 players would be taking part in it, yet Shifeng had actually given every one of them a Tier 3 mana weapon. Shadow Sword found this situation to be simply incredible. However, the most frightening matter would still have to be the fact that every one of the Tier 1 experts present received a Tier 2 mana weapon. That was over 1,400 players they were talking about. In other words, at this moment, Zero Wing had essentially gained an additional 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With the correct conditions, a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts could definitely raid a mythic boss of the same level. Meanwhile, like Shadow Sword, after Aqua Rose and the others took a look at the attributes of their respective Tier 3 mana weapons, they were similarly dumbfounded. Guild leader, did you raid the armory of a kingdom? We won't get hunted by some kingdom's army, right? Blackie could not help but gulp nervously as he looked at the Tier 3 mana staff he held, which completely surpassed his epic ranked staff in terms of raw power. The other Tier 2 experts nodded their heads, seconding Blackie's words. They never thought that their guild actually possessed such a hidden hand. Even those in the upper echelon like themselves were utterly clueless about this. Just by holding the Tier 3 mana weapons, they could feel that their combat power had increased drastically. At the very least, the raw power of their attacks should be at the Tier 3 standard already. Although they did not possess the physique and skills of a Tier 3 player, they were still confident that, unless their opponent was fully geared in epic equipment, they could easily stomp on any Tier 2 expert right now. At this moment, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow finally understood why Shifeng would try to annihilate the evil beasts and evil demons around the primordial divine ruin with such a small number of players. With so many experts boasting Tier 2 and Tier 3 combat power, they indeed possessed the qualifications to go up against the evil demons and evil beasts near the primordial divine ruin. While everyone was reeling from receiving the mana weapons, Shifeng took out 4 pieces of equipment and handed them to Kola. Originally, Kohler wanted to say that his equipment was plenty excellent already and that there was no need for a replacement. However, once he inspected what Shifeng gave him, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets without hesitation. He removed the level 50 Feingold set equipment he was wearing and replaced them with the Mana equipment set from Shifeng. The moment Kohler equipped the Mana equipment set, the feeling he gave off transformed abruptly. Right now, Kohler's aura gave even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow intense pressure. Not to mention, the mana in the room was also surging toward him. Just standing beside the Guardian Knight felt stifling. Guild leader, what kind of equipment did you give Kohler? Did you give him 4 pieces of epic equipment? Gentle Snow asked curiously. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her attributes were inferior to Kohler's. However, she currently had a piece of fragmented legendary equipment equipped, so it was simply unbelievable that Kohler's basic attributes would be superior to hers. The only explanation she could think of for such a difference was that Kohler had just equipped 4 pieces of epic equipment. No. It's Tier 2 Mana equipment set. It's something similar to the Mana weapons you all are using, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Kohler and asked, how does it feel after you've equipped it? Guild leader, this set is simply insane. I feel that I can tank even a mythic boss right now. Kohler's eyes glowed with excitement as he looked at the 4 silvery pieces of equipment on him. When the surrounding crowd heard Kohler's words, they could not help but gasp. From Kohler's expression, they could tell that the Guardian Knight was not joking at all. However, realizing this only served to shock them even more. 4 pieces of mana equipment were actually enough to create an MT capable of tanking a mythic boss of the same level. This situation was simply too frightening. Relax. You'll have plenty of chances to show off later on, Shifeng said, chuckling, following which, Shifeng had Aqua Rose recruit 176 trustworthy summoners from the guild's elite members for the upcoming operation and had them sign confidentiality contracts as well. Move out. Our target is the primordial divine ruin. It's about time we let our enemies pay the price of blood, Shifeng commanded after seeing that everyone had gathered. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Zero Wing City, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, the number of players that gathered at the 4 Towers of Elements increased with each passing day. Many among them belonged to the various adventurer teams and large guilds. This was because teleporting through the 4 Towers of Elements was the fastest way for players to reach the Orc Empire. Using this function, players could save up on over 10 hours of mounted travel time when traveling to the Orc Empire. Aside from being able to teleport into the Orc Empire, players could teleport to leveling maps around Zero Wing City. Although these leveling maps weren't high-resource maps, the easy travel method still made these maps attractive. Because of this, the 4 Towers of Elements weren't any less lively than the city's central district, even though they stood at the edges of Zero Wing City, far from most of the city's attractions. Quite a few player shops had also risen around the towers. Among these player shops stood the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm, a trading firm Shifeng had been quite familiar with during his previous life. This trading firm was run by none other than Susie, one of Shifeng's old friends in the past. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's business was doing considerably well, and many adventurer teams' players purchased items from its shop. Guild leader, is there a problem with that shop? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed Shifeng staring at the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm? Following Shifeng's gaze, Aqua Rose said, based on our information, the trading firm is quite impressive. Its owner had rented a shop here before we had even revealed the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. The Purple Pavilion's owner also has amazing connections and offers many specialty products from other countries. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm has used this opportunity to partner with quite a few well-known adventurer teams and purchase various rare materials from them at below market price. Right now, excluding the trading firms operated by the various large guilds, the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm ranks among the top 5 in Zero Wing City. However, based on our investigations, Purple Pavilion doesn't have a powerful backer. As a result, certain major trading firms have begun to take action against Purple Pavilion in secret. When Gentle Snow and the others heard Aqua Rose's explanation, they could not help but view the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's owner in a new light. In God's domain, the competition between trading firms was just as intense as that between guilds. In fact, the competition between trading firms was far more intense. This was because guilds weren't the only ones operating trading firms in God's domain. Some independent players and adventurer teams had their own trading firms to earn more resources and coins, funding their personal development. Hence, God's domain had more trading firms than guilds. Thriving in such a competitive environment without a powerful backer was extremely difficult. The fact that the Purple Pavilion trading firm's shop ranked among the top 5 shops operated by non-guild entities in Zero Wing City proved how amazing it was. Aqua, have someone give the various shops in Zero Wing City a warning. I don't care what they do elsewhere, but nobody is allowed to play dirty in Zero Wing's towns and cities. If they're caught doing so, they should prepare to face the consequences, Shafone quietly instructed, glancing at some of the players on the street who were clearly stalking the Purple Pavilion trading firm. Part of the development of guild towns and cities relied on the development of the shops in them. If Zero Wing couldn't provide sufficient security and fair competition for the independent merchant players in its towns and cities, these players would eventually refuse to conduct their business in Zero Wing's territories. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded. She immediately arranged for some of her subordinates to warn the various player-operated shops in Zero Wing City. After dealing with this matter, Shafone and the others split into multiple groups and teleported to the Orc Empire's border at intervals. For this operation, Shafone didn't just have his team members sign the confidentiality contract to keep their mouths shut about the mana weapons to avoid attracting other guilds' attentions. It also forced them to keep the operation itself a secret. Although this method didn't stop spies from simply logging out of the game and notifying their employers, Zero Wing would discover anyone who violated the contract the moment they logged out, since these players had been invited at the same time. Unless these spies wanted to blow their cover and lose all of their progress in the game thus far, they wouldn't dare log out. After arriving in the Orc Empire, everyone gathered in a predetermined location. Once Shafone ensured that his team had arrived safely, he had them saddle up and make their way towards the primordial divine ruin. Each of these players was either an elite or expert in Zero Wing, so they all had their own guild mounts. A legion of majestic thunder wolves quickly traversed the Orc Empire's barren lands, and as it passed, the areas it left behind looked as if they had been ravaged by a powerful storm. However, even amongst this legion of majestic beasts, Shafone's demonic flame tiger stood out like a sore thumb. Although the demonic flame tiger had shrunk to 3 meters in height after its evolution, eye-catching, pitch-black flames and arcs of silver electricity danced along its paws. The demonic flame tiger also radiated an aura that rivaled that of a High Lord. It was difficult not to notice the beast when other players encountered Zero Wing's legion. They grew nervous. This was because the orcs in the Orc Empire also rode gigantic battle wolves and battle tigers. At first, these players assumed that the Orc Empire's armies had ambushed them, and they had nearly turned and fled. However, after getting a closer look, they realized that the mount's riders were human, not robust orcs. Seeing this, they relaxed and sighed with relief. Crap. Who are those people? Almost all of them are using the same type of mount. Don't they look like Zero Wing's Thunder Wolves? Those Thunder Wolves are seriously cool. I wish I had one. Zero Wing? That shouldn't be possible. Those players are heading toward the primordial divine ruin, which is surrounded by evil beasts and evil demons. If they are Zero Wing's members, aren't they just heading towards their deaths? Could Zero Wing be trying to force their way into the ruin? That's impossible, right? There are more than 100,000 evil beasts and evil demons at the ruin. They'd even wipe out an army of several thousand experts in the blink of an eye. If not for that beast emperor wanting to avoid provoking every major power in the Orc Empire, he could easily stop anyone from entering the primordial divine ruin with his monster army. Zero Wing shouldn't be underestimated, either. The guild had already defeated Heaven's Burial's evil demon army. I've watched the recordings of that battle. Zero Wing had even faced down mythic ranked evil beast and demons. Didn't you see Zero Wing summon those mythic monsters? There's no way Zero Wing can summon such powerful monsters again easily. The players that noticed Zero Wing's force discussed the guild's actions heatedly. News that Zero Wing had dispatched a force to the primordial divine ruin quickly spread. After all, it would be difficult for such a powerful army to avoid notice for long. Soon, the various major powers waiting to enter the primordial divine ruin began to discuss the matter as well. Zero Wing is taking action so soon? Is Zero Wing insane? Don't they know that there are over 100,000 evil demons and evil beasts guarding the primordial divine ruin? Zero Wing's actions confused all of the various large guilds' upper echelons. Brother Singular, like Beast Emperor has said, Zero Wing really couldn't hold back and has come running to us on its own. This is a good opportunity for us to take our revenge, Falling Fire said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he read the report his subordinate just sent him. We only lost because we didn't fully understand Zero Wing and fought them on their home turf. However, our battlefield will be set in the Orc Empire this time. We also have 8 mythic monsters under our command. Even if Zero Wing can summon more of those high demons to suppress our mythic monsters, we'll have plenty of Grandlords and Great Lords to spare. We can annihilate this Zero Wing forces. Zero Wing. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the mention of the guild. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he growled, I won't let any of your members return alive this time. Zero Wing had thoroughly destroyed Heaven's Burial in their last battle. All of the time and effort he had invested in his guild's development had gone to waste, just like that. Now, hatred for Zero Wing consumed his thoughts. The evil demons and evil beasts encircling the primordial divine ruin were a suggestion he had made to Beast Emperor. He had done so to cause as much trouble for Zero Wing as possible, impeding the guild's development. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a spatial gate opened above him. Once the spatial gate opened fully, cloaked figures atop mounts jumped out, one after another. When these cloaked figures landed, everyone recognized the mounts as Zero Wing's Thunder Wolves. What's going on? Zero Wing's members actually dare to charge straight into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement. Are they seeking death? Everyone gaped at Zero Wing's members when they realized who had emerged from the spatial gate. They had assumed that Zero Wing was simply putting up a strong front by marching into the Orc Empire. Even if Zero Wing truly intended to take action, the guild would employ hit-and-run tactics and target small groups of evil beasts and evil demons at most. However, the fact that Zero Wing's members had jumped straight into their enemies' ranks via a spatial gate left them utterly baffled. Before anyone could react, Shifeng's gaze shifted toward the nearby Blackwater members. Kill them. Chapter 1709. Might of One Hit. Zero Wing's sudden appearance had shocked the players at the primordial divine ruin. Shifeng's command to attack Blackwater's members only intensified their surprise. This is crazy. Zero Wing must be insane. They've actually barged into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement to attack Blackwater. The members from the various major powers and adventurer teams were stupefied as they watched Zero Wing's members charge into Blackwater's on their mounts. At a glance, it was clear that Zero Wing had dispatched less than 2,000 members to the primordial divine ruin. Even if all of them were experts, Blackwater's forces weren't to be trifled with. Although Blackwater had recently suffered a major loss, it had recruited many of Heaven's Burial's expert and elite members. The guild had sent 4,000 experts and 6,000 elites to the ruin this time, and the lowest leveled among them was level 49. Every one of these 10,000 players also wore top-tier equipment. An army of fewer than 2,000 experts stood no chance against Blackwater's forces. Moreover, the evil demons and evil beasts currently surrounded the primordial divine ruin. It wouldn't be long before these monsters arrived to support Blackwater's army. Zero Wing would have more opponents than just Blackwater's army. They would have to face 100,000 plus monsters as well. While the various large guilds wondered why Zero Wing had enacted such a ludicrous plan, the guild's mounted forces had almost reached Blackwater's members. Bastard. Falling Fire cursed as he commanded his players to fall into formation. Fortunately, the players Blackwater had dispatched to raid the primordial divine ruin were all well trained, and the 10,000-man army quickly took up arms. The 500-plus shield warriors and guardian knights formed 2 rows at the front, raising their shields as they prepared to stop their enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the clerics, oracles, and druids at the rear of the army began to cast their buffs on the army's MTS. Now, the 2 human walls formed between the army and Zero Wing's members could even stop dozens of great lords of the same level, not to mention charging players. Meanwhile, the ranged forces between the shield warriors and guardian knights began to cast their offensive spells. Blackwater's army had far better reaction speed, combat standards, and far more combat experience than the various adventurer teams who fought others in the fields. The entire army moved as one, utterly organized. However, the berserkers leading Zero Wing's charge paid the blockade before them little heed. They didn't even bother to wait for their own shield warriors and guardian knights to catch up as they plowed into Blackwater's formation the moment before Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers clashed with Blackwater's MTS. A hint of excitement could be seen flashing in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Suddenly, silver runes began to form on their weapons, and the ambient mana gathered around the berserkers' weapons. Without hesitation, the berserkers swung their weapons at the massive shields before them. Boom. 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 A series of loud explosions echoed throughout the area as the berserkers struck the enemy shields. Impossible. When Blackwater's MTS received the berserkers' attacks, they felt as if they had been hit by a truck. Not only did their shields tremble violently and their arms go numb, but they were also forced to take 2 or 3 steps back before they could stabilize themselves. However, before these MTS could regain their postures, Zero Wing's berserkers swung their weapons again, forcing these MTS backward once more. After 3 consecutive attacks, Zero Wing's berserkers had broken holes in Blackwater's defensive line. The berserkers then dashed toward the ranged players like frenzied beasts. Zero Wing broke through. The various major powers watching from a distance could not help but gape at the scene. Just 100-plus berserkers had torn apart 2 defensive lines formed by over 500 level 49-plus shield warriors and guardian knights. The clash between these melee players had lasted less than 2 seconds. It was as if Blackwater's shield warriors and guardian knights were made of paper and could barely take a hit. However, the players from these major powers knew that Blackwater's MTS all wore excellent equipment. The weakest piece they'd have on them would be level 45 fine gold rank. MTS of such caliber could easily join the various large guilds' main forces. As for their combat standards, they were all elite and expert players. A blockade of such powerful MTS shouldn't have a problem fending off a charge of dozens of great lords of the same level, yet it had shattered when assaulted by Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers. No matter how they looked at the situation, they simply could not bring themselves to believe it. What these players didn't know was that although these Zero Wing berserkers were only Tier 1 players, they could unleash Tier 3 power when they maxed out the Tier 2 mana weapons in their hands. Blackwater's defensive lines might be able to stop several dozen great lords of the same level, but it definitely couldn't stop the combined charge of over 100 great lords' melee units. Stop them. Do not let them reach our ranged unit. Falling Fire hurriedly commanded when he noticed Zero Wing's berserkers approach. However, before Falling Fire could even finish his words, one melee fighter from Blackwater after another was thrown into the air. Even when Blackwater's level 50 berserkers tried to stop Zero Wing's berserkers, the latter easily pushed them back. They lost a significant amount of HP when they crossed blades with Zero Wing's berserkers. After repulsing Blackwater's melee players, Zero Wing's berserkers charged toward Blackwater's ranged force like a sharpened sword. The berserkers blocked the incoming ranged attacks with little to no effort. In contrast to Blackwater's pitiful ranged attacks, the attacks Zero Wing's several hundred ranged players launched were basically unstoppable. When Blackwater's MTS tried to block these incoming attacks with their shields, their defensive postures shattered under a single blow, rendering them helpless against the following ranged attacks. Every ranged attack that struck an MT directly dealt over -20,000 damage, and Zero Wing's players only needed 3 ranged strikes to kill a Blackwater MT. Blackwater's healers hadn't even had enough time to save their allies. The difference between each side's healers was jaw-dropping. When Blackwater's healers cast healing spells with 1 or 2 second channeling times, the spells would restore around 10,000 of the target's HP. In contrast, when Zero Wing's healers used the same healing spells, their targets recovered nearly 20,000 HP. Meanwhile, Blackwater's ranged classes only dealt around -10,000 HP when they struck Zero Wing's berserkers on a direct hit, and the best among them only dealt around -13,000 damage. Zero Wing's healers could easily restore whatever HP their berserkers lost. The difference between the two forces was clear for all to see after the battle continued for a short moment. Like a group of ferocious beasts, Zero Wing's members devoured the lives of Blackwater's players, forcing Blackwater to retreat, again and again. As the army began to show signs of crumbling, the spectating crowd was dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, Blackwater should have had the upper hand, yet Zero Wing had an absolute advantage over its army. This didn't look like an actual battle, it was more of a one-sided beating. Zero Wing and Blackwater's strength simply weren't on the same level. So, this is the power of mana weapons. Gentle Snow, who commanded the battle from the rear, was indescribably shocked as she watched her players devour Blackwater's forces. They were too strong. Although the branch guild she commanded in the Black Dragon Empire hadn't experienced as many battles as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom, her guild had plenty of experience in combat involving thousands of players. Hence, she knew that such a large-scale battle wouldn't reach a conclusion quickly. At the very least, the battle would last 15 to 30 minutes before anyone could tell which side had the upper hand. Yet, not even 1 minute had passed since the battle between Zero Wing and Blackwater had begun. However, even an ordinary player could see that Blackwater had no hope of winning this fight. At this rate, Zero Wing wouldn't even need 10 minutes to annihilate Blackwater's 10,000 players. Only Shifeng knew how typical this battle's outcome was. Blackwater's players weren't fighting 1,400 plus Tier 1 players, but a force of 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With so many Tier 2 experts, Zero Wing could even wipe out an army of 30,000 Tier 1 players without trouble, much less a force of 10,000. This was the difference between Tyr's silence fell over the primordial divine ruin as players witnessed Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Even the spectating superpowers wore somber expressions as they watched the massacre before them. Black Flame, do you really think that this is the only force I've prepared for the primordial divine ruin? Pay for your foolishness. As Singular Burial watched Blackwater's army slide backward, he showed neither surprise nor fear, simply revealing an arrogant sneer. He then turned to the cloaked, bandaged man beside him and snapped, "Flame Blood, it's time for you to take action." Nodding in response, Flame Blood immediately took a grey crystal ball from his bag and began to chant an incantation. He wasn't within a kingdom or empire right now, so it didn't matter if he revealed his identity as an evil God's Temple player since there weren't any NPCs around to hunt him down. Suddenly, clouds of pitch-black fog started to emerge from the crystal ball. The fog rapidly transformed into the figures of 10 evil demons. These summoned evil demons were all level 70 Grand Lords, which he had actually prepared for the Guardian boss on the ruin's 4th floor under Flameblood's command. The 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Zero Wing's army just before they reached Zero Wing's frontline and could swing down their massive claws. A figure appeared before them. This figure was none other than Shadow Sword Scram. Shadow Sword tightened his grip on the edgeless blade and executed a sweeping slash with the rune-covered Greatsword Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. A silver storm engulfed 10 evil demons, sending them flying over a dozen yards away. When the monsters crashed into the ground, a damage of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. After Shadow Sword's first attack, he used Charge, accelerating toward the nearest evil demon as it was standing back up. When he got close to his target, Shadow Sword raised his greatsword high. Once again, silver divine runes lit up along the edgeless blade's body. Shadow Sword then executed Blade of Waves, one of the Sea God's Apostle class's Tier 2 legacy skills. Blade of Waves was also the most powerful Tier 2 legacy skill he had learned. Currents of blue mana circled the edgeless blade. When Shadow Sword swung his great sword at the evil demon before him, the mana weapon transformed into a 40-yard long blade of water. Players in the distance only saw a dark blue horizontal wall suddenly bisect the battlefield. 513-842. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the evil demon's head when the water blade cut through its body. The blade also slammed into other players, and whether they wore plate armor or cloth, all of their HPs plummeted to 0. Their cleaved bodies then transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the battlefield. After the attack, the evil demon that took the hit fell into a heavily injured state, his combat power drastically decreasing. The surrounding Blackwater members expressed their shock and terror when they saw this strong. Too strong. Not only had Shadow Sword repelled 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons with one attack, but his follow-up attack had also heavily injured 1 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon and killed over a dozen players. Even Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights had died instantly. How is he so powerful? Confusion filled the experts from the various major powers as they watched Shadow Sword from a distance. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 berserker and had used a berserk skill, his damage should not have been so frightening. He should have been lucky to hold his ground against a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Yet even without activating a berserk skill, Shadow Sword had heavily injured the Grand Lord. This utterly destroyed their understanding of Tier 2 classes' combat power. Damn it. Flame, split the other evil demons up and have them attack independently. Singular Burial commanded once he saw that the evil demons were no match for Shadowsword. They had summoned 10 Grand Lord ranked evil demons, and although they were no match for Shadowsword, the Berserker couldn't stop them all if they split up. The evil demon's Shadowsword didn't target could continue to slaughter Zero Wings members. Hearing Singular Burial's command, Flame Blood had the other 9 evil demons circle Shadowsword. However, as these evil demons began to move, Kola landed between 3 of them and used Justice Roar, forcing all 3 to focus on him and no one else. The 3 taunted evil demons immediately brandished their claws at Kola. Seeing this, Kola grinned as he raised the one-handed axe in his right hand. Like Shadowsword's edgeless blade, silver runes illuminated the weapon. Taking a step forward, Kola used Holy Slash. A silver flash sliced at the 3 evil demons' extended claws. The moment Kola's axe met the monster's claws, the evil demons felt as if a current of electricity shot through them, leaving their arms numb. All 3 evil demons were forced to retreat by several steps, and the difference between their strength and Kola's was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Turtle Dove, and Rampant Blade suppressed the other 6 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. The 6 Tier 2 players halted the evil demons' advance, preventing the monsters from targeting Zero Wings. Tier 1 players. The spectating powers were stunned to see all 10 Grand Lord ranked evil demons suppressed. Who are these people? The various major powers and adventurer teams members were curious and awed as they watched Shadowsword and his companions. They immediately began to look into the identities of these Tier 2 players from Zero Wing. The various large guilds and adventurer teams present were no strangers to Grand Lord ranked monsters, but they usually needed 100-man teams to raid such monsters. Yet, Shadowsword and the others actually soloed the evil demons. Moreover, they had the upper hand in the battle. This was simply unbelievable. The moment these various powers received their investigation's results, they were flabbergasted. Aside from Gentle Snow, the other Tier 2 players were practically unknown in God's domain. Although these players had shown up in Zero Wing's past battles, none of them had ever displayed such frightening power. Because of this, the players from these major powers and adventurer teams began to wonder if Shadowsword and the others had deliberately hidden their strength all this time. But after today, there was no doubt that these players would become famous in God's domain. Their performance today was simply too shocking. While Shadowsword and the other Tier 2 players suppressed the Grand Lord ranked evil demons, Zero Wing's other members were free to slaughter Blackwater's players without worry. Aqua Rose, Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, in particular, struck like humanoid defense turrets. All 4 of them wielded Tier 3 mana staffs, which allowed their spells' power to rival Tier 3 spells. Against Tier 1 players, these spells were one-shot, one-kill attacks. Not even blocking these spells could save the targeted players. When the 4 used AoE spells, each of their attacks could slay dozens of players. Of those present, only Blackwater's Tier 2 experts barely survived Aqua Rose and the others' attacks. However, none of them could approach the 4 casters, either, since doing so would be suicidal. As he watched the one-sided battle, Singular Burial's complexion turned ashen, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He had visited the primordial divine ruin, this time with his closest aides and experts that had originally belonged to Heaven's Burial. These players were supposed to serve as the foundation of his rise through Blackwater. Now that Zero Wing's members had massacred his subordinates, his chances of rising in his new guild had significantly decreased. Although he wanted to do something to stop the massacre, he had enough trouble with the level 50 youth before him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get past the youth's defense. To make matters worse, his opponent was only a Tier 1 Berserker. While he was a bona fide Tier 2 Ranger, yet the Berserker's Tier 1 skills had actually repelled his Tier 2 skills. This maddened Singular Burial. On the other hand, Zipping, also known as Silent Blade, grew increasingly excited as he fought Singular Burial. He had never felt this wonderful before. The combination of a Tier 2 mana weapon and the level 50 magic light set had granted him an absolute advantage in basic attributes over his opponent. From time to time, he even caught Singular Burial by surprise when he used his mana weapon's ability. In addition, through his battle with Singular Burial, someone who had entered the refinement realm long ago, Zipping was able to recognize many of his flaws. If not for his advantage in basic attributes and Tier 2 mana weapon, the enemy ranger would have likely killed him already. Guild leader, these people from Zero Wing are too powerful. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before the evil beast army arrives, Daybreak Fog, who was similarly entangled in a fierce battle, told Singular Burial anxiously through a private chat. Hearing Daybreak Fog's worry, Singular Burial glanced at Blackwater's members, who were continuously slaughtered. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness doused the killing intent burning in his heart. However, just as Singular Burial was about to respond, he noticed a black figure weaving across the battlefield and killing Blackwater's experts with inhuman speed. The figure moved so quickly that by the time Blackwater's experts noticed someone before them, a blue flash filled their vision. Once the blue flash disappeared, the targeted experts collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Black flame. Singular Burial bellowed with rage, a gut-twisting envy filling his heart as he watched the rapidly moving black figure. Zero Wing was clearly a guild that had been established without a background or backers, yet the guild had gained one powerful expert after another. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Cola, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer. Even super guilds sought to recruit these experts, yet they had gathered in Zero Wing. Moreover, the unknown berserker youth before him also possessed immense talent. Singular Burial could not understand why so many obscure experts had gathered in Zero Wing, yet he had failed to recruit even one such expert for himself. While Singular Burial screamed his lungs out, Shifeng vanished from the battlefield. In the next moment, Shifeng reappeared before Singular Burial. Singular Burial, your era has ended. Shifeng growled as he swung down his sacred sword. Although Singular Burial had responded quickly, Shifeng's appearance had been too abrupt. Even though he had immediately thought of using the Ranger class's escape skill to put some distance between himself and Shifeng, in the face of the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, he was a split second too slow to get away. After receiving the one attack, Singular Burial's HP, which was over 50,000, instantly fell to zero. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. When Singular Burial reluctantly collapsed and dropped an icy blue longbow on the battlefield, the surrounding Blackwater members were dumbfounded and turned to stare at Shifeng. A moment ago, Singular Burial had 100% of his HP, yet after one of Shifeng's attacks, the Ranger had lost it all. Suddenly, a chilling sensation assaulted Blackwater's members. If even a Tier 2 player like Singular Burial could not withstand a single hit from Shifeng, it went without saying Shifeng could kill Tier 1 players like them with a casual swing of his blade. Two Black Flame. Falling Fire's expression darkened as he glared at Shifeng. His combat standard was recognized as one of the best in Blackwater. There were only a handful of people in the guild that he had to admit were superior. However, despite having such a high combat standard, not even he was confident in keeping up with and blocking the attack Shifeng had used against Singular Burial. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast, but it wasn't just because of his high attack speed. HS neutral response time and physical acceleration were also ridiculously fast. After heaving a deep sigh, Falling Fire commanded, "Everyone, retreat." Due to Shifeng's display of overwhelming strength, his team members' morale had received a huge boost. Zero Wing's members now fought with more passion and skill than before. In contrast, the morale of Blackwater's members plummeted. Now, this battle's outcome could not be any more obvious. Continuing to fight would only incur more losses for Blackwater. Hearing Falling Fire's command, Blackwater's members immediately turned away from their opponents and fled in every possible direction. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow commanded Zero Wing's members to exploit their victory. Seeing that things had gone south for Blackwater, Flameblood did not dare to linger. He summoned 20 Great Lord-ranked evil demons to buy himself enough time to activate a teleportation scroll. This battle's outcome had truly exceeded his expectations. He had thought that 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons would be more than enough to butcher Zero Wing's forces, but he had never expected the small army to have so many monstrous players. Zero Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this defeat. Flameblood revealed a sneer as he watched Zero Wing's members charge towards him. He was an evil god's apostle, not a guild member. As long as he escaped capture, he'd always have a chance of making a comeback. Flameblood sent his 20 Great Lords to stop Zero Wing's members as he activated his teleportation scroll. The teleportation scroll to teleport to the evil god's temple had a 15-second activation process, which was slightly shorter than a normal return scroll. With the power of 20 Great Lords at his side, he could easily buy enough time to get away. However, when the 7th second ticked by, Flame Blood noticed a slowly approaching figure out of the corner of his eye. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Flame Blood couldn't help his growing anxiety as he watched Shifeng approach. Although over 200 yards separated the two, Flame Blood felt as if the Grim Reaper itself had set its sights on him faster. I have to get out of here as quickly as possible. For the first time ever, Flame Blood felt that the teleportation scroll's activation time was too long. Although Shifeng's approach appeared slow, in reality, he was extremely fast. In just 3 seconds, he had halved the distance between him and Flame Blood. Seeing this, Flame Blood had no choice but to split 6 of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons from the group, ordering them to hinder Shifeng's advance. However, no matter what kind of attacks the Great Lord-ranked evil demons used, Shifeng avoided them easily. The evil demons couldn't slow Shifeng down in the slightest. When only 2 seconds remained before Flame Blood's teleportation scroll activated, Shifeng was still over 30 yards away from the cleric. Seeing this, Flame Blood breathed a sigh of relief. Black Flame, I'll get even with you sooner or later. There was no way Shifeng could cross the distance between them unless he could use the same move he had employed to take out Singular Burial earlier. However, the area around Flame Blood abruptly darkened, and the mana that fed the teleportation array beneath his feet froze instantly. A moment later, the teleportation array began to disappear. No. How is this possible? Shock and despair flashed in Flame Blood's eyes when he realized that his teleportation scroll was no longer an option. Before Flame Blood could react, Shifeng shook off the 6 great lords chasing him and appeared before the cleric. Get even with me. Glancing at the cloaked and bandaged cleric before him, Shifeng chuckled and said, you'll have to be able to get away before that can happen. Black Flame, your forces are now trapped, surrounded by Beast Emperor's evil beast army. If you kill me, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you off the hook. Flame Blood hissed as he looked at the smiling swordsman before him. Fearfully, he continued, if you want to leave this place alive, I'm your only hope. Flame Blood knew full well what Shifeng was capable of. After all, he had personally witnessed Shifeng capture Abandon Wave and send the man to the War God's temple. To evil gods apostles like himself and Abandoned Wave, getting sent to the War God's temple was game over. Flame Blood deeply regretted his actions. Had he known something like this would happen, he would never have followed Singular Burial to the primordial divine ruin. Now that he had been silenced, it was practically impossible to escape Shifeng's clutches. His only hope of getting out of this predicament lay with Beast Emperor's evil beast and demon army. Although Zero Wing's members were absurdly strong, they would definitely fall against 100,000 plus evil beasts and evil demons. The fact that Zero Wing had so effortlessly slaughtered Blackwater's members proved that all of the members in this force were the guild's core members. If these core members were annihilated, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing. Yuri, my only hope. Shifeng could not help but laugh. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? To Beast Emperor, evil god's apostles were like his own limbs. Each one taken from him was a permanent loss. However, since Beast Emperor had dared to cut off Zero Wing's path to fortune, Shifeng had to teach Beast Emperor what it felt like to lose a limb to his blade. Saying so, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind and restricted Flame Blood's movements. He then retrieved a mobile jail from his bag and started to activate it. Black Flame, are you trying to die? I am one of Beast Emperor's evil god's apostles. Capturing me will only increase Beast Emperor's desire to destroy Zero Wing. Flame Blood began to panic when he saw Shifeng activate the mobile jail. He had never thought that Shifeng would be so daring. If he were to be sent to the War God's temple, he truly would be finished. Just as Shifeng was about to entrap Flame Blood in the mobile jail, a phantom appeared beside the cleric. This phantom took the form of an indifferent, middle-aged man in luxurious, dark grey robes. The man wielded a wooden staff that exuded murky black mist in his right hand, and a pitch-black crown adorned his head. The man radiated an indescribably majestic feeling. Beast Emperor? When Shifeng saw this middle-aged man, the only person that came to his mind was Beast Emperor. However, he was not absolutely certain as he had never actually seen Beast Emperor's true appearance before. That's right. I am Beast Emperor. This should be our second meeting, Beast Emperor said, smiling. I won't mince words with you. Release Flame Blood and hand over the evil god's eye in your possession. Do so, and I'll let your forces leave the Orc Empire safely. Refuse, and neither you nor your subordinates will leave the Empire. Your souls will become nourishment for my evil demons. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin noticed a large group of evil beasts and demons approach on the distant horizon. An NPC elder stood above a gigantic evil beast, radiating intense evil energy. Even though the old man was thousands of yards away, everyone outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin could feel his horrific aura. I admit that you are quite powerful, but even if you lock Flame Blood away in the mobile jail, you won't necessarily be able to leave the Orc Empire with him. As long as I kill you, I can free Flame Blood. I will only give you 10 seconds to consider my offer, Beast Emperor said, his expression calm as he looked at Shifeng, a mythic NPC. Shifeng guessed after glancing at the NPC in the distant sky. Revealing a faint smile, he said, like your subordinate, you think too highly of yourself. I will send Flame Blood to the War God's Temple. Chapter 1712, The Man Closest to Attaining a Domain. Chapter 1712, The Man Closest to Attaining a Domain. Although Shifeng's tone had been dull, the nearby players could all feel the unyielding determination in his voice. Crazy bastard. How can a guild leader like you exist? As Flame Blood glared at Shifeng, he felt his mental state crumble. Just how much did Shifeng hate him? Shifeng was actually willing to sacrifice over 1,000 zero-wing experts just to finish him off. Black Flame. This is your final chance. You can't take on a mythic NPC. Do you really think that you can escape with your life? If you die at his hands, do you think that the penalty will be as simple as losing a level? Beast Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Shifeng's reply. Do not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll bury you here even if I have to waste my contribution points. If the evil god's apostle slots weren't so incredibly precious to his future and the fact that Shifeng had a small chance of getting away, he wouldn't have wasted so many words on the swordsman. He simply would have sent his evil beasts and evil demons to slaughter Zero Wings members and devour them. Challenge your patience. Shifeng could not help but laugh at Beast Emperor. How many times has your evil god's temple targeted Zero Wings territories? You've even gone as far as to hunt down my guild members. Have you ever considered Zero Wings' patience? Saying so, Shifeng swung his sword at Flame Blood, lowering the cleric's HP to a critical level. He then activated the mobile jail and entrapped the bound cleric. Beast Emperor gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched Flame Blood disappear into the mobile jail. Suddenly, the evil beasts and evil demons standing on the distant horizon released deafening roars. They then charged toward the Primordial Divine Ruin. The various powers' upper echelons wore somber expressions as they watched the 100,000+ evil beasts and evil demons surge towards them. These evil beasts and evil demons were far from just random monsters. Every one of them was level 60 or higher, and the majority of them were chieftain rank and above. Only a small number were elites and special elites. Moreover, 8 of them were mythic ranked. Such a force was more than enough to destroy a town, not to mention an army of fewer than 2,000 experts. When the evil beasts and evil demons began their charge, the NPC elder flew into the sky and waved his staff. Suddenly, a beam of grey light shot out of the staff and toward the clouds above the old man. When the beam of light was roughly 100 yards above the NPC, it burst. Ripples of grey light spread across the sky, turning the once blue view a dull grey. It looked as if evil energy had enveloped the entire world. What's going on? Why can't I use my return scroll? Wait, that's not right. I can't use my instantaneous teleportation scroll, either. Isn't that NPC too powerful? He's actually sealed off this entire region. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. Utter shock filled the spectating powers at the Primordial Divine Ruin as they watched the NPC elder fly towards the ruin. With their ability to teleport stolen from them, Zero Wing's only way of escaping this location was to rely on their own 2 feet. However, trying to break through the blockade of 100,000+ evil beasts and evil demons was practically impossible. The players from the various major powers also began to worry for their own safety. Like Zero Wings members, they were now trapped here, and their fate was no longer in their own hands. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could definitely have every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin killed. Big Sis Melody, what is going through Black Flame's mind? He's actually willing to trade Zero Wings' 1,000+ experts to capture a single player. Does he hate Beast Emperor that much? A girl standing amidst the Sacred Temple's team asked curiously as she watched Shifeng, who was arranging Zero Wings' army into a defensive formation. The girl had long, curly, light blue hair and a lithe but curvy body. She wielded an emerald staff and was clad in white, silken robes. Although this girl looked quite weak and delicate, she had actually reached level 51. Even in the sacred temple, her level put her at the very top of the guild. Though, her aura was far more frightening than the girl's level. However, the intensity of her aura was not just a result of her powerful basic attributes. Her tier and life rating also contributed. When the sacred temple's surrounding experts looked at this girl, awe and reverence filled their gaze. This girl was the sacred temple's new prodigy, Blue Jade, and she had even received high praise from the guild leader, stating that she even had the potential to command a domain in the future. Precisely because of her talents, Blue Jade had been dispatched to the primordial divine ruin so that she could improve further in Primordial City. I don't know what Black Flame is thinking, but you should pay close attention to his fights. The secret pavilion has recognized Black Flame as the person closest to grasping a domain. Watching him should help you quite a bit, Quiet Melody said as she looked at Shifeng. Isn't Miracle Dragon the person closest to reaching the domain realm? Blue Jade asked in astonishment. Miracle Dragon is old news. The various superpowers have already recognized Black Flame as the person closest to reaching the domain realm, Quiet Melody patiently explained. The techniques Black Flame has displayed thus far are simply amazing. He has even defeated domain realm experts. The various superpowers have even wondered whether or not he has already obtained a domain, but after a detailed investigation, they concluded that he's only as strong as domain realm experts. He doesn't actually have a domain yet, though he is extremely close to obtaining one. He can actually rival domain realm experts without a domain. He's actually that powerful. Blue Jade was skeptical about Quiet Melody's claim. If Shifeng were so impressive, he should recognize his situation for what it was. Yet Shifeng had made the most unbelievable decision, provoking Beast Emperor instead of saving his companion's lives. While Quiet Melody and Blue Jade discussed Shifeng, the other power's upper echelons grew nervous. Beast Emperor's monster army was getting closer, and now, it was less than 1,000 yards away. 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and 6 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts led the monster army. Just looking at these monsters, even from so far away, made these players shudder. Against such a powerful army of monsters, Zero Wing's forces would likely face annihilation. Even if the guild had tens of thousands of experts and hundreds of thousands of elite players present. Even if Zero Wing could summon 3 more high demons, there was no escaping its fate. Although the Baphomets Zero Wing had summoned were indeed incredibly strong, the army of evil beasts and evil demons the guild faced this time was much stronger. There were plenty of great lords and grand lords in this force. By the time the high demons defeated the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts, the great lords and grand lords would have devoured Zero Wing's members already. Black Flame, pay for your foolishness. Beast Emperor, who followed the situation at the primordial divine ruin from ancient Rock City's evil god's temple, sneered. He had spent 7,000 evil god's temple contribution points for the mythic NPC to seal the primordial divine ruins map. This seal prevented players from both teleporting out and physically crossing the map's borders. The evil god's temple contribution points were no less precious than the war god's temple merit points. With 7,000 merit points, players could purchase a high-quality epic item from the war god's temple. Yet he had spent so many points just to prevent Shifeng's escape. Although the sealing barrier was not particularly strong, it would not be easy to break out of, either. During the time it took for Zero Wing to destroy the barrier, his evil beasts and evil demons could annihilate the guild's army several times over. The 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts grew closer to Zero Wing's army, and seeing this, the guild's members couldn't help but grow nervous. They felt stifled as they watched the monsters approach, the auras the monsters radiated becoming increasingly frightening. However, when less than 200 yards separated both sides, a magic barrier appeared and enveloped Zero Wing's army. This barrier was the result of none other than the movement-type defensive magic array. Good summoners, summon the divine beast. Shifeng commanded as he stared at the monster army before him. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. When the divine beast's descent magic arrays activated, 2 pillars of golden light rose from inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The 2 light pillars pierced the sky and cast a dazzling glow over the primordial divine ruin. The light pillars also purified the overflowing evil energy in the area and returned a massive fraction of the grey sky to its original blue color. 2 gigantic magic arrays then appeared and swallowed Zero Wing's defensive magic array, draining the mana around the ruin. Everyone at the ruin gaped at the grand, magnificent scene. What are those? Isn't the amount of mana those magic arrays are absorbing a little too terrifying? Even though we're so far away, I can still feel the mana around me drying up. Wait, I can't even use my spells anymore. The members of the various major powers and adventurer teams stared at the 2 golden magic arrays in the sky in utter disbelief. This was definitely the first time they had witnessed or experienced such a phenomenon. The 2 golden magic arrays had actually sucked away all mana in at least a 5,000-yard radius, even preventing them from using any of their skills and spells. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, who recognized the 2 golden magic arrays, were shocked and confused right now. This certainly wasn't their first time activating the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. At most, the magic array would stir the mana in a 500-yard radius in the past. Even when they had activated several Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays simultaneously, the arrays hadn't absorbed so much mana that players in the affected area hadn't been able to use their skills or spells yet. Not only did the 2 Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays affect 5,000-yard radius, but they had also devoured almost all of the mana in the affected area. Amazing. Using elemental sources as the magic array's cause can actually improve them to such a degree. Shifeng couldn't help his astonishment over the spectacular scene before him. Based on his knowledge, even advanced summoning magic arrays couldn't cause such a huge mana drain. Unfortunately, he had never seen a master summoning magic array, so he couldn't make a good judgment. As mana continued to flood into the 2 gigantic magic arrays, the figures of 2 divine beasts gradually emerged. Shortly, 2 golden dragons with wingspans of up to 600 meters appeared above the defensive magic array. Both golden dragons were covered in dark purple runes, which gave the dragons a sacred and majestic feeling. Once the golden dragons fully manifested, they released roars that echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. Following their bestial announcement, they released powerful shockwaves, which repeatedly shoved back the rapidly approaching evil demons and beasts. Even the defensive magic array beneath the 2 golden dragons trembled violently, looking as if they would shatter at any moment. The 2 golden dragons had also fully unleashed their auras, freezing the space around them. Even Zero Wing's members, who were protected by a defensive magic array, felt their movements grow stiff. Dragons. Are they really dragons? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing can actually summon dragons? The players from the various major powers who watched from a distance stared at the 2 golden dragons with bulging eyes. The various major powers knew what kind of monsters dragons were in God's domain. They were the personification of destruction. Their life ratings were only second to ancient gods, and a single dragon was more than enough to destroy an entire kingdom. Yet 2 of these great monsters floated in the sky before them. Under the pressure the 2 dragons emitted, they didn't even dare to think of resisting. It felt as if these 2 dragons were this land's absolute overlords. The pressure the 2 golden dragons exuded was no longer a matter of basic attributes. This was the difference in life ratings. However, after using advanced identification skills, some players soon discovered that these monsters weren't real dragons. Rather, they were merely creatures that contained a small trace of a dragon's soul. Divine Magic Dragon, Elemental Creature, Archaic Species, Mythic. Level 80. HP 600 000 000 600 000 000. Although the Divine Magic Dragons weren't real dragons, they still surprised Shifeng. These 2 Divine Magic Dragons actually possessed domains, which was also why their mere presence affected the space around them so drastically. Go. It's time for the slaughter. Shifeng commanded Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, who controlled the Divine Magic Dragons. A level 80 mythic-ranked archaic species was already a nightmare for current players, let alone a mythic-ranked archaic species that could use a domain. The reason that Tier 4 NPCs could go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster of the same level was their control of a domain. While inside their own domain, Tier 4 NPCs could enhance their abilities and suppress their enemies at the same time. However, it would be a different story if the targeted mythic monster had its own domain. Such an existence would be practically invincible among those of the same rank and tier. Even the High Demon, Baphomet would receive a one-sided beating if it tried to face the divine magic dragon in a one-on-one fight. Hearing Shifeng's command, Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, who stood in the center of two magic arrays on the ground, nodded. They then controlled the divine magic dragons to charge at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts. In response, the divine magic dragons flapped their massive wings once and disappeared. By the time the spectators had reacted to the divine magic dragon's disappearance, the two dragons had already crossed over 100 yards. After 2 seconds, one of the two dragons arrived before a mythic evil demon. Before the 150-meter-tall divine magic dragon, the 5-meter-tall level 80 mythic evil demon looked like an ant. The dragon then swiped its claw at the evil demon before it, and as its claw passed, numerous tears ripped apart space. Although the mythic evil demon tried to dodge the attack, its movements were sluggish due to the pressure from the dragon's claw. The dragon's domain also suppressed the mythic evil demon in every aspect. Not only did the domain decrease the evil demon's basic attributes, but the evil demon's reaction speed had also slowed. In addition, the divine magic dragon's claw was frighteningly fast. In the end, the mountain-like claw struck the mythic-ranked evil demon before it could even begin to move out of the way. Boom. The mythic evil demon's body immediately sank into the ground under the immense force, 30-meter-long cracks splitting the ground around it. All nearby chieftain-ranked evil demons and evil beasts died instantly, and only those at the lord rank and above managed to survive. However, the surviving monsters sustained a heavily injured state. In the meantime, the other divine magic dragon had stomped on a level 80 evil earth dragon, crushing the mythic evil beast's 40-meter-tall body into the ground. The divine magic dragon then swiped its tail, flattening the ground around it and sweeping away a large number of low-ranked evil beasts and evil demons. Seeing this, the watching players from the various major powers and adventurer teams were dumbfounded. Too strong. The difference in strength between the divine magic dragons and Beast Emperor's monster army was past the point where the latter could compensate with numbers. The mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts couldn't pin down the divine magic dragons for even a moment. As a result, the divine magic dragons were free to attack the Grand Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, who were trying to attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. When the divine magic dragons struck, even the Grand Lords instantly became heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Even if these heavily injured Grand Lords and Great Lords reached Zero Wing's defensive barrier, Zero Wing's experts, who wielded mana weapons, could repel and kill them easily, following which, the two divine magic dragons wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Although the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts tried to pin the two dragons down, the divine magic dragons didn't bother with their mythic opponents. Instead, the two dragons sent their mythic opponents flying and focused on the lower-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Even when these mythic-ranked evil beasts and demons targeted Zero Wing's defensive magic array, the divine magic dragons got ahead of them and sent them flying again. With their massive frames, the two divine earth dragons could protect Zero Wing's members almost perfectly. At the very least, none of the enemy's mythic monsters could touch Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Before even 1 minute had passed, nearly 2,000 evil demons and evil beasts had been killed. The two divine magic dragons were like colossal killing machines that continuously earned EXP for Zero Wing's members. So, this is why Zero Wing was so confident. Watching Zero Wing's forces rapidly wear down the evil demon and beast army, the various major powers finally understood why Zero Wing had dared to dive into enemy territory with so few members. Black Flame. Beast Emperor wore a solemn expression as he watched his minions being massacred by the dozens and hundreds from inside the evil god's branch temple in ancient Rock City. He had carefully nurtured these evil demons and evil beasts so that they could serve as the foundation for his rule in the Orc Empire, yet his hated enemy was slaughtering them for EXP. If the battle continued at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated his minions. Considering the situation, Beast Emperor gritted his teeth and left to meet with an old man in black robes within the temple. Very respectfully, he said, "Lord Byrne, I wish to hire Lord Dyro to annihilate these ignorant adventurers personally. I hope that you will grant me your permission." "You want to get Dyro to take action?" the black-robed elder asked indifferently. "That won't be a problem, but Dyro's services aren't cheap. It'll cost you 12,000 contribution points per hour." "So expensive?" Beast Emperor could not help his frown upon hearing this price. He had already spent 7,000 CPS to hire Dyro to cast a sealing barrier over the primordial divine ruin. Now, he only had a little over 14,000 CPS remaining. If he spent another 12,000 CPS now, he'd have to cancel or considerably delay many of his original plans. Have you decided? Byrne asked Lord Byrne. I wish to hire Lord Dyro for 1 hour, Beast Emperor responded after giving the matter some thought. The last thing he could afford to lose right now was another Evil God's apostle. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, 12,000 Evil God's temple contribution points vanished from his stockpile. At the same time, Dyro, the mythic NPC at the distant primordial divine ruin, became a mercenary under Beast Emperor's control. Black Flame. You will suffer in death. The first order Beast Emperor gave to Dyro was to slay Shafong, who stood inside Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, back at the primordial divine ruin, Dyro, who quietly stood atop a flying evil beast, abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the mana around him vanished, and a powerful surge of evil energy replaced it. Dyro's horrific aura reached across the primordial divine ruin, making the players present to grow nervous and keep a close eye on the NPC. Dyro lightly tapped his foot on the evil beast beneath him. The flying evil beast then let out a low screech as it slowly descended toward Shafong. Impossible. This mythic NPC can actually participate in the battle. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's expressions darkened when they saw the NPC elder approach. Hurriedly, Aqua Rose shouted, Shadow Sword, ignore the mythic monsters for now and stop that NPC. Hearing Aqua Rose's command, Shadow Sword promptly nodded. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. Unlike the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, allowing a mythic NPC to get within attack range would be no laughing matter. Immediately, Shadow Sword controlled his divine magic dragon to charge at Dyroscram. Shadow Sword then directed his divine magic dragon to slap at the NPC elder. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. This Beast Emperor can actually convince a mythic NPC to join the fray? Is this a joke? That's a Tier 4 NPC we're talking about. The various major powers and adventurer teams members at the primordial divine ruin stared with wide eyes as they watched Dyro descend to the battlefield, their hearts palpitating in fear and shock. None of these players were strangers to Tier 4 NPCs. Tier 4 NPCs ruled over every major NPC city in the various kingdoms and empires, and anyone who had met such an NPC would know just how powerful they were in God's domain. Players were able to face monsters of a higher tier due to having more skills, spells, and combat techniques. With this advantage, players could exploit powerful monsters' weaknesses and defeat them. Despite having lower basic attributes, however, NPCs had no such weaknesses. Unlike monsters, both the quality and quantity of NPCs' skills and spells was far superior to players. They were capable of executing many complex combination attacks with these skills and spells, making them far more difficult to deal with than monsters. To make matters worse, although NPCs' basic attributes were lower than monsters of the same rank and tier, they were still overwhelmingly higher than players. After Dyro opened his eyes, the pressure he gave off made him feel like an entirely different entity than before. The evil energy Dyro radiated was so incomparably dense that the evil energy corroded the space around him. Players over 2,000 yards away could clearly feel this man's aura. If players felt as if they had been submerged in a pool of water as the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts' auras had washed over them, then Dyro's aura felt as if they had been dumped into a pit of quicksilver. They couldn't help but shudder as they bathed in this NPC's aura. These players finally understood just how terrifying a Tier 4 NPC was. If this NPC elder wanted to, he could definitely kill every player at the primordial divine ruin, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. As the various powers and adventurer teams members were in shock over Dyro's aura, a massive figure suddenly appeared before Dyro. This figure was none other than the divine magic dragon under Shadow Sword's control. As soon as it reached its target, the divine magic dragon's mountain-like claw descended on the mythic NPC. However, despite having even enough power to send mythic monsters of the same level flying, Dyro ignored the claw and allowed it to land. Boo! The evil bat Dyro rode shot to the ground like a bullet. The instant the evil bat crashed, the impact formed a crater with a 70-yard radius in the ground. Despite the evil bat being a level 80 Grandlord, The single attack had heavily injured it. Now, even flight was impossible for the evil bat. "Where's the NPC?" Shadow Sword examined the bottom of the crater in confusion. He only spotted the evil bat in the crater. Dyro was nowhere to be found. Shadow Sword couldn't even sense the NPC's horrific aura. It was as if the old man had vanished. A second later, a figure appeared in the evil bat's original location, which was none other than Dyro. The old man was in the midst of chanting an incantation, having already written numerous lines of divine runes. As Dyro continued to cast his spell, a magic array formed behind him, absorbing a tremendous amount of evil energy from its surroundings. A short moment later, the space before the array ruptured, creating a black hole that absorbed every form of energy available in its vicinity. Sensing the growing strength of the magic array's aura, Shadow Sword's expression darkened. He could easily tell how powerful Dyro's spell would be. It was definitely stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this spell struck the divine magic dragon he controlled, the attack would undoubtedly send the dragon flying. If that happened, Dyro would have an opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array, and the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Shadow Sword swiftly used the Tier 4 skill, 5 Thunder Fingers, aiming the cone attack at Dyro. As the divine magic dragon's claw sped towards the NPC, countless arcs of electricity extended from the tip of its digits and reached for Dyro. However, as if he had prepared for this attack, Dyro lightly tapped the butt of his staff at the air before him. In response, a grey, threefold magic array appeared before the old man, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Tier 4 defensive spell, Dark Hunt. Double speed casting? Everyone gaped in shock as they watched Dyro, who was still casting his first spell. The magical class players were especially stupefied. Double speed casting was a feat that many magical class players worked to achieve. Unfortunately, very few magical class experts could actually do it. Moreover, the higher a spell's tier was, the more difficult it would be to double cast, not to mention double speed casting. Even Tier 2 peak experts had great difficulty double speed casting 2 Tier 2 spells, yet Dyro could cast 2 Tier 4 spells simultaneously. The NPC's spellcasting was already on par with peak experts. Dyro's threefold magic array instantly stopped the incoming arcs of electricity. None of the arcs had managed to deal any damage. Seeing that Dyro was about to complete his first spell, Shadow Sword hurriedly directed his divine magic dragon to attack the NPC from another direction. Dark Hunt could only block attacks from one direction. It was useless against attacks from other angles. However, just when the divine magic dragon's claw was about to reach Dyro, the NPC disappeared once again. This time, he reappeared 100 yards away from the attacking dragon. Tier 3 spell, Advanced Movement. Crap. Supplementary casting? The magical class experts' minds were blown when they saw Dyro appear 100 yards away from the divine magic dragon. Advanced Movement was not a particularly rare spell. It was actually a common spell that Tier 3 magical class NPCs used. What was truly astounding was the way Dyro had used the spell. In a way, supplementary casting was similar to double casting, but rather than channeling 2 spells at the same time, one could abruptly cast the second spell midway through casting their first spell when supplementary casting. This technique was even more difficult than double speed casting. Meanwhile, before the divine magic dragon could reach Dyro to launch another attack, the NPC finished writing the last line of divine runes for his spell. A sneer twisted Dyro's wizened face. "Do you think you can stop me, the dark wizard Dyro, with a lowly summoned creature?" Dyro said as he looked at Shifeng as he made a wave with his staff. Suddenly, cracks in space began to split the sky. Boundless evil energy then flooded out of these cracks and gathered at the tip of Dyro's staff. After gathering enough evil energy, Dyro created 21 pitch-black spears around him with another wave of his staff. Silver arcs of electricity crackled along these spears. Tier 4 curse, Destruction Spear. Go. Dyro waved his hand. The 21 pitch-black spears flew towards the divine magic dragon. As the product of a Tier 4 curse, each pitch-black spear carried a frightening amount of power. When Shadow Sword tried to attack the spears with the divine magic dragon, repelling one spear actually pushed the dragon back slightly. The strength within the pitch-black spears was actually on par with the dragoness. Although both sides had equal strength, there were 21 pitch-black spears. Meanwhile, when players controlled a summoned creature, they couldn't control it as easily as their own body, which ultimately decreased their combat standards when controlling the creature. Hence, even though Shadow Sword had reached the refinement realm, he was only able to block 5 or 6 spears at a time, while the remaining weapons struck the Divine Magic Dragon 4 a time. The Divine Magic Dragon was at a complete disadvantage as the spears pushed it back towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Time to finish this. Dairo waved his staff again, joining 2 of the pitch-black spears into one weapon and striking at the Divine Magic Dragon, the attack carrying far more strength than the individual summoned weapons. However, just before the combination attack reached the Divine Magic Dragon, suddenly, a flash of black light bloomed before the Divine Magic Dragon. At the same time, the combined spears that flew towards the dragon's chest veered off course. The 2 weapons then split as they brushed past the scales on the dragon's sides harmlessly. This confused Dairo slightly. What's going on? The dragon dodged the attack. No, that's not it. Look at Zero Wing's summoning array. Isn't that black flame? The spectating crowd was dumbfounded for a moment by the sudden development. They failed to understand how the Divine Magic Dragon had become powerful enough to stop the pitch-black spear's combination attack. However, some players with keen eyesight quickly noticed that Shadow Sword was no longer standing in the summoning array for the Divine Magic Dragon. Shifeng had actually taken his place. Black Flame. Do you think you can change this outcome just by switching controllers? Beast Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw Shifeng controlling the Divine Magic Dragon. Summoned creatures were not as easy to control as a player's body. Naturally, a Domain Realm expert would have far more control of a summoned creature than a Refinement Realm expert. The realms of refinement improved a player's 5 senses, but players simply couldn't merge their senses completely with a summoned creature's. As a result, one's combat power when controlling a summoned creature was considerably limited. They changed controllers? Dairo muttered as he glanced at the distant summoning array. As a mythic NPC, his intellect was incredibly high. Hence, he was quickly able to assess any changes on the battlefield. However, the surprise in Dairo's eyes quickly faded, replaced by ridicule. Foolish mortals, do you think you can stop my destruction spears because you've gained more control of a lowly summoned creature? All you've done is prolonged your suffering. Saying so, Dairo combined 20 spears into 10 pairs, attacking Shifeng with all of them at once. Seeing the 10 incoming attacks, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit with the Divine Magic Dragon's claws. Dang! 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 A series of clangs echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. In the end, Shifeng's dragon knocked every one of the 20 destruction spears aside. The spears hadn't even budged the dragon an inch, much less damaged the Divine Magic Dragon. Chapter 1715, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. Chapter 1715, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. He blocked all of the attacks. How is that possible? All of the players at the primordial divine ruin were experts. Quite a few of them were even refinement realm experts, so they all recognized how impressive the technique Dairo had just executed was. In their opinions, Dairo's 10 combination attacks were simply splendid. Even if there was no difference in basic attributes, the refinement realms among the spectating crowd weren't confident in blocking all of those attacks without backing up in the slightest. Their likelihood of success would be even lower if they had to do so with a summoned creature. Yet, not only had Shifeng successfully blocked every one of Dairo's attacks, but he had also done so with the Divine Magic Dragon. His control is amazing. Shock flashed in Blue Jade's eyes as she watched the Divine Magic Dragon in the sky. So, this is the strength of the expert closest to achieving a domain. As a Tier 2 summoner, she had a much clearer idea of how difficult it was to control a summoned creature than other players. It was practically impossible for players to control a summoned creature as well as they did their own bodies. This fact held true even for herself. Despite reaching the Flowing Water Realm, her combat standards with a summoned creature were barely at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even if she made a breakthrough and reached the Void Realm, she was only confident in raising her combat standard when controlling a summoned creature to the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Yet, Shifeng could actually reach the Refinement Realm with the Divine Magic Dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, hovering in midair, Dairo stopped trying to defeat his opponent's vile quality of attacks after watching his first volley fail. Instead, he had the 21 destruction spears attack simultaneously from different directions. Suddenly, numerous streaks of pitch-black light threatened to devour the Divine Magic Dragon. This bastard. He was actually holding back against me. Shadow Sword tightly balled his fist, frustration filling his gaze as he watched the destruction spears dance in the air. When he had controlled the divine magic dragon, Dairo's attacks with the destruction spears had been very straightforward. The NPC hadn't used any particular techniques. Now, however, the destruction spears moved in a coordinated and well-choreographed pattern. These movements were obviously the result of some sort of combat technique. Even if there weren't a difference between Shadow Sword and his opponent's attributes, he felt that he'd be lucky to block a handful of the spears if he tried to defend against the coordinated attacks personally. As the destruction spears were about to plow into the divine magic dragon, Shifeng decided to charge forward. Rather than retreat, he controlled the divine magic dragon to fly headfirst into the approaching spears. What is he trying to do? Shifeng's actions dumbfounded the spectating crowd. Although the destruction spears couldn't kill the divine magic dragon, if all 21 spears struck the summoned creature, the impact would certainly send it flying several hundred yards back. If that happened, Dairo would have plenty of opportunities to destroy Zero Wing's defensive magic array. However, as everyone assumed that Shifeng was trying to force his way through the attacks, the divine magic dragon began to maneuver agilely around the spears and rapidly closed the distance between it and Dairo. Any destruction spear that came near the dragon either brushed past its scales, or the summoned creature battered it away with a claw. They couldn't actually hit the divine magic dragon. If one wasn't paying attention, they might even assume that the destruction spears had actively avoided the dragon. Flowing Water Realm? Blue Jade could not help but rub her eyes as she watched the scene before her, unable to believe it. However, no matter how she looked at the situation, the divine magic dragon's combat standard was definitely at the Flowing Water Realm. There was no other way it could block all of those spear attacks. However, the situation also left her confused. Just how did Shifeng accomplish such a feat? How could something like this be possible? They were talking about controlling a summoned creature here. Blue Jade wasn't the only one who was shocked. The many experts at the Primordial Divine Ruin were similarly stupefied. Leaving aside Shifeng's personal combat standard, his control of summoned creatures could definitely rank at the very top of God's domain. So, this is the true benefit of the Realms of Truth. Shifeng, who evaded the relentless destruction spears, felt the true power of the Realms of Truth for the first time. Unlike the Realms of Refinement, the Realms of Truth focused on exerting the maximum potential of one's body, rather than the five senses. Hence, even when controlling the divine magic dragon, his performance in the Realms of Truth had reached the Ascension Realm. After deflecting the endless spear attacks for a short moment, the divine magic dragon Shifeng controlled arrived before Dairo. Shifeng then had the summoned creature slap at the NPC. However, Dairo was still a mythic NPC, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the massive claw could reach him, he used advanced instantaneous movement and appeared 100 yards away from his original location. However, not wanting to give the NPC time to breathe, Shifeng charged forward once again. Suddenly, Dairo was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to evade Shifeng's attacks physically. While evading, Dairo continued to chant incantations and write divine runes. Although Shifeng realized what the NPC was doing, he couldn't do anything about it. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After chanting for a total of 24 seconds, Dairo abruptly stopped and sneered at the divine magic dragon before him fall into eternal darkness. Dairo shouted before twirling the staff in his right hand. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 36 gigantic magic arrays appeared around the divine magic dragon. Pitch-black chains then emerged from the magic arrays, binding the dragon. The chains then bound the divine magic dragon in a gigantic, pitch-black ball Tier 4 curse, dark prison. Although the divine magic dragon was powerful, not even a monster of its caliber would be able to struggle free from a Tier 4 curse's restrictions. After all, a Tier 4 curse had the power to rival Tier 5 spells. Crap. The divine magic dragon has been tied up. Shadow Sword's expression darkened when he saw Dairo fly towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array after casting the Tier 4 curse. Although the movement-type defensive magic array was strong, it would only last a few hits from a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, unlike monsters, a magical class NPC like Dairo would have an acute understanding of magic arrays. Breaking through a defensive magic array would be child's play for Dairo. Once the defensive magic array was gone, the remaining evil demons and evil beasts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's army several times over. Even if Dairo didn't get involved. Black Flame, your time is up. Beast Emperor revealed a victorious grin as he watched Dyro move closer to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. He had been slightly concerned that the divine magic dragon would be too much for Dyro to handle, but at the end of the day, a Tier 4 NPC was still a Tier 4 NPC. Although Dyro was no match for the divine magic dragon in a direct confrontation, he would have no trouble binding it for a short time, just long enough for Dyro to wipe out a bunch of Tier 2 players. This made Zero Wing's members in the defensive magic array nervous elsewhere. Two mythic evil beasts had managed to force their way past Flying Shadow's divine magic dragon. The two mythic evil beasts then coordinated with Dyro. It was obvious that they planned to break through the defensive magic array with a single attack. The watching players could already picture the defensive magic array shattering under the three Tier 4 existences combined assault when Dyro and the two mythic evil beasts were less than 100 yards away from the barrier around Zero Wing's members. It seems Zero Wing is doomed this time, Quiet Melody said, sighing. Although this battle had been a close one, Zero Wing still wasn't strong enough. She had never imagined that not only would Beast Emperor convince a Tier 4 NPC to take action for him, but that the NPC would also wield so many Tier 4 curses. So, this is the true strength of a Tier 4 NPC? Despite watching Dyro and the two evil Earth Dragons approach, Shifeng didn't reveal any signs of fear or despair. Instead, he quickly gave Shadow Sword control of the divine magic dragon as he took out the Tier 4 domain scroll that he had obtained after killing the tyrant's soul. When he activated the Tier 4 domain scroll, a blue light rippled away from him, extending to a 1,000-yard radius. Suddenly, all enemies within range of the domain skill were suppressed. Because of this, Dyro, who had already been suppressed by the divine magic dragon's domain skill, lost even more attributes and reaction speed. Now, he only had 80% of his original basic attributes. Against a Tier 4 NPC like Dyro, the effects of the Tier 4 domain scroll were quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Dyro was still unstoppable for players. After activating the domain scroll, Shifeng took a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. Why is the guild leader summoning his personal guard? Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the Zero Wing's other members were confused to see Anna join the battlefield. They were no strangers to Anna. She, without a doubt, had the most frightening growth potential of any personal guard they had seen in the game. In one-on-one combat, she could even defeat opponents of a higher tier. However, Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC. Even if Dyro's attributes and reaction speed were suppressed, Anna still had no hope of taking him down. However, as Zero Wing's members doubted Shifeng's sanity, Shifeng retrieved a crimson potion from his bag and handed it to Anna. After receiving the potion, Anna removed the lid on the bottle and drank it without hesitation. Players weren't the only ones who could use potions in God's domain. NPCs could as well. The crimson potion was none other than the Grandmaster ranked growth potion Shifeng had obtained after killing Baphomet. When consumed, the potion would forcefully elevate the user by one tier. After consuming the potion, Anna's physique began to transform. The surrounding ambient mana flooded into her, and as it did, golden divine runes began to decorate Anna's body, adding a hint of holiness and beauty to her appearance. Anna's aura had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If her previous aura was like flowing water, her new aura felt like the endless ocean. If one paid close attention, they would notice that Anna was no longer a Tier 2 NPC, but a bona fide Tier 3 NPC. How is this possible? Even the various major powers and Beast Emperor had noticed Anna's transformation, let alone Zero Wing's members. After all, her rise from a Tier 2 NPC to Tier 3 had caused quite the commotion. Alright, let's begin the second round. Shifeng smiled at the approaching Dyro. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. A Tier 3 personal guard? Beast Emperor, who watched the battle through a crystal ball in the Evil God's Branch Temple, was slightly surprised when Anna appeared beside Shifeng. However, his surprise quickly turned into a sneer as he said, "Do you really think that a measly Tier 3 personal guard can stop a Tier 4 NPC? To put it simply, personal guards were hired NPCs in God's domain. However, since they were enhanced through a contract, personal guards' basic attributes were slightly higher than ordinary NPCs of the same level. Although Anna had been promoted to Tier 3, she was only slightly stronger than other Tier 3 NPCs. She might be invincible against current players, but she was still far from being able to contend with Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, when the Tier 4 Curse Dark Prison was used on ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, it could trap the monster for at least an hour. Although the divine magic dragon was extremely powerful, Beast Emperor guessed that the dark prison should hold it for at least 20 minutes. Although no one could damage the sealed monster during that time, it couldn't do anything, either. Meanwhile, relying on a Tier 3 personal guard to distract a Tier 4 NPC like Dairo was a joke. Beast Emperor wasn't the only one who thought so. Every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin agreed with the sentiment. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and 4, the gap between the tiers' strength increased with each subsequent tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a Tier 3 NPC didn't even qualify to buy Tamir's Dairo, and the two level 80 evil earth dragons drew closer. Anna began to chant an incantation from within Zero Wing's defensive magic array. With her left hand, she swiftly drew line after line of divine runes in the air. Shortly after, two colossal magic arrays, one white and one black, appeared beside Anna. The ambient mana then began to flow towards the arrays, and Zero Wing's members could feel the mana density increase around them by several times. Double speed casting. That personal guard is quite good. She actually knows how to double speed cast. It's a pity that she's going to die here today. When the various major powers upper echelons saw Anna double speed cast, envy gripped their hearts. While NPCs were indeed powerful, there were significant differences between them. Magical class NPCs capable of double casting were already extremely rare, not to mention NPCs capable of double speed casting. This was also why they had been so surprised to learn that Dairo could both double speed cast and supplementary cast. If a personal guard grasped these techniques, they would have an advantage over other NPCs when they reached higher tiers. Take Dairo, for example. Despite Dairo clearly being no match for the divine magic dragon under Shifeng's control, the NPC could rely on his techniques to mitigate the divine magic dragon's attacks and even entrap it. As the spectating crowd pondered such things, two pillars of light rose from the two colossal magic arrays, each taking on the color if the array it emerged from. In the next moment, three summoned creatures stepped out of each of the two light pillars. Three knights in silver armor had emerged from the white light pillar, each of which wielded a silver sword in their right hands and a shield that could easily serve as a mirror in their left. Knight of Light, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 60 000 60 000. Meanwhile, three mags in deep black robes stepped out of the black light pillar. Each of the mags carried a staff that was shrouded in black mist. The crystals embedded in the top of the staves radiated four different colors. Envoy of Darkness, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 45 000 45 000. Tier 3 spell, Light Summoning. Tier 3 spell, Darkness Summoning. If players used the Grandmaster ranked growth potion, they'd only rise by a single tier, but if an NPC used the potion, that'd be a different story. After Anna rose to Tier 3, she had learned all of the Tier 3 spells she would know after truly being promoted to Tier 3. Hence, right now, she was a bona fide Tier 3 existence. The growth potion's only flaw was its short duration of 15 minutes. Once the potion's duration ended, Anna would revert to her original state. Hence, players had only used these potions in crucial moments in the past. They could not be treated like trump cards in guild wars or siege battles. What a powerful personal guard. The instant the 6 level 80 Grand Lords appeared beside Anna, silence fell over the spectating crowd. Nobody had thought that Anna was actually strong enough to summon 6 Grand Lords of the same level. With this, she was basically invincible among Tier 3 existences. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their shock, Anna controlled the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness to charge out of the defensive magic array and attack Dairo and the two mythic evil beasts. In the next moment, the Knights of Light vanished, reappearing instantly around their mythic ranked targets. Once the knights surrounded their opponents in a triangular formation, they raised their shields before them. Suddenly, a magic array of light manifested beneath each of the knights, linking with each other to form a prism of light that trapped Dairo and the mythic evil beasts. Immediately, Dairo and the evil beast's basic attributes fell once more. Now, the three mythic existences only retained 60% of their original attributes. Moreover, they couldn't break free of the magic barrier unless they killed the Knights of Light. By the time the Knights of Light had finished, the Envoys of Darkness had also completed their spell's chants. Pitch-black mist began to rise from the ground within the barrier, binding Dyro and the evil earth dragons. Although the mist did not reduce the three mythic existences' basic attributes in the least, it did reduce their reaction speed and movement speed by 50% by the time the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness had further suppressed Dyro and the mythic evil beasts. Anna had finished chanting the final verse of her incantation Tier 4 spell, Yin-Yang Cycle. Under her command, a dual-colored magic array appeared in the sky, and 36 gigantic swords emerged, 18 of which were a silvery white, while the other 18 were an abyss black. These 36 swords then descended on Dyro and the two evil earth dragons. Despite seeing the approaching swords, the two mythic evil beasts showed no intention of dodging the weapons. Instead, they swiped their claws at the incoming attacks. However, the moment one of evil beast's claws met one of the silver swords, the impact flung its claw backward, bending its arm at an awkward angle. When the other evil beast touched a black sword, the sword passed through its claw and struck the evil earth dragon, dealing over -1 million damage as the 36 swords fell, one after another. The two mythic evil beasts screamed in pain and their HPs plummeted. Although the two evil beasts wanted to escape, the falling swords pinned them in place naturally. Dyro didn't dare to block any of these swords. Rather, he used spells to help him evade the attacks. He didn't have any spare energy to strike at the Knights of Light, much less attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Even after another 10 seconds of this bombardment, Dyro and the two evil earth dragons still couldn't free themselves from Anna's assault. Not only had they failed to land a single hit on Zero Wing's defensive magic array, but the two evil earth dragons' HP also continued to decrease. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that woman really a Tier 3 personal guard? Everyone watched Dyro and the mythic evil beast struggle with shocked expressions. Although Shifeng's domain scroll had suppressed Dyro and the evil beasts, significantly reducing their combat powers, a mere Tier 3 NPC shouldn't have any hope against them by herself. Yet Shifeng's personal guard successfully faced them alone. Aside from the word strong, the spectating crowd truly had no other way to describe Anna. Despite Anna standing alone, her skills made her look like a team of NPCs. So, this is the strength of an epic personal guard. Shifeng was just as shocked to see Anna overwhelm Dyro and the two evil beasts. He had never thought that Anna could really go up against Tier 4 existences at Tier 3 with Anna's constant intervention. Even after over a minute, Dyro couldn't attack the Knights of Light. In fact, the Tier 4 NPC's HP had even begun to decrease as he failed to keep up with Anna and the Envoys of Darkness's attacks. As he watched, Beast Emperor's eyes became bloodshot. However, he still wasn't particularly worried about this situation. With how powerful the potion Anna had consumed was, the potion's effects should not last very long. Once the potion's effects ended, Anna would have no power over Dyro. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Anna remained powerful throughout the entire battle. She showed no signs of weakening in the least. After Forbidden Domain's cooldown had ended, Shifeng cast the skill on Dyro's dark prison without hesitation. The giant ball of pitch-black chains shattered instantly. The 36 pitch-black magic arrays around the ball also disappeared. Once the trapped divine magic dragon regained its freedom, it resumed its attacks against Dyro. The divine magic dragon had already possessed higher attributes than the Tier 4 NPC, but after Shifeng had suppressed Dyro with his Tier 4 domain scroll and the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, Dyro was only slightly stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. As a result, the difference between the divine magic dragon and Dyro became even more obvious. Furthermore, Shifeng's Forbidden Domain had also affected the Dark Wizard, and he couldn't use any of his spells. After freeing the trapped divine magic dragon, Shifeng quickly switched places with Shadow Sword again and controlled the summoned creature to swipe at Dyro with its clawboom. Since the mythic NPC couldn't use any of his spells, he had to rely on his physical prowess to block the attack. However, even though he had stopped the attack with his staff, Dyro's basic attributes were too much lower than the divine magic dragon's. As a result, he still took the full brunt of the attack and received over -2 million damage. To Dyro, whose maximum HP was only at 60 million right now, that blow had taken 1/30th of his HP. Taking advantage of Dyro's helplessness, Anna followed the divine magic dragon's attack with a Tier 4 spell, dealing over -7 million damage to the silenced NPC. While 60 million HP might seem like a lot to players, to the divine magic dragon and Anna, This much HP was nothing after 6 seconds of constant struggle. Dyro eventually removed the silenced debuff. However, he only had 1/3 of his HP remaining by this point to make matters worse. Although Dyro could again defend himself with powerful spells, the massive difference in attributes between himself and the magic divine dragon was beyond the reach of spells. As a result, the enemy dragon broke through his defense, again and again, and his HP visibly decreased finally. When less than 1 minute remained on Anna's growth potion, Dyro's HP hit 0. The NPC Elder then collapsed to the ground with a face of frustration and reluctance. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. As Dyro died, the dark grey evil energy consuming the sky above the primordial divine ruin faded. The land once again bathed in the sun's glaring rays. Many of Zero Wing's army abruptly leveled up as the Tier 4 NPC awarded more abundant EXP than any ordinary mythic monster. Unlike mythic monsters, the NPC dropped only 2 items when he had died. After these 2 items appeared, the evil energy surrounding the old man's body quickly dissipated, and shortly after, his body transformed into ash that scattered with the wind. He died. A Tier 4 NPC was killed, just like that. Everyone at the primordial divine ruin watched Dyro's disintegrating corpse in utter disbelief. After playing God's Domain for so long, everyone was terrifyingly familiar with the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. They were powerhouses that could guard and rule over major NPC cities. They were definitely invincible to current players, yet players had just slain one such NPC. This situation had overturned everything they thought they had known about God's Domain. How is this possible? That's a Tier 4 dark wizard we're talking about. Beast Emperor's countenance twisted as he stared at Dyro's corpse through the gigantic crystal ball in the Evil God's Branch Temple. He had spent nearly all of his Evil God's Temple contribution points to get Dyro to participate in the battle. Aside from getting rid of Zero Wing, he also wanted to give the various superpowers a warning. He wanted everyone to know that the Orc Empire was his territory, yet both his main and side objectives had failed. Back on the battlefield, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams weren't the only ones shocked by Dyro's death. Even Zero Wing's members stared at the NPC's corpse with dumbfounded expressions. Did we succeed? Aqua Rose muttered, finding what had just happened a little hard to believe. Relax. He's dead. Although Tier 4 NPCs are powerful, they're not invincible. Everyone, continue killing the evil demons and evil beasts. The battle is not over yet, Shifeng said, chuckling. Shadow Sword, come take back control over the dragon. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, they were not insurmountable. As players reached higher levels and gained more strength, some would even take out the level 200, Tier 4 NPCs that protected major NPC cities, let alone a lowly level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Understood. Shadow Sword snapped out of his daze and nodded. Once Shadow Sword took control back, Shifeng activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he dashed towards Dyro's ashes. NPCs like Dyro rarely dropped loot, which was why players weren't usually interested in killing God's Domain's NPCs. Not only were NPCs built to counter players, but they also didn't drop much loot even after they died. Normally, players wouldn't bother with such a thankless task unless they had no other choice. As for the Tier 4 NPCs that protected cities, they almost never dropped loot. And due to the city's magic arrays, these NPCs would command even more combat power. To make matters worse, if players killed a city's protector, the city's kingdom or empire would post a bounty on their head. If players had a working brain, they wouldn't provoke an NPC city's Tier 4 NPCs without a very good reason. However, in the rare event such NPCs dropped loot, the items would definitely be top tier. Although Shifeng didn't need to worry about anyone stealing Dyro's loot due to the evil beasts and demons on the battlefield, he thought it would be best to be safe, rather than sorry. On the off chance that some suicidal players decided to give it a go, reclaiming the loot would be troublesome. The 2 evil earth dragons were still trapped in the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, and Anna and the divine magic dragon had them thoroughly pinned down. This allowed Shifeng to reach Dyro's partly disintegrated corpse easily. After retrieving the 2 items the NPC had dropped, he immediately turned and fled back to the defensive magic array. When the major powers players saw this, their eyes became bloodshot with envy. That was a Tier 4 NPC's loot. Even if they didn't know what the items were exactly, due to how powerful Dyro had been, Those items were guaranteed to be extraordinary, however. Although they were jealous, none of them dared to take action. Whether the divine magic dragons or Anna's level 80 Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness came after them, all of these beings were ridiculously powerful. Even if they charged onto the battlefield to steal the loot, they would simply add to these monsters' kill counts. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers' upper echelons watched the two divine magic dragons battle, jealousy gripped their hearts. If Zero Wing could summon more divine magic dragons, then nobody in the Orc Empire could beat the guild, not even Beast Emperor. However, they also realized that even if Zero Wing could summon more of these dragons, it should only be able to do so a limited number of times. It was even possible that Zero Wing only had these two summoning arrays. Otherwise, the guild could have summoned a third divine magic dragon to take out Dairo, rather than giving Anna a rare potion to increase her strength. A potion that could elevate a personal guard by 1 tier was far more valuable than a divine magic dragon. Each of these dragons required 88 summoners, which had to be protected at all times. On the other hand, the potion Anna had consumed could be carried and used without such challenging restrictions. Of course, that was just an assumption. They'd have to investigate the situation slowly through their spies in Zero Wing to learn the exact truth of the matter, but it was safe to say that from today on, no one would dare to provoke Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin. When Shifeng returned to the defensive magic array, he continued to command Zero Wing's army as they slaughtered the evil beasts and demons. After they killed 2 mythic evil beasts and 30,000 plus lower-ranked evil beasts and evil demons, Beast Emperor finally gave up and recalled his minions from the primordial divine ruin. Even Beast Emperor is helpless against Zero Wing. Falling Fire, who watched the battle from a safe distance with a magic mirror, frowned as he watched this outcome. He had planned to send Blackwater's army back to the ruin after Beast Emperor had severely wounded Zero Wing's forces, but it seemed that his plan was no longer viable. Sure enough, Zero Wing still won. Amazing. This is simply amazing. Zero Wing actually forced back an army of 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts with a little over 1,000 players. With this, Beast Emperor has lost his position as the Orc Empire's overlord. The spectating crowd at the primordial divine ruin could not help but shudder with excitement as they watched the evil demons and evil beasts frantically flee. Zero Wing had come to the primordial divine ruin with fewer than 2,000 players, yet not only had it defeated Blackwater's 10,000-strong army, but it had also pushed back a force of 100,000 plus monsters. In the midst of the battle, Zero Wing had even killed a Tier 4 NPC and 2 Tier 4 evil beasts. The watching players finally understood just how powerful Zero Wing was. The various superpowers, in particular, felt a sliver of fear as they watched the guild. At the very least, they didn't want to make an enemy of Zero Wing within the Orc Empire's boundaries. After all, nobody could say for certain that Zero Wing couldn't summon more divine magic dragons. As the battle ended, news of Zero Wing's shocking victory at the primordial divine ruin quickly spread to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, this news didn't only reach the ears of the various large guilds, as even ordinary players learned of the battle. The news had reached so many players because many of the players at the primordial divine ruin were from adventurer teams. As well, many of these adventurer teams members began to upload the videos they had recorded of the battle to their respective countries' forums. Crap. Is this really a battle between players? Why does it feel more like a battle between NPCs? Quick, look. Isn't that a Tier 4 NPC? What? Zero Wing even managed to kill a Tier 4 NPC? Due to this masterpiece of a battle, Zero Wing's fame in the various kingdoms and empires rose significantly. Many players even began to consider joining Zero Wing for a time. Countless players swarmed towards White River City and Zero Wing City. Black Flame. Don't think that you've won the war just because you've won this battle. A cold glint flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he read the forum posts. Since you've severed one of my limbs, I'll make sure that Zero Wing never sets foot in the Orc Empire again. He admitted that his evil demon and evil beast army had been defeated, and the loss had been significant. However, he knew very well that the divine magic dragons were summoned creatures. They could only exist for a limited amount of time. Once that duration ended, he could simply send his minions back to the primordial divine ruin and slaughter Zero Wing's army. Even if Zero Wing could summon the divine magic dragons again, he could just order another retreat and attack at a later time. He had more than enough evil demons and evil beasts to bleed Zero Wing dry. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. After seeing that the battle was over, Shifeng used a return scroll to return to White River City. However, Shifeng did not head directly to the War God's Temple. Instead, he visited White River City's Adventurers Association. In a VIP room on the Adventurers Association's second floor. When one of the association's senior administrators entered the room, he greeted Shifeng, who rested on a sofa, and asked, "Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? I wish to build a town in a neutral map outside of the kingdom, and I need the Adventurers Association's help," Shifeng said, nodding. He then revealed the town building order he had acquired from the Lost Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Inside the luxurious VIP room, the NPC senior adopted a more respectful attitude towards Shifeng upon watching the swordsman pull a tattered piece of parchment from his bag and place it on the table. Following which, the NPC inspected the parchment carefully. Although the town building order was nowhere near as valuable as a Star Moon Kingdom city building order on its own, it could rival, even surpass, the value of the kingdom's city building order depending on how it was used. This was because the town building order didn't have location restrictions. One could even construct a town in a neutral map if they wished to. Neutral maps were not under any kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, so building a town in one of these maps was akin to securing rule over the map. On the other hand, while the Star Moon Kingdom city building order was indeed very valuable, the city built had to be constructed within Star Moon Kingdom's borders. In other words, the city would still be under the kingdom's jurisdiction and would be largely influenced by the kingdom. The simplest example of such influence was the monthly management fee towns and cities had to pay the kingdom. For a basic city like Zero Wing City, players had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. If the city were promoted to an intermediate or advanced city, the fee would increase by several times. However, if a town or city were constructed in a neutral map, players wouldn't be required to hand over an exorbitant management fee to any kingdom or empire. Instead, players only had to pay a small management fee to the system. Of course, such a benefit had a huge drawback: the lack of safety. Towns and cities within a kingdom or empire were under that kingdom or empire's protection. Monster attacks were the greatest threat these towns and cities would have to face. However, monsters weren't the only threat in a neutral map. Raids from other races would be commonplace, as well. If a guild weren't strong enough, building a town in a neutral map would simply be a waste of manpower and resources. In fact, guilds had often overestimated their strength during Shifeng's previous life, constructing towns in neutral maps, which were subsequently destroyed. However, this drawback included another benefit, which was the greatest benefit of building a town in a neutral map. Since neutral maps were not under a kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, guild towns and guild cities in neutral maps could trade with other races. God's domain had many different races. Aside from creatures with low intellect, which only knew how to slaughter other beings for survival, there were intelligent races that could communicate with players, such as dwarfs, elves, orcs, half-elves, and half-orcs. Only, these races were prohibited from entering guild towns and cities within kingdoms and empires' borders. At most, players might encounter these races in NPC towns and cities, but even then, these races would only conduct basic trade with players. However, these foreign races produced many products that were better than those made by human hands. Moreover, each race had their own specialty products that would be of great help to players' survival when fighting in the fields. Take dwarven-made weapons and equipment, for example. As the dwarfs had better techniques and special forging methods, their weapons and equipment performed far better than human-made products. Meanwhile, guild towns in neutral maps weren't prohibited from trading with foreign races. As long as a town were attractive enough, it could inspire members of the foreign races to visit. Aside from trade, players could also employ foreign races to serve as the town's soldiers. Unlike human warriors, these races' warriors generally specialized in a particular aspect. Hence, guilds that had towns in neutral maps in the past had hired foreign races' warriors to protect their towns because of these aspects. Although neutral towns didn't seem any different than ordinary guild towns, they could actually function like miniature kingdoms in neutral maps. Although the neutral town couldn't compare to kingdoms and empires in every aspect, it had the qualities to become one. Lord Protector, I have ascertained that there are no problems with your town building order. May I know where you wish to build your town? the NPC administrator respectfully asked as he stored the town building order. He then took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. In the next moment, a map of God's domain appeared in the crystal ball here, Shafong said as he pointed at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. Constructing a town in a neutral map wasn't like building one in a kingdom or empire. Kingdoms and empires would never intervene in matters outside of their borders. Hence, when building a town in a neutral map, the Adventurers Association was fully responsible for handling the town's construction. Lord Protector, this location is currently quite chaotic. The lowest level monsters nearby are above level 50. Orcs also wreak havoc in the area. If you wish to build a town there, it will be costly. The basic construction fees alone come to 40,000 gold. If you wish to employ guards, each level 100, Tier 1 adventurer will cost 3 gold per day, 10 gold per day for a Tier 2 adventurer, and 100 gold per day for a Tier 3 adventurer. You will also only be allowed to employ them for a maximum of 3 days. Do you wish to hire any guards? I'll hire 1,000 Tier 1 adventurers, 500 Tier 2 adventurers, and 20 Tier 3 adventurers for 3 days. This wasn't the first time Shafong had built a neutral town, so the cost didn't particularly surprise him. While neutral maps were extremely dangerous, the profit one could obtain from them was immense. Hence, towns in neutral maps were only given 3-day protection periods. Not only were these NPC guards expensive, but their levels wouldn't scale along with players, remaining only slightly higher than the local monsters. These NPC guards were mainly there to repel monster and foreign race assaults. Not player Zero Wing had recently earned a fortune from selling the equipment it had obtained after killing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. It also had the profit from Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. However, since a large part of the money had to be invested in the guild's development, Zero Wing only had a little over 80,000 gold in the bank right now. The construction alone cost 40,000 gold, which was many times higher than building a town within Starmoon Kingdom. With how expensive the adventurers were, Shafong didn't dare to hire too many at once. Furthermore, if a town wished to survive in a neutral map long term, relying on temporary guards definitely wasn't a viable solution. Hence, the guild had to set some money aside to build static defenses in the town, as well. Alright. Your total bill comes to 70,000 gold. No discounts are available at this time, the NPC administrator said, nodding. Once you complete the payment, the Adventurers Association will send our people to the chosen location within 1 minute. It will take them roughly 20 minutes to complete the town's construction. 20 minutes. The senior administrator's explanation surprised Shafong a little. He had never thought that the town's construction would take so long. When the Adventurers Association constructed a town in a nearby neutral map, it normally completed the construction within 10 minutes. Unlike cities, towns had fewer facilities and structures, after all. But his town required twice as long to construct. One could just imagine how dangerous the area around the primordial divine ruin was right now. However, Shafong did not give the matter much thought. He handed 70,000 gold to the NPC and departed from the Adventurers Association. He then headed to the War God's Temple to earn himself some merit points. While Shafong was on his way to the War God's Temple, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. Another problem has cropped up at the primordial divine ruin. As soon as we left the ruin, Beast Emperor sent his evil beasts and evil demons to surround the ruin again. We still can't send our elite members to garrison in the ruin, Aqua Rose reported with a somber expression. She hadn't expected Beast Emperor to be so shameless, making such a move. One of Beast Emperor's subordinates has also contacted us, informing us that he won't stop harassing us at the primordial divine ruin unless we release flame blood. Although Beast Emperor's actions were shameless, Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. Zero Wing only had 2 magic arrays that could summon divine magic dragons, and both had been used during the previous battle. Now that Zero Wing had nothing to counter the evil beast and demon armies, sending in a player army would be suicidal. He's prepared to fight to the bitter end. Shafong could not help but chuckle. Since that is the case, let him have his fun. We'll see how long he can continue his struggle. But what about Primordial City? Aqua Rose could tell that Shafong was determined to destroy Beast Emperor thoroughly. However, Primordial City played a key role in helping Zero Wing's members reach Tier 2. Just ignore him, Shafong said. For now, Gather every architect in the candlelight trading firm and have them gather in the guild residence. Then, contact Melancholic and tell her to prepare these materials for me. I'll need them in a moment." After saying so, Shifeng disconnected the call and quietly waited for his horse carriage to reach the war god's temple. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose stared at the darkened screen before her with a confused look. Is it really fine to leave him alone? Aqua Rose muttered to herself worriedly. However, the expression Shifeng has worn during their conversation indicated that he had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Immediately, she shook her worries out of her mind and sent Beast Emperor's subordinate a reply. Once that was done, she started to gather the necessary manpower and notified Melancholic Smile to collect the necessary materials. Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. When Beast Emperor received Aqua Rose's reply via his subordinate, his complexion turned frighteningly ashen, and killing intent radiated from his entire body. He had never thought that Shifeng would be mad enough to fight him to the bitter end. Just as Beast Emperor was about to declare a war of annihilation on Zero Wing, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for being the first guild to construct a town in a neutral map. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and 10,000 popularity to the new town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wing's Town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wing's Town. A town in a neutral map. Beast Emperor stared at the system announcement, stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with a town's construction. After all, many guilds had constructed towns within the various kingdoms and empires before. However, the building a town in a neutral map held an entirely different meaning. Neutral maps lacked teleportation points. Players could only rely on their own power to travel to neutral maps. If a guild constructed a guild town in a neutral map, its guild members could guild transfer scrolls to teleport to said town once it had a guild residence, saving plenty of travel time. Moreover, unlike a captured town, which had a fixed location, the owner could construct their town wherever they wished. Neutral maps were rich in resources, but the various major powers had only captured pre-made towns thus far. Nobody had successfully built a town in a neutral map yet. Even so, these powers had reaped plenty of benefits from their captured towns. If they could build a town in a strategic location and occupy it, they could definitely secure more resources. Meanwhile, at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams, who were preparing to fight for the ruin's entry slots, were watching towards the southwest, an indescribable shock filling their gazes. Suddenly, a town had popped up in the highlands southwest of the primordial divine ruin. Combined with the previous system announcement, any fool would realize that this constructed town belonged to Zero Wing. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Zero Wing is so awesome. The guild even had the means to construct a town here. Looking at the fully-formed town, the various large guilds at the primordial divine ruin looked on with envy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various adventurers glowed with excitement. Having a town so close to the primordial divine ruin was a dream. The primordial divine ruin was an important resource, which the various major powers competed for. These powers had even expended endless manpower and resources just to get more members into the ruin. Now that Zero Wing had built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when competing for entry slots. First, Zero Wing could easily mobilize a large number of guild members to the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing's members would not have to face hours of travel. Second, the players that Zero Wing garrisoned in the ruin wouldn't have to worry about repairing gear and replenishing supplies. The primordial divine ruin wasn't a town, and even though it offered hotels for players to rest in, there were a limited number available. Moreover, the cost was beyond exorbitant. Not even large guilds could necessarily afford for thousands of their members to rent rooms from the hotels, yet if players set up camp outside of the ruin, their stamina and concentration recover would be incredibly slow. This prevented them from grinding the surrounding monsters and leveling up efficiently. However, towns were a different story. A town could accommodate more players, and most importantly, players could repair their weapons and equipment in a town. Although the primordial divine ruin had restaurants and hotels, it didn't have any smithies. Hence, players would have to return to their respective towns and cities to repair their gear after grinding around the ruin for some time. With these two advantages, Zero Wing could secure a powerful position in the competition over the primordial divine ruins resources, while the various large guilds were furious over Zero Wing building a guild town next to the ruin. The various adventurer teams were elated. The participating adventurer teams were still far weaker than the various large guilds in the competition for entry slots. After all, unlike adventurer teams, the various large guilds had many members under their command and could afford to garrison their members in the primordial divine ruin in shifts without affecting their total combat power within the ruin. However, now that a town had been built next to the primordial divine ruin, the various adventurer teams could use it as a temporary base, staying close to the ruin long term. With this, the various adventurer teams could compete with the various large guilds on a more even playing field. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new town in the Orc Empire quickly spread to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. For a time, the various large guilds and independent experts were all talking about Zero Wing. Zero Wing's rise is certain now. Not only does the guild have the advanced combat rooms and a guild city, but it also has built a town right beside the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. That's right. I heard that many independent experts have chosen to join Zero Wing to better develop themselves. Apparently, not only has the guild reserved specific advanced combat rooms for its members, but Zero Wing members can also learn the guild's combat techniques for a much lower price than non-guild players. I knew I should have joined Zero Wing earlier. Many independent experts from the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire were tempted to join Zero Wing after learning about the guild's latest achievement. They hadn't known much about Zero Wing previously, and those that had known hadn't had a particularly optimistic view of the guild. However, that had all changed after the guild's overwhelming victory against Blackwater and Beast Emperor. Now that Zero Wing had constructed a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, even a fool could tell that the guild had a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. Many expert players targeted super first-rate guilds. If one could become an internal member of such an organization, they'd be able to live a life free of worry in the real world. However, super first-rate guilds had plenty of expert players, and only a limited number of people could become internal members. Hence, the competition within super first-rate guilds was intense. However, if players joined a guild that had the potential to become a super first-rate guild, even if they were only ordinary experts, they still had a high chance of becoming an internal member. Thinking about the potential benefits, many of the various kingdoms and empires' experts hurried toward Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, more players gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City and Zero Wing City, allowing the guild to recruit another large batch of elite and expert players. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose, who was gathering the architects Shafong had requested, found out about Zero Wing's new town, realization dawned on her. She was also instantly overjoyed. Now that Zero Wing had a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a much easier time collecting combat techniques and entering Primordial City. Most importantly, the town would bring in a massive amount of income for Zero Wing. Nowadays, a large number of players grinded and leveling in the Orc Empire. All of these players were elites and experts from the various kingdoms and empires, and they all had plenty of resources. Meanwhile, there were only a few guild towns in the Orc Empire. Furthermore, ancient Rock City, which had been a hub for players, had become an evil demon nest. This further limited the number of rest areas for players. Now that a new guild town had popped up beside the primordial divine ruin, tons of expert and elite players would swarm the town, giving Zero Wing access to all sorts of rare resources. The guild's new town would likely be even more profitable than Stone Forest Town, and for Zero Wing's members, this was a golden opportunity to visit the Orc Empire to grind. Their leveling efficiency in the neutral map would definitely be faster than grinding in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shafong, who sat in an advanced horse carriage as he headed towards White River City's War God's Temple, remained wholly ignorant of the commotion Zero Wing's new town had caused. All he knew was that his new town's construction had been completed. The system had also notified him that he needed to inspect the town and complete the handover procedures. However, Shafong wasn't focused on his newest town, but on the contents of his bag. While he had been embroiled in battle, he hadn't had the chance to inspect his harvest. Now that things had settled down, he had to go through the items. After all, he had obtained much from the battle at the primordial divine ruin. Not only had Zero Wing's army killed a large number of Blackwater experts, but it had also taken down 2 mythic evil beasts and a mythic ranked NPC. Among the top-tier equipment Blackwater's experts had dropped the best had to be the magic weapon from Singular Burial. The magic weapon was a longbow called Firmament. Striker magic weapons were even rarer than epic weapons. They were also much stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, wielding a magic weapon came with some severe risks. The 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts had also dropped splendid items. The monsters had dropped a growth-type epic-ranked mage robe and an evil energy potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe. The evil energy potion was a precious potion that, when consumed, increases players' strength attribute by 15% and gave its user a certain amount of evil energy resistance for 2 hours. Naturally, the potion's main material was evil energy crystals. However, these items did little to hold Shifeng's attention, as he was most eager to find out what the mythic NPC, Dyro, had dropped. Mythic NPCs rarely dropped items, but when they did, the items were definitely top tier, following which, Shifeng retrieved the 2 items Dyro had dropped from his bag. He then appraised them with omniscient eyes. Chapter 1720, Evil God's Inheritance. Chapter 1720, Evil God's Inheritance. When Shifeng started appraising the 2 items Dyro dropped, the mana density inside the closed carriage rapidly increased. Like 2 hungry beasts that had just woken up, the 2 items absorbed the ambient mana around them ravenously. This situation surprised Shifeng somewhat. He had never thought that the 2 items Dyro dropped would be so amazing. Right now, the mana density in the carriage was slightly above even that of Stone Forest Town. The mana absorption process eventually stopped after about 10 seconds. The situation inside the carriage then quickly reverted to its original state. Previously, the 2 items Shifeng obtained had been sealed, which gave them the appearance of purplish gold crystal balls and made it impossible to discern their identity. In fact, the only information Shifeng got when he tried inspecting the items was their name-sealed crystal ball and nothing else. Meanwhile, upon seeing the 2 unsealed items, Shifeng could not help but be stunned. Of the 2 items, one was a broken long sword, and the other was a gemstone that radiated 5 different colored glows. Evil God's Inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god once used. However, the sword was destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword was destroyed, the power of the evil god contained inside it remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible for the sword to regain its past glory. This piece is the broken hilt of the sword. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may execute 1 slash with the sword. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate with each other. Drops upon death cannot be traded. Limit Gemstone, epic consumable. Can be embedded into a weapon or equipment to permanently improve it. Can be used on only epic-ranked items or below. Shifeng shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the descriptions of these 2 items, his eyes glowing with excitement. Although he had long since known that the loot of a Tier 4 NPC would be extraordinary and certainly superior to epic items, he had never imagined that Dyro would drop these 2 items. The Evil God's Inheritance was a weapon the evil god had used frequently when it was still intact. In its complete form, it should be a legendary weapon at the very least. Although he had only a fragment of the weapon, it could lead to obtaining a real legendary weapon. Its value was definitely higher than that of a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, legendary items were exceedingly rare in God's domain, and every one of them had extraordinary origins. Not to mention, most of the clues players found that were related to legendary items were usually fake. Meanwhile, the most valuable aspect about the Evil God's Inheritance was the fact that it could be used. Even though it was capable of exerting only 10% of its original power, that was 10% of a legendary weapon's power, not something a fragmented legendary weapon could hope to compare to. Only, the price to use the weapon was a little steep. Let alone other players. Even Shifeng would feel a sting if he had to pay 10 points in all attributes just to swing the weapon once. As for the other item Dyro dropped, it was something Shifeng had only ever heard about before. During his previous life, the Limit Gemstone had appeared in an auction hosted by a super guild. However, the Limit Gemstone sold back then wasn't supplied by the hosting super guild. Instead, it was an item some other player had put up for trade. When this item appeared during the bartering session of the auction, it had immediately caused an uproar at the auction venue. After all, the best weapon and equipment that peak experts could get their hands on back then were only epic rank. Fragmented legendary items were still far out of their reach. Hence, to them, an item capable of improving epic weapons and equipment was far more valuable than even epic weapons. In the end, the Limit Gemstone had been traded for 1 epic weapon and 3 pieces of top-tier dark gold equipment. Of that time back then, nobody had a strong opinion on this price. It was neither too expensive nor too cheap. Only sometime later did everyone find out that the buyer of the Limit Gemstone had ended up making a huge profit. The Limit Gemstone turned out to be even more amazing than everyone thought it to be. Just like its name implied, it improved a weapon or equipment to its maximum limit, not just slightly. From then onward, whenever a Limit Gemstone appeared, it would sell for astronomical prices, even as much as 3 epic items back then. However, Shifeng was only qualified to use the Limit Gemstone as a topic of conversation. Actually owning one had been far beyond him. He never dreamed that he would obtain one himself in this life. It can upgrade only weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. As Shifeng looked at the resplendent gemstone in his hand, he could not help but think of the sacred sword Killing Rayus, one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain. Killing Ray was much stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. Moreover, it also had immense growth potential, as it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Since it was once part of a legendary weapon, the quality of the materials used to forge Killing Ray went without saying. One could say that it was the best item to improve with the Limit Gemstone. Immediately, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and placed the Limit Gemstone on the flat of the sword. Following which, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, do you wish to embed the Limit Gemstone in Killing Ray? Embed it. Shifeng agreed decisively. Suddenly, the 5-colored gemstone liquefied and spread itself across Killing Ray. A short moment later, the sacred sword was encased entirely in a layer of 5-colored liquid, as if the long sword had just put on a 5-colored sheath. Following which, the glow from the 5-colored liquid intensified, so much so that Shifeng couldn't look at the sword directly. After several seconds the phenomenon subsided, and Killing Ray reverted to its original state. At this moment, however, several divine runes graced the sword's body, adding a hint of divinity to the sacred sword. As Shifeng wielded Killing Ray, he felt a pleasant feeling like never before. Right now, aside from his impression that the sacred sword was more powerful than before, Shifeng sensed that his compatibility with it had improved substantially. Now, Killing Ray felt more like an extension of his arm rather than a weapon. He could clearly perceive the layers of air the sacred sword was cutting through. In addition, golden arcs of electricity were sparking along the edges of the sword. Even after the sacred sword had moved away, arcs of electricity still lingered in the space it occupied before, vaporizing the air and anything else that came across them. Amazing. It is actually capable of causing continuous damage to places I've attacked before. Is this the true power of Killing Ray? Shifeng was astonished as he looked at Killing Ray. Epic weapons and equipment were extremely rare in God's domain. Those that had hidden effects were even rarer. These hidden effects went unstated in the attribute panel and did not appear to be salient. However, only players that had wielded these kinds of weapons and equipment before would realize how significant these hidden effects actually were toward improving one's combat power. In fact, they were much more important than the attributes listed in the attribute panel. Take Fire Dance's 1000 transformations for example. The hidden effect the fragmented legendary weapon possessed was simply heaven-defying. No matter what kind of attacks Fire Dance faced, she could easily block it by executing a random swing with her short sword. It was as if the entire space around her was within the attack trajectory of her weapon. It was simply impossible to predict her trajectory with 1000 transformations due to 1000 transformations' hidden effect. Even if Fire Dance's combat standards were lacking, she could still hold her ground against Apex experts. Meanwhile, although Killing Ray's hidden effect was not a match for 1000 transformations', it was still very frightening. Being able to cause damage to places he had attacked before would undoubtedly increase his DPS significantly if utilized properly. He could even seal his opponent's movements, preventing all retaliation. Killing Ray's hidden effect would pose trouble even for Void Realm experts, not to mention other experts. After playing with Killing Ray's hidden effect for a while longer, Shifeng could no longer hold back, tapping open the Sacred Sword's attribute panel. He was very curious to find out just how much Killing Ray had improved. Chapter 1721, Upgraded Sacred Sword. Chapter 1721, Upgraded Sacred Sword. After Shifeng opened Killing Ray's attribute panel and read it, he could not help but gasp. Killing Ray, one-handed sword, sacred sword, epic rank. Level 30, level 120. Equipment requirement, strength 1200, agility 1000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2440, level 65. Strength plus 173, agility plus 165, endurance plus 162. Attack speed plus 25. Ignore 30% of the target's defense when equipped. Strength increased by 20%, agility increased by 15%, and attack speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 20. All sword skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the lightning effect, increasing initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum and damage by 260%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon lightning. Summons lightning to deal 600% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 20 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 60% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 3 dash. Lightning Slash. Imbue the power of lightning on the body of the sword, increasing strength by 330% and attack speed by 100% to execute a frontal attack that covers an area of 3 by 80 yards. Cooldown, 15 minutes. A sacred sword created by the Godsmith Arnold using a piece of mysterious sword fragment. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once a sword used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Allows the wielder to have the speed of lightning. When fighting against dark creatures, damage increased by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. For a moment, Shifeng even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Not only had Killing Ray's equipment requirement increased by a significant margin, but even its attack power had risen drastically. At level 65, its attack power already exceeded 2,400, close to rivaling the attack power of an epic two-handed weapon of the same level. Originally, Killing Ray was already a top-tier epic weapon. After being upgraded by the Limit Gemstone, its basic attributes had improved by 20%. Even the other effects were 5% better. The weapon skills had also been strengthened to a certain degree, and there was even the addition of a new skill, Lightning Slash. Although Lightning Slash did not deal a lot of damage, the increase in strength it provided was crucial to expert players because higher strength allowed players to suppress their opponent and create gaps to land a fatal blow. With my current attack power, I can most likely break through even a Tier 2 MT's defense. Shifeng was startled as he looked at his own statistics in God's domain. Even if players landed a direct hit on another player's body, their target's defense would weaken their attacks, preventing 100% damage dealing. To deal 100% damage with an attack, a player would have to overcome their opponent's defense limit, which was determined by a player's defense value and armor type. Even at the same defense value, different armor types would grant different defense limits. For example, at the same defense value, the defense limit of plate armor would greatly exceed that of cloth armor. However, once a player's strength and attack power reached a certain measure, they could break through even an MT's defense limit and deal 100% damage with their attacks. After achieving such a measure of strength and attack power, what kind of armor one's opponent wore would no longer matter. Just as Shifeng was getting a feel for Killing Ray's newfound power, the advanced horse carriage he was riding finally arrived at the entrance of the War God's Temple. Currently, the War God's Temple was as lively as ever. The number of players visiting the temple was not the slightest bit lower than that of the city's auction house and of the Adventurers Association. However, in Shifeng's opinion, the traffic at the War God's Temple was still relatively low. The War God's Temple was the protector of the entire continent of God's domain. As players reached higher levels, they would come across the dark forces, such as demons, evil demons, and abyssal creatures, more frequently. Moreover, after players got promoted to Tier 2, so long as their War God's Temple reputation points reached 300, they could receive special quests to deal with these dark forces. These quests generally awarded plenty of merit points, in addition to some special resources. Meanwhile, after players accumulated 500 reputation points with the temple, they could start accepting large-scale crusade quests, which required players to target the gathering points for the dark forces. In the past, this was the type of quest that the various large guilds enjoyed accepting the most because at least half of the town-building orders they obtained originated from these crusade quests. If a large guild wished to have a better time developing in neutral maps, they would shift their focus to the War God's Temple. Currently, most of the players visiting the War God's Temple were independent players, only a small minority were guild players. In the future, however, the situation would be reversed with a large majority of the players visiting the War God's Temple being members of large guilds. As soon as Shifeng arrived at the main entrance of the War God's Temple, he attracted the attention of the nearby players. Crap. That's a six-winged bronze-ranked guild emblem. That person must be a member of Zero Wing's main force. It would be great if I could get acquainted with such a big shot. That way, I'll have an easier time joining Zero Wing. Keep on dreaming. How could people like us possibly come into contact with a big shot from Zero Wing? He belongs to an entirely different world. Not to mention, everyone trying to join Zero Wing has to go through the same entrance test. I heard that even players personally introduced by Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, have to pass the test to join the guild. The eyes of the players standing outside the War God's Temple's main entrance were filled with awe and envy as they looked at the guild emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak from the recent battle at the primordial divine ruin. Both the various large guilds and independent players could already tell that the odds of Zero Wing becoming a super first-rate guild in the future were excellent. Super first-rate guilds were powers that stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a first-rate guild backed by multiple major corporations would have to treat super first-rate guilds with great respect lest it provoke them. Meanwhile, who wouldn't want to join a guild with such great potential? In the virtual gaming world's past 100 years of history, players that belonged to first-rate guilds that eventually grew into super first-rate guilds had received great benefits. Particularly, expert players that originally belonged to the first-rate guild had been able to live the rest of their lives without worry. Those that had contributed greatly towards the guild's promotion into a super first-rate guild even lived an enviable and affluent life. Now that Zero Wing had displayed the potential to become a super first-rate guild, let alone Starmoon Kingdom's players, even players from other kingdoms and empires had come to Starmoon Kingdom to apply to Zero Wing. When Shifeng overheard the hushed conversations of the surrounding crowd, he simply chuckled as he continued into the War God's Temple. After entering the temple's lobby, he immediately went to the third-floor hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? Senior Administrator Roland asked as he approached Shifeng. I have caught an evil god apostle and wish to hand him over to Vice Temple Lord Capra. Shifeng said. Another evil god apostle? Roland's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Shifeng in surprise. Every evil god apostle was incomparably cunning and extremely difficult to catch. Since Shifeng had already caught an apostle before, logically, other evil god apostles should operate with even greater care, increasing the difficulty of capturing them. Yet, now, Shifeng had actually managed to capture another one shortly after he captured the last one. Lord Protector, please follow me. This time, Roland did not bother verifying the truth of Shifeng's words. Instead, he directly brought Shifeng to the fourth floor's triumphant hall. Afterward, Shifeng entered the same astrology room he had gone to during his last visit to the triumphant hall. Currently, Vice Temple Lord Capra was carrying out research through the gigantic magic water ball at the center of the room. Lord Capra, I caught another evil god apostle. Please verify it, Shifeng said as he took out the mobile jail detaining Flame Blood. Young adventurer, you truly are the nemesis of the evil god apostles, Capra said, laughing as he paused his work. With a light wave of his hand, Shifeng's mobile jail then suddenly appeared in his palm. After Capra received the mobile jail, Flameblood's figure appeared before Capra. How is this possible? Flameblood's complexion paled when he saw Capra and the nearby Shifeng. Beast Emperor actually failed? At this moment, he could easily guess what kind of place he was at. Only, he never thought that Shifeng would actually elude Beast Emperor's capture and successfully deliver him to the War God's Temple. Black Flame, you cannot do this. If you hand me over to the War God's Temple, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you get away, Flame Blood shouted as he glared at Shifeng. Right now, he was pinning all his hopes on Beast Emperor's deterrence. He knew that, unless Shafeng gave up on turning him in, he no longer had any hope of escaping from the war god's temple. You should give up now if you think Beast Emperor will save you. If you really wish to survive, tell me the location of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple, Shafeng said, chuckling. He remained wholly unperturbed by Flameblood's threat. Right now, the cleric was still ignorant of Beast Emperor's overwhelming defeat. Remember, you have only 5 seconds to consider. After saying so, Shafeng began counting down from 5. Meanwhile, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on Flameblood's face, his heart filled with misgivings. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Inside the silent astrology room, Flameblood glared at Shafeng hatefully. He never thought that Shafeng would make him such an offer. The Evil God's Temple was the foundation that Evil God's Temple members like Beast Emperor and himself relied on to develop themselves. If the Evil God's Temple they belonged to got destroyed, then all the progress they had made thus far would disappear. Hence, Beast Emperor had repeatedly warned him that under no circumstances should he reveal information about Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple Black Flame. I can tell you with confidence that the Evil God's Temple's strength is far beyond your imagination. As long as the Evil Beast Army breaks through the Star Moon Kingdom's defensive line, at that time, not to mention Stone Forest Town, even Zero Wing will turn into nothing. If you let me go, Beast Emperor might give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom and target other kingdoms instead. If you hand me over to the War God's Temple now, you'll only anger Beast Emperor further and force him to spend all his Evil God's Temple contribution points to hasten the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. Do you really wish to see your entire guild crumble together with me? Only if you let me go will Beast Emperor give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the entire Star Moon Kingdom falls. Flameblood repeatedly implored Shafeng to release him with indescribable anxiety on his face. Although Vice Temple Lord Capra was not a Tier 4 NPC, he was still a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage, many times stronger than a level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Meanwhile, the intense pressure he gave off was enough to evoke deep despair in Flameblood at this moment. Flameblood could only rely on the invasion of the Evil God's Temple to threaten Shafeng. NPCs led the invasion. The quantity and quality of evil beasts and evil demons participating in it were also far beyond what any single Evil God's Temple player could control. Current players simply had no chance of stopping the invasion. At this time, there were only 2 viable methods to do so. The first was to have Beast Emperor put a halt to the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. The second was to destroy Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. The location of the Evil God's Temple was of utmost importance to Evil God's Temple members. Before Flameblood was officially made into an Evil God Apostle, Beast Emperor had made him sign a contract preventing him from revealing any details about the temple. If he violated the terms of the contract, he would suffer a fate even worse than getting sent to the War God's Temple. Meanwhile, if he refused to reveal the location of Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple, then he had only one other method to stop Shafeng from turning him into the War God's Temple, and that was to have Beast Emperor stop the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shafeng should know which decision was better for his guild. Flameblood refused to believe that Shafeng would abandon the entire Zero Wing just to get rid of him. Are these your last words? Shafeng chuckled as he looked at the desperation on Flameblood's face. You should think things through clearly. As long as you are killed by the War God's Temple, all the progress you've made in this account will be lost. You'll also be able to start a new account only 1 month later. At that time, who knows how much time and effort you'll have to put in to return to the front lines. You'll miss out on plenty of opportunities. Currently, the elite members of the various large guilds were close to reaching level 50. In another month, many elite players would most likely have completed their Tier 2 promotion already, not to mention expert players. If Flameblood had to restart from scratch, he would also miss out on the various resources and opportunities that could be obtained from exploring new maps. Unless the guild Flameblood belonged to was willing to invest plenty of resources into him, or the cleric had heaven-defying luck, he would have extreme difficulty getting the current advantages he possessed in the future. As Shafeng said so, Capra began chanting an incantation. Meanwhile, based on Shafeng's words, Flameblood could tell that Shafeng was determined to turn him into the War God's Temple. Crazy bastard. You really are insane. At this moment, Flame Blood could feel his mind breaking down. He even doubted Shafeng realized just how terrifying the evil god's temple's invasion was. He had never thought that Shafeng would actually go as far as to sacrifice Zero Wing just to take his life before Flame Blood could finish speaking. Dozens of golden magic arrays appeared around him. A golden chain then shot out from each of the magic arrays. The chains pierced Flame Blood's body and bound his soul directly. Following which, Flame Blood's body began burning, his body transforming into a pile of ashes after just 2 seconds. The cleric's immortal soul was destroyed as well and completely disappeared from God's domain. Sure enough, he refused to speak. Shafeng could not help but sigh as he watched Flame Blood disappearing. He did not believe that Flame Blood refused to reveal the evil god's temple's location out of loyalty. There was an 80% chance that Beast Emperor had anticipated such a situation and made preparations. However, this outcome was within Shafeng's expectations. The evil god's temple was the foundation of evil god's temple members. Without the evil god's temple, Beast Emperor would lose the authority he had in Starmoon Kingdom. He naturally wouldn't let his minions reveal the location of the evil god's temple so easily. System: congratulations. You have captured an evil god apostle. Rewarding 12,000 War God's Temple merit points. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 200 points, 200 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 2 legacy skill points. 12,000 merit points. Shafeng was a little surprised when he read the system notification. He was only awarded 10,000 merit points the first time he captured an evil god apostle. He actually received 2,000 more points than the previous time. However, he had quickly discovered that, while the merit points he obtained had increased, the free mastery points and legacy skill points awarded had decreased by a significant margin. Previously, he had gotten 50 free mastery points and 5 legacy skill points. Now, he had received only 40% of the previous amounts compared to obtaining an additional 2,000 merit points. He would rather have the 30 free mastery points and 3 legacy skill points. Meanwhile, after Flame Blood's permanent disappearance from God's domain, Beast Emperor, who was currently controlling his evil demon army from the evil god's branch temple at Ancient Rock City, received a system notification informing him about it. Black Flay. Beast Emperor bellowed, his expression twisting. Since you dare destroy my path to promotion, I'll have your Zero Wing go down with me as well. He was granted only 5 evil god apostle slots. Now that he had permanently lost 2 of them, he would have a much more difficult time developing himself further. At this moment, the man standing beside Beast Emperor spoke up. Boss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. Why don't I mobilize my evil beast and evil demon armies in the Purple Thorns Kingdom and have them destroy Zero Wing's town at the primordial divine ruin? That'll teach Black Flame a good lesson. This man had a tough appearance and was clad in silver scale armor. Unlike other evil god apostles, this man did not wrap himself in bandages. Instead, like Beast Emperor, he did nothing to hide his skin tone. Meanwhile, if one were to use an advanced identification skill on this man, one would discover that not only was he a level 52 berserker, but he was even in possession of the Tier 2 hidden class Savage Warrior. No. That town is still in its protection period right now. Although the NPC guards there aren't as high-leveled as the NPC guards available inside a kingdom, they are still level 100 NPCs. There are also 20 Tier 3 NPCs. Even 10 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts wouldn't be enough to break the town, Beast Emperor said, shaking his head. What we need to do for now is wait. Based on the information Blackwater sent me, the town's protection period is only 3 days. During these 3 days, properly prepare yourself, Wind. Once the town's protection period is over, we'll attack. Boss, rest assured. I guarantee that Zero Wing's town will be flattened as soon as its protection period is over. The silver-armored man named Wind Hunter said with a confident smile on his face. Beast Emperor nodded in response to Wind Hunter's words. He had a lot of confidence in the man before him. Wind Hunter was not only his closest confidant but also the first person he had turned into an evil god apostle. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't Beast Emperor's main headquarters, which was actually the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Wind Hunter had been operating in the Purple Thorns Kingdom for a very long time already, building up a foundation for himself that simply wasn't something newly minted evil god apostles like Abandoned Wave and Flameblood could hope to compare to. Meanwhile, back inside the astrology room in the War God's Temple, Shifeng had realigned his thoughts. Although he had failed to obtain the location of Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple, he still managed to garner some information regarding the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom, which was the fact that Beast Emperor first needed to have enough Evil God's Temple contribution points to advance the invasion. Without sufficient contribution points, the invasion would have no way of breaking through the kingdom's defensive line to Shifeng. This was undoubtedly good news. At the very least, he would not have to worry about the invasion progressing into the kingdom anytime soon. After all, Beast Emperor should have spent a lot of his contribution points on the previous battle at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng refused to believe that Beast Emperor had managed to get a Tier 4 NPC to take action for free. With this knowledge in mind, what he needed to do now was strengthen himself as quickly as possible and find the location of the Evil God's Temple, following which, Shifeng approached Capra and asked, "Lord Capra, I have an Evil God's Eye here. May I know if the War God's Temple is able to repair it for me?" Chapter 1723, Complete Evil God's Eye. An Evil God's Eye? A hint of shock flashed across Capra's wizened face as he stared at Shifeng. Clearly excited, he asked, "Did you really obtain an Evil God's Eye?" Seeing the excitement and passion on Capra's face, Shifeng retrieved dark grey, runic crystal ball from his bag. As the crystal ball appeared in the room, it began to leak small traces of evil energy. This crystal ball was none other than the Evil God's Eye that he had obtained after destroying the Evil God's sealing magic array. The moment Shifeng revealed the Evil God's Eye, Capra's gaze sharpened as he examined the crystal ball. If Shifeng hadn't known that good-aligned NPCs wouldn't steal from players, he wouldn't have doubted that Capra would have snatched the Evil God's Eye from him without hesitation. It's actually real. Capra became even more excited after a detailed inspection of the item. He then shifted his gaze back to Shifeng and said, "Although this Evil God's Eye has been damaged, it is still very valuable. It's also the material I've been searching for. If you are willing to sell this Evil God's Eye to me, I will offer you this elemental crown and 5,000 merit points." Capra grinned as he retrieved a crown studded with 7 resplendent gemstones. Shifeng could feel the mana around him grow restless the moment the crown appeared in the room. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but gasp when he saw the elemental crown. He had never thought that Capra would be so generous. If he obtained the elemental crown now, he could instantly transform one of Zero Wing's members into a peak expert. Moreover, Capra had also offered an additional 5,000 merit points. That was nearly the price of an epic item. Of course, you can choose to repair the Evil God's Eye. However, doing so will be incredibly expensive. In addition to 15,000 merit points, you'll need 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected the repair costs for this item to be so exorbitant. Generally, players could only obtain mana stones from raiding team dungeons, but even 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons had very low drop rates. As for the 7 luminaries crystals, it was likely that not a single guild had even 1 unit at this stage of the game. You can take your time to consider your options. "There is no need to make a decision now," Capra said, chuckling. "Lord Capra, I've already decided. I want to repair the Evil God's Eye," Shifeng said, determined. His desire for fragmented legendary items was intense right now, especially for fragmented legendary items that were suited for magical classes. If he gave the elemental crown to one of Zero Wing's magical class experts, that expert's firepower would rise to a whole new level. However, the Evil God's Eye would help the guild as a whole far more than the elemental crown. Although miniature worlds only produced a small number of resources, the power ore they produced was incomparably valuable. Normally, the power ore could only be acquired from unstable otherworlds. Moreover, the miniature world was far rarer and more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Many first-rate guilds in the past had even been willing to trade over a dozen fragmented legendary items for a single miniature world. Hence, the wisest decision for Shifeng was to repair the Evil God's Eye. How unfortunate. Capra sighed before regaining his usual calm. He then looked at Shifeng and said, "Hand over the materials, then. If you don't have them ready, you can go collect them. You can find me again once you have the required materials." Shifeng nodded in response. He then left the war god's temple and rushed to the candlelight trading firm. Others might struggle to gather 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal, but the task wasn't difficult for Shifeng in the least. With the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize the 2 items from magic crystals and 7 luminaries shards, following which, Shifeng transformed 5,000 magic crystals and 100 plus 7 luminaries shards, which had been left over from the 4 Towers of Elements construction, into 100 mana stones and 2 7 luminaries crystals. He then hurried back to meet with Capra. When Capra saw that Shifeng had the required materials, he gave the swordsman a serious look before asking, "Do you really wish to repair the evil god's eye?" System: repairing the evil god's eye will cost 15,000 merit points. As you have 3,700 war god's temple reputation points, you can pay 20% of the merit points with coins. Do you wish to pay with coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold, 10 silver. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Shifeng answered without hesitation. He currently had over 12,000 merit points. If he paid 3,000 merit points with coins, he would have just enough merit points to repair the evil god's eye instantly. 6,300 gold vanished from Shifeng's bag after Capra received the materials. He began to chant an incantation and write line after line of divine runes. The ambient mana and Capra's runes then gradually flowed into the evil god's eye, which hovered before the vice-temple lord. As this process continued, Shifeng could see the runes on the surface of the evil god's eye sharpen. The density of the evil energy the dark grey crystal ball radiated also increased. When every mana stone and 7 luminaries crystal had merged with the evil god's eye, the runes on the orb released a dazzling, grey glow. As he watched the dark grey crystal ball, Shifeng could feel a dangerously malicious intent radiating from it. At this point, the evil god's eye stopped leaking evil energy. Now, it merely looked like a crystal decorated with mysterious runes. All right, I've repaired the evil god's eye. Hopefully, you can utilize it properly. Make sure that you don't let those from the evil god's temple find out that you have it. Otherwise, they'll use everything in their power to destroy you, Capra warned as he reluctantly handed the evil god's eye back to Shifeng. When Shifeng received the evil god's eye, he felt an immense weight in his hands. Rather than an ordinary crystal, he felt as if he had just received a miniature mountain. If he weren't a Tier 2 player with over 1,500 points in his strength, he might not even be able to carry the fist-sized crystal ballets so heavy. So, this is the intact evil god's eye. As he held the evil god's eye, Shifeng inspected the item's attribute panel. Evil god's eye, fragmented legendary rank item. This item had been created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening a path through the world's barrier. The evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world, and can be used as a conduit to transfer the miniature world's power to the outside world. The evil god's eye also grants its holder sovereignty over the miniature world within additional skill 1-. World's power can be used as a magic array's power source, improving the magic array's effects by a maximum of 120% cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 2-. Teleportation pathway opens a pathway to the sealed miniature world. The pathway lasts for 10 minutes cooldown, 96 hours. Amazing. Shifeng was utterly dumbfounded after inspecting the intact evil god's eye. He finally understood why the various superpowers in the past had valued miniature worlds to such an extreme. As Shifeng quietly admired the evil god's eye, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Melancholic Smile has gathered the materials you require. I have also gathered the architects you've requested in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported. All right, I'll head over right away. Shifeng could not help but smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. With this, Zero Wing would soon have a second Stone Forest town. Only this time, it was in a neutral map. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he left the War God's Temple and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. He then used the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function to travel to the Orc Empire, making his way towards the primordial divine ruin. There are still evil demons here. Currently, Shifeng wore his black cloak, keeping his identity hidden. As he approached the wilderness near the primordial divine ruin, he frowned at what he saw. He spotted level 70+ evil demons and evil beasts wandering on the grassy plain before him. There were easily over 5,000 monsters, which were even stronger than Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons that Zero Wing had recently fought. Zero Wing's new town had recently been constructed, so he had yet to set up a guild residence teleportation magic array in the town's residence. Hence, he had rushed towards the primordial divine ruin to complete the town's handover procedures and set up the teleportation array. Fellow friend, I take it that you haven't visited the Orc Empire recently, huh? A level 49 male ranger in dark blue leather armor, who had been passing by, approached Shifeng and asked when he noticed the swordsman's frown. The youth then smiled and continued, Zero Wing fought a massive battle against Beast Emperor's evil beast and evil demon armies just some time ago. Although Beast Emperor was defeated and eventually forced to retreat, he didn't give up on his mission to keep Zero Wing from visiting the ruin. On the contrary, he sent a massive group of stronger evil beasts and evil demons from ancient Rock City to surround the primordial divine ruin. Now, the only way to get to the ruin is to go through the checkpoint ahead. Checkpoint? Shifeng asked curiously. That's right. It seems Beast Emperor wants to prevent Zero Wing's members from sneaking into the ruin by hiding their identities. Unless players enter via the checkpoint, the evil beasts and demons will attack them, the ranger youth said, nodding. I'd advise against trying to barge through just to save time. Those evil beasts and evil demons are extremely powerful. Some players, who had been displeased with the new setup, tried to head to the ruin without passing through the checkpoint. In the end, the 100-man team was quickly destroyed. To be honest, there's no need to be in such a hurry anyway. Look, the checkpoint's queue is moving relatively quickly. After all, it's just there to determine whether or not players are from Zero Wing. It took us quite a bit of time and effort to get this far. A few more minutes won't really make a huge difference. They're checking for Zero Wing members. Shifeng muttered as he looked towards where the ranger youth had pointed. That's right. I don't know what Zero Wing did, but it seems that the guild really infuriated Beast Emperor. He's already announced that he intends to fight Zero Wing to the bitter end, the ranger youth said, nodding. So, he made this checkpoint for that purpose. Not only has Beast Emperor stationed his subordinates at the checkpoint, but there are also plenty of powerful evil demons there. I see, Shifeng muttered. He then walked straight towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. At the end of the day, evil demons were monsters. As long as players wore a black cloak, evil demons couldn't determine their identities. However, players could. As long as Beast Emperor's subordinates forced passing players to remove their black cloaks, they could determine the players' identities. Although Zero Wing's members could avoid discovery by hiding their guild emblems, doing so would seem like the guild's players were afraid of Beast Emperor. Fellow friend, where are you going? That's not where the end of the line starts. The ranger youth called out as he watched Shifeng walk straight towards the checkpoint. If you don't follow the rules and try to skip the queue, they'll definitely kill you. It's fine. I'm the Zero Wing member they're looking for, Shifeng casually replied as he waved a hand. As Shifeng finished his statement, he accelerated and vanished. The Zero Wing member? Shifeng's reply dumbfounded both the ranger youth and his companions. What was going on? One of Zero Wing's members actually dared to rush towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. Moreover, that member approached the checkpoint by himself. Didn't the swordsman realize that hundreds of evil demons guarded the checkpoint? Beast Emperor had even stationed a mythic-ranked evil demon there. Such a force would even annihilate a 100-man expert team in the blink of an eye. When the ranger youth and his companions finally recovered from their daze, they chased after Shifeng to stop his insane actions. They were all independent players, and in a fight between Beast Emperor and Zero Wing, they were strong supporters of the guild. Not only was Beast Emperor's attitude overbearing, but he was also an evil god's temple member who saw players as potential sacrifices. On the surface, they lacked the courage to condemn Beast Emperor's actions, but inwardly, they hated him to the bone. However, the ranger youth and his companions were simply too slow to catch up to Shifeng. After a few seconds of running, Shifeng had already reached the checkpoint and had been discovered by Beast Emperor's subordinates. Who are you? Don't you realize that this is a checkpoint? Everyone must queue up and remove their black cloaks to pass through, a level 50 shield warrior in silvery grey armor shouted at Shifeng. Although Zero Wing had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, the Orc Empire was still the evil god's temple's territory. As Beast Emperor's subordinates, Even Super Guild's members had to treat them with respect. Even a peak expert would have to lower their head in the Orc Empire. Me? Smiling leisurely, Shifeng responded, I'm one of the people you are looking for. Saying so, Shifeng took a step forward. With his extraordinary attributes, the swordsman arrived before the level 50 shield warrior in an instant. He then unsheathed Killing Ray and swung it to a blue flash bloomed before the shield warrior. The level 50 shield warrior immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even after dying, he hadn't reacted to what had just happened. When the shield warrior's corpse hit the ground, a level 45 fine gold ranked armor piece dropped beside him. He died. Who is that? He's so powerful. Has that swordsman lost his mind? I think I heard that guy mention that he's a member of Zero Wing. The thousands of players in the queue were dumbfounded by what had just happened. They couldn't believe their eyes whether or not Shifeng had told the truth about being from Zero Wing. The fact that he had killed a level 50 shield warrior with a single slash was incredibly shocking. A level 50 shield warrior, even at tier 1, would have close to 50,000 HP. Shield warriors also had far more defense than other classes. They had passive skills that reduced incoming damage, as well. Even a great lord of the same level couldn't instant kill such a shield warrior, yet Shifeng had accomplished exactly that. Beast Emperor's 13 other subordinates a short distance away were similarly stupefied. They had never expected someone to be foolish enough to attack the checkpoint alone. Hundreds of evil demons surrounded the checkpoint, including a level 80 mythic evil demon. Even peak experts would be utterly powerless against a mythic evil demon. At the very minimum, players would need a team of 1,000 experts to pin one down bastard. Beast Emperor's subordinates bellowed in rage when they noticed that Shifeng had actually picked up their companion's equipment and stored it. They immediately unsheathed their weapons and charged at the offending swordsman. In their opinion, Shifeng must have used some sort of skill to instant kill their shield warrior companion, and such powerful skills had very long cooldowns. Shifeng should not be able to use it again for the next several minutes. Every one of the dozen or so subordinates at the checkpoint was a level 50 expert. Moreover, the dead shield warrior only ranked among the lower half of their group in terms of strength and equipment. Even if they weren't a match for Shifeng, they could still involve the nearby evil demons. However, when only 15 yards separated Shifeng and the 5 melee experts, who led the charge, Shifeng abruptly disappeared. By the time the 5 melee experts realized Shifeng was gone, he reappeared right in front of them. No. Finding Shifeng before them so suddenly, the 5 melee experts panicked, trying to focus on full defense, but Zero Wing's top swordsman didn't give them the opportunity to defend themselves as he brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 10 sword lights, 1 blue and 9 black, sliced at the 5 melee experts before they could react. The experts' HP plummeted rapidly, reaching 0 in a fraction of a second. All 5 melee experts then hit the ground simultaneously. Wait. That's Shadow Blade. His Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Shadow Blade? Is he really the Sword King? Surprise overcame the thousands of players in line for Beast Emperor's checkpoint when they saw the 10 sword lights end the 5 melee players. Everyone here knew of Black Flame, especially after Zero Wing's battle with Heaven's Burial at Stone Forest Town. The man was even capable of taking on war weapons. During the battle with Blackwater at the Primordial Divine Ruin, Black Flame had even slain Singular Burial, Heaven's Burial's original guild leader. With one attack, Black Flame's shocking battle records had become a hot topic for players in the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Long ago, due to Black Flame's popularity, many players had attempted to analyze why he was so powerful. These players had even publicly exposed some of Black Flame's skills. Among Black Flame's various skills, Shadow Blade was considered one of the man's trademark moves because it wasn't a skill of a Tier 2 swordmaster. Based on everyone's deduction, it was most likely a unique skill of a hidden class. Shifeng's summoning of 9 additional attacks with a single swing of his sword was likely a result of his Shadow Blade skill. Including the fact that Shifeng had declared himself as a member of Zero Wing, there was a very high possibility that Shifeng was Black Flame. As they realized this, everyone watching got goosebumps. Black Flame had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, and his control of summoned creatures had been astounding. He was definitely one of God's domain's mythical characters. They never expected to have a chance to meet or interact with this swordsman now, Not only did they get to see Black Flame in person, but they also got to watch him attack Beast Emperor's checkpoint. They were going to watch a historic moment happen right before their very eyes. Why wouldn't they be excited? Black Flame. What? Why are we so unlucky? Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had planned to charge at Shifeng, slid to a stop as they stared at their adversary. All of their prior confidence and rage disappeared. Now, only fear flashed in their eyes. Although they were expert players and wore excellent equipment, they did not think, even for a second, that they could contend with Shifeng. Moreover, they had all watched this man's battle videos. He could even slay Tier 2 experts as easily as slicing vegetables, let alone Tier 1 players like themselves. They could only hope to buy as much time as possible for the evil demons to arrive and deal with Shifeng. There were hundreds of evil demons nearby, the weakest of which was a level 70 lord, while the strongest was a level 80 mythic ranked evil demon. Even if Shifeng were more powerful, there was no way he could solo a level 80 mythic evil demon not gonna attack. Shifeng smiled as he swept a glance across Beast Emperor's remaining 8 subordinates. Then, I guess it's my turn. Saying so, Shifeng vanished, only leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng reappeared roughly 10 yards away from a level 50 summoner. Before this summoner could cast a spell, a blue flash devoured him. Chop. The summoner's HP, which had been over 34,000, hit 0 instantly. The summoner's vision then darkened as his body collapsed, a pair of level 45 dark gold ranked gloves dropping beside his corpse. After Shifeng unhurriedly pocketed the pair of gloves, he made his way to the level 50 ranger nearby. Although the level 50 ranger had reacted by activating his backward leap skill, Shifeng had swung Killing Ray before the skill could take effect. Thundering Flash, one of the 4 streaks of lightning that emerged from the sacred sword, devoured the ranger, who turned into a pile of ash and left behind a pair of pants. The other 3 streaks of lightning assaulted 3 other subordinates. Aside from the one elementalist that activated his life-saving skill in time, the lightning tore the life from the cleric and oracle, robbing them of all of their HPs as if space itself had frozen. Silence dominated Shifeng's surroundings. Crap. Is he even a human? Aren't Thundering Flash's 4 strikes supposed to move in the same direction? Is this a joke? Thundering Flash can actually be used like this. As the thousands of players at the checkpoint watched the fight, their jaws hit the ground as Shifeng slew 3 of Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had been fairly spread out, with Thundering Flash. Although Thundering Flash was a rare skill, some players had managed to learn it. It was undoubtedly one of the strongest AoE skills for swordsmen during the early stages of the game, so quite a few players were familiar with the skill's details. Yet, Shifeng had just defied the skill's limitations, using it as 4 separate skills instead of 1. Moreover, all of his attacks had accurately struck his targets. This was simply unbelievable. What these players didn't know was that Shifeng had long since mastered his control over his skills. Since he had reached the Void Realm, he had a perfect grasp of his enemy's movements. Then, he used his arm and wrist to alter the lightning strike's trajectory as they left the tip of his sword. Normally, it should be impossible to alter the lightning strike's direction as the intervals between each strike's launch were extremely short, but by using his understanding of the realms of truth, he could make the impossible possible. Of course, the biggest reason he was able to pull off such a feat had to be Killing Ray's frightening attack speed. Otherwise, the most he'd be able to do was manipulate the trajectory of 3 of the 4 lightning strikes. Although he might be able to alter the last strike's trajectory, it wouldn't be very accurate. Some of the Refinement Realm experts present were utterly captivated by Shifeng's technique. They realized what Shifeng had just accomplished, albeit barely. However, although they knew the principle behind the technique Shifeng had used, they also understood how nearly impossible the technique was to execute. After watching Shifeng execute 4 more of their companions with so little effort, Beast Emperor's remaining 4 subordinates were utterly terror-stricken as they stared at this swordsman. Although they had already known Shifeng was powerful, they hadn't thought that he was this powerful. Shifeng's strength was beyond their comprehension. This swordsman from Zero Wing could slaughter them without trouble even if he had the same basic attributes as they did. As the 4 were about to fall to their despair, however, the evil demons finally arrived. Seeing that their demonic reinforcements were only 40 yards away, the 4 survivors breathed a deep sigh of relief. A little confidence turned to their gazes as they looked back at Shifeng. They had reacted in such a way because, among the evil demons rushing to their aid, one was a level 80 mythic evil demon Black Flame. Let's see how arrogant you'll be now. The elementalist, who had sealed himself in a coffin of ice, revealed a gleeful expression suddenly. The 5-meter-tall mythic evil demon pounced at Shifeng and swung its right claw, which was shrouded in dark grey fog, at Shifeng's head, tearing space as the claw passed a mythic evil demon. Glancing at the approaching mythic evil demon, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength, agility, defense, and HP skyrocketing. Shifeng then countered the incoming claw with a slash from Killing Ray Lightning Slash. Killing Ray released a golden glow as it moved towards the evil demon's claw. The sacred sword sliced the space before it like a piece of paper, a pitch-black tear appearing before Shifeng. As this tear continued to extend away from its creator before a massive lightning bolt shot through it. In an instant, this lightning bolt stretched 80 yards away from Shifeng before anyone had realized it. Killing Ray had met the mythic evil demon's clawboom. Following the sound of an explosion, an intense shockwave shook its surroundings as it spread out from its epicenter. Even the players standing over 100 yards away felt the shockwave's severity. To everyone's surprise, the mythic-ranked evil demon actually took 3 steps back. Its right claw sported a deep cut, so deep that the evil demon's bone was exposed. Chapter 1726, World's Power. Chapter 1726, World's Power. He pushed the evil demon back. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, that mythic evil demon actually slid backward. Everyone's heart pounded madly when they saw the mythic evil demon retreat by 3 steps without the help of war weapons. A Tier 4 mythic evil demon was unshakable to current players, yet without any help, Shifeng had forced the monster to step back. The watching players felt as if they had just watched an ant push back a ferocious lion. No matter how they looked at the situation, it had to be some kind of joke. Most importantly, Shifeng had actually injured the evil demon physically. Although he had only left a cut behind on the evil demon's claw and arm, it was astounding. It wasn't even possible to injure a mythic-ranked monster with a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, but Shifeng had done so by relying on his own strength. Even Beast Emperor's subordinates gaped in shock at the wound Shifeng had left on the mythic evil demon's claw, not to mention the thousands of spectators. The cut was so deep that it revealed bone. Moreover, faint arcs of golden electricity danced around the wound, causing further damage. The evil demon couldn't even move the claw since it had been subjected to a paralyzed state. Seeing this, the shreds of joy and confidence that had returned to Beast Emperor's reaming subordinates instantly vanished. A chilling sensation then assaulted their minds, making them shudder when they looked at Shifeng now. They felt as if they were staring down a primordial beast, not some player. Shifeng's aura also felt more oppressive than it had before, stifling their breathing as they bathed in it. They no longer felt as if their lives rested in their own hands, but in Shifeng's instead. If Shifeng wished it, he could crush them with a thought. However, a mythic evil demon was still a mythic evil demon at the end of the day, and although one of its claws was temporarily paralyzed, its other claw didn't remain idle. The mythic evil demon immediately launched another attack with its uninjured claw. This time, however, Shifeng did not try to stop the attack. Instead, he activated the disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, a bluish-gray ripple tore away from Shifeng, enveloping the mythic evil demon and Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates, and as it did, the 4 players and evil demon felt an immense pressure descend on them. Beast Emperor's 4 subordinates watched their basic attributes decrease by 40%, while the mythic evil demon's basic attributes fell by 15%, following which, Shifeng executed Purgatory Penta/1 Sword Light after another flew at the mythic evil demon's claw. A few of the sword lights even merged right before reaching the clawboom. Although the mythic evil demon did not retreat in the slightest this time, its assault had halted. Sure enough, a mythic monster really is powerful. Despite being weakened, I still can't solo it yet. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at the mythic evil demon before him. He had only overwhelmed the evil demon previously due to Lightning Slash's 330% strength increase, but even after merging some of his attacks, his strength was barely a match for the weakened evil demon. After this, aside from activating Twofold Berserk, he had no means of taking the mythic evil demon head-on. Obviously, Twofold Berserk wasn't viable for this situation. Twofold Berserk only had a 20-second duration, but even after being weakened, the mythic evil demon still had a maximum HP of 127,500,000. He'd be lucky to shave off 2% of the evil demon's HP in 20 seconds, following which, Shifeng used Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split away from his body. Now, rather than dance with the mythic evil demon, he avoided it while doing so. Shifeng took a Tier 4 single-target attack magic scroll from his bag. It was one of the scrolls he had obtained after killing a mythic evil beast Dark Destruction. After activating the scroll, Shifeng immediately used World's Power on the magic array within it. Suddenly, pitch-black magic arrays started to manifest, and in an instant, 33 arrays had the evil demon completely surrounded. Before the mythic evil demon could flee, the arrays began to fire darkness spears, piercing the evil demon's body. The 33 magic arrays quickly transformed the mythic evil demon into a porcupine. The mythic ranked evil demon's agonized screams were all anyone could hear. After another 2 seconds, every darkness spear in the evil demon's body exploded, instantly stealing over 8 million of the evil demon's HP. After the massive explosion, the mythic evil demon was in an incomparably miserable state. It was covered in wounds, steadily seeping fresh blood. Even a fool could see that the mythic evil demon suffered a heavily injured state. What destructive power! He actually injured a mythic ranked evil demon so severely. Did he use a magic scroll containing a Tier 4 curse or Tier 5 spell? The spectating crowd could not help but gasp when they saw the injured evil demon. If they couldn't see that the mythic evil demon still had plenty of HP, they'd assume that it was on its last breath, about to keel over at any moment. Even Shifeng was surprised. He hadn't expected the Tier 4 magic scroll to become so destructive after empowering it with World's Power. The power of Dark Destruction was stronger than even a Tier 4 single-target curse. Seeing that the mythic evil demon was heavily injured, Shifeng immediately removed Disintegration Field and summoned his personal guards, Anna and Kite. At this point, Anna had reached level 81, whereas Kite was level 79. The two NPCs' leveling speed was simply staggering. Once the mythic evil demon had become heavily injured, its basic attributes had fallen by 35%. Now, in terms of overall combat power, it was only slightly stronger than a level 80 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, after being summoned, Anna proceeded to summon her Golden Giant and 10 Rock Guardians. She then had the Rock Guardians form a magic array to suppress the mythic evil demon. Further with this, the mythic evil demon only had 50% of its original basic attributes remaining. Now, even the Golden Giant could put up a fight against the mythic ranked evil demon, not to mention Shifeng. With the Golden Giant serving as his MT, Shifeng focused on dealing damage. Phantom Kill, Flame Burst. Damages in the hundreds of thousands appeared, one after another, above the mythic evil demon's head. To the mythic evil demon, who only had a maximum HP of 75 million after being weakened, this was a considerable amount. Furthermore, Kite and Anna's damage kept up with Shifeng's. Although Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons tried to intervene, the Rock Guardian's magic array kept them out of the fight. They could not hinder Shifeng and his minions in the slightest. Meanwhile, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates could only watch as their supposed savior rapidly lost HP. 80%, 60%, 20%. When the mythic evil demon's HP fell to 20% and was about to enter a berserk state, Anna reacted by casting Chains of Light. Not only did the spell negate the evil demon's berserk state, but it also weakened the monster even further. Without the boost from its berserk state, the mythic evil demon couldn't free itself from this one-sided beating, and its HP continued to fall 20%, 10%, 5%. When the mythic evil demon only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the evil demon sword's orbit. Suddenly, a series of blue stars bombarded the mythic evil demon, plundering its final strand of HP. As the mythic ranked evil demon died, a golden flash enveloped Shifeng. He had finally risen from level 65 to level 66. At the same time, 3 crimson balls of light emerged from the evil demon's corpse and hit the ground. When the watching crowd outside of the magic array saw the mythic evil demon's motionless corpse, their minds went blank. Chapter 1727, Blockade Destroyed. Chapter 1727, Blockade Destroyed. After seeing the mythic evil demon fall, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates were overwhelmed by their fear and despair. Although they had expected this outcome after watching Shifeng and his personal guards suppress the mythic evil demon, they couldn't help but shudder after watching the monster actually collapse at the swordsman's feet. To God's domain's current major powers, Tier 4 monsters were still insurmountable. Even super guilds had to expend a lot of time and effort to prepare and ensure that they killed one. Yet, Shifeng had accomplished this feat by relying on his own power and his 2 personal guards normally. If someone told them about such a situation, they'd laugh, assuming that the player was joking, but after such an impossible feat had occurred before their very eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known that something like this would happen, they would never have volunteered to work at the checkpoint. They had assumed that inspecting players that entered the primordial divine ruin would be a relaxing, glorious task. After all, even players from the various superpowers would have to lower their heads before them. How often did anyone get to brag about that? Now, however, the only thing awaiting them was death before the 4 could even turn and flee. Kite had appeared and finished each of them with a single hit. In the meantime, Shifeng had arrived beside the mythic evil demon's corpse and collected the 3 items it had dropped. He then commanded Anna and Kite to kill the other evil demons outside of the magic array without the threat of the mythic evil demon. The level 70+ evil demons were easy pickings for the 2 personal guards. The fight with the remaining monsters had been so easy that Shifeng hadn't even needed to use another berserk skill after Heavenly Dragon's power had ended. He only needed to support his personal guards from the side. Whenever his personal guards' HPs fell below a certain point, Shifeng had simply activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings life domain to recover their HP to full for a time. Shifeng, Anna, and Kite slaughtered the hundreds of evil demons around them, further dumbfounding the spectating crowd that was several hundred level 70+ evil demons they were talking about. Moreover, the weakest among them was a lord. Even an army of 10,000 elite players would have trouble against such a force, yet Anna and Kite ended these evil demons as if they were farming common monsters. So strong. Black Flame's personal guards are awesome. They should both be Feingold rank. I've seen Feingold personal guards before, so I am certain that Feingold personal guards are definitely not that powerful. I'm willing to bet that the female summoner is Dark Gold rank. I doubt even super guilds have Dark Gold personal guards. It would be great if I had a personal guard like that. I'd have such an easier time grinding and raiding bosses. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much secret silver personal guards are selling for? Nobody will even sell them for 2 or 3 epic items. If there's a Feingold or Dark Gold personal guard on the market, even super guilds will do everything they can to get their hands on them. Once the crowd of players snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Anna and Kite, who stood beside Shifeng, with passionate gazes. They all felt a vicious jealousy tear at their hearts. The combat power Shifeng had displayed was indeed frightening. Even without a berserk skill, the man could go toe-to-toe with a great lord-ranked evil demon. Even experts like them dreamed of wielding that kind of power. However, compared to Shifeng's strength, Anna and Kite's combat power was monstrous. This was especially true for Anna. Many of the players present were experts, and quite a few of these experts usually commanded their guild's dungeon raids. Hence, they recognized the factors that contributed to Shifeng's victory over the mythic evil demon. The first factor was the Tier 4 magic scroll Shifeng had used to injure the mythic evil demon and significantly lower its combat power. Anna was the second factor. The Tier 3 golden giant Anna had summoned had played a vital role in tanking the mythic evil demon. Meanwhile, her summoned rock guardians had formed a magic array that had suppressed the mythic ranked evil demon. Further, without these 2 factors, Shifeng wouldn't have been able to defeat the mythic evil demon. After watching this battle, the spectating crowd realized how important personal guards truly were. Even if a player were weak, they could rise to prominence in God's domain as long as they had sufficiently strong personal guards. When the various adventurer team's members, in particular, saw Anna and Kite, they felt as if doors to an entirely new world had opened before them. Personal guards. Send the battle video to the commander immediately. With this, our Blazing Owl adventurer team will have a chance of becoming a top adventurer team in the future. The players from the various adventurer teams burst into action. Some players, who commanded their own adventurer teams, immediately ordered their members to do everything they could to find high-quality personal guards. Unlike large guilds, adventurer teams generally had very few members. As a result, these teams struggled when organizing dungeon raids. Large-sized adventurer teams, with over 1,000 members, might not face as much difficulty in this regard, but mid-sized adventurer teams like theirs, which only had several hundred members, even had trouble organizing raids for 50-man team dungeons. However, if they employed a capable personal guard, Even a mysterious iron personal guard, it could help make up for the team's lack of manpower when raiding team dungeons. If they had a secret silver personal guard, they could even raid 100-man team dungeons. Then, they'd be able to obtain far better weapons and equipment for their adventurer team's members. These players now realized that personal guards played a crucial role in determining a mid-sized adventurer team's success. For a time, the various adventurer teams started a campaign to find powerful personal guards after watching Shifeng's battle. As a result, personal guards' prices skyrocketed. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's Branch Temple in ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor wore a gloomy expression as he stared at the magic water ball before him. How is this possible? As he read the report one of his subordinates had sent, he couldn't bring himself to believe its contents. He had dispatched over a dozen subordinates and hundreds of evil demons to operate his checkpoint, yet Shifeng had killed everyone there. Even one of the only 2 remaining mythic evil demons had fallen to Shifeng's blade. Boss, why don't I lead some men to annihilate Zero Wing? Wind Hunter suggested from beside Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing has set up a town near the primordial divine ruin, we can surround the town and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. If they summon another one of those divine magic dragons, we'll just pack up and run away. Once the dragon's duration ends, we can simply encircle the town again. All right, get it done. But as a precaution, you absolutely must not reveal yourself, Beast Emperor commanded with a nod. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure Zero Wing's town is nothing more than a pile of ruin once its protection period ends, Wind Hunter said, laughing. He then turned and left the Evil God's Branch Temple. Elsewhere, after Shifeng had annihilated the evil demons at the checkpoint, he made his way toward the primordial divine ruin. Players crowded the ruin, and even though a massive battle had taken place right outside of it, these players chatted and laughed merrily. Some players even hawked their wares here. However, far more players wandered around outside of the town, which had recently been established near the ruin, than those within the primordial divine ruin itself. All of these players examined Zero Wing's new town with curiosity and anticipation. As everyone watched, Shifeng rode his demonic flame tiger towards the town that had the protection of level 100 NPC adventurers.